Most parents recommended high-ranking jobs such as doctor and judge when their children dreamed of their future job. That was because the jobs that ended with the letter SA were all well acknowledged. T/L note, doctors and judges were Wisa and Pansa in Korean, and most of the high-ranking jobs in Korean ended with SA. Or they would at least recommend a civil servant job, which was said to be a quite good job with stable income as well. No parent wanted their child to go through a tiring and difficult path. However, it was very different in my case. My son, you should be a shaman. What? That was what my mother said to me when I lost my father early and grew up with my unreliable younger sister. Although my family was not very lean or poor, I still studied hard to become a doctor in order to earn money. Or perhaps to be a scientist or a developer. What my mother recommended to me, who had made such meticulous plans towards a scientific route, was not a liberal arts route or even music and physical education, but it was a path of a completely different level. How should I say it? Was it theology? Oh, what did you say? You didn't hear me right, so I'll say it again. You have to be a shaman. But I don't want to. My answer was firm. I wasn't going to be a shaman. Why all of a sudden? My mother's eyebrows shook once at my daring answer, then she spoke in a strong tone. You have the qualities of a shaman, all kinds of deities are looking after you. You have no other path than to become a shaman. I was dumbfounded to hear that. The qualities of a shaman, she said. I had such a talent, she said. Other than the absurdity of it, I just didn't think of anything. After that, my mother mainly said things that she should not have said to her son, such as saying I had unique qualities and that I was destined to suffer if I did not become a shaman and experience shaman possession. What did I say back then? Never, I don't want to. If you don't, you'll experience a big disaster someday. I'm saying this out of concern for you. If it's for me, you should have supported me on the path I want to walk on. I remembered saying that sternly and shutting myself in my room. To be frank, I was rightfully resentful and upset. She couldn't compliment her child, who had been planning his life since his puberty in middle school, yet she told him to give up everything and become a shaman? Instead, those words prompted me to study harder with a sense of defiance. My mother kept bothering me and forcing me to do religious things, and even taught me strange knowledge, such as myths, magic, and sorcery. But I didn't give up. The more she did so, the more it raised my anger as I gained all kinds of rational knowledge to strengthen my brain. After more than 10 years, when I had grown to be an adult and became a member of society, I had died. It was a car accident. It was really ridiculous. Was that what my mother meant about experiencing a disaster? And what was even more surprising was something that happened afterwards. I was alive. To be exact, I was dead once, but then I was reborn. I couldn't believe the afterlife existed. I had thought everything my mother said was a lie, but who would have thought that it was all true? Foolishly, human beings would not realize what they had not experienced in person, and I could feel it bitterly through the experience of death. And what am I doing now? It will be included in the class. Everyone, open your textbook. Continuing on from last time, I'll teach you how to draw a magic circle. I'm a professor at the Academy of Magic. How did this happen? A magic engineering locomotive that spurted out white steam arrived at the station. Click. Choo-choo. The sound of compressed steam spewing resounded out refreshingly as irons were interlocked to each other. The passengers who were waiting at the station got on the train one by one, and while watching the scene, I took a deep breath before boarding the train. My body even felt refreshed due to the clear air that permeated my lungs. The sky was clear without a single trace of clouds, and even a pleasant freshness could be felt in the cold air of the winter season that had just ended. There was not much time left until the departure of the magic engineering locomotive, which was heading to the Exilian Empire. I raised my hand and brushed my face lightly. I felt a peculiar foreign sensation through my gloved hands. The face camouflage mask definitely sticks well. It was inevitable, because I had to hide my identity. I got on the train with a natural step in order not to arouse suspicion from other people. "Let me check your ticket," the conductor spoke to me as I got on the train. I took the ticket out of the frock coat's pocket that I wore and handed it over to him. Confirmed. Mr. Gerard. Have a nice trip. After receiving a formal greeting from the conductor, I replied with a slight nod. When I checked the ticket I took back from him, room 403 was written on it. In other words, it was the third cabin of the fourth compartment. The corridor was narrow enough for only one person to walk around, but it was long, and the doors lined up at a large gap on one side. The magic engineering train I had just boarded wasn't called a luxury train for no reason, thus all the seats were divided into each room in the long hallway. Room 401. Room 402. Room 403. Here it is. I checked the plaque before I opened the door and went inside. The moment I opened the door, I smelled the strong scent of old trees. The inside wasn't that fancy, but it had everything that was essential. A comfortable-looking seat that was divided from left to right and storage space for luggage, along with a signal bell that was installed to call the clerk if I needed anything. This isn't bad. I hadn't packed heavy luggage in my bag, so I only moved forward and sat down lightly on my seat. The seat was soft, maybe because it was a luxurious train. Looking out of the window, the vast scenery of the northern mountain range was engraved in my sight. The tops of the sharply towering mountain range were covered with white snow, making them look like giants that were wearing white cone hats. The train would soon squeeze through the cracks of that mountain range. Now that I've come this far, can I be relieved? My name is Gerard. I was once an ordinary person living in South Korea. Of course, that was my past life, and I had died in a mysterious car accident. The place where I woke up after I died like that was the world I am in right now. A mysterious world where magic and science coexisted, completely different from Earth. I was enjoying my new second life here. I'm on the train to the Empire, so I'll rest until I get there. The Exilian Empire. It was known to be the largest and most powerful nation on the continent. It was the birthplace of magic engineering, where magic and machines coexisted equally, and it was the place where wizards and magic towers existed. I was heading to that empire on the train. Is the big city of Lethelk the transit station in the middle of the trip? I checked the contents of the information pamphlet next to my seat after I pulled it out. The scheduled final destination of the magic engineering train, which was just departing, was the capital of the empire. However, there was no way that there would be a train heading to the capital of a country directly from the border of another country. It was the same even for the first-class magic engineering train, which only the qualified and rich people could ride. Naturally, there were two transit stations in the middle of the trip. Lethelk was the first one, and it could be seen as a city that was more famous than the capital in some ways. Because it was the place where Magic Academy, the dream of all aspiring wizards, existed. Is it an academy? What an amazing world. It had been decades since I had started living my second life, but there were still many things that I couldn't adapt to. The sense of separation from my past life must have been great. But the academy wasn't a place that had anything to do with me anyway, I didn't have to worry about it. Bump. While I was immersed in such thoughts, the train vibrated slightly once. Are they going to depart slowly? Woo woo woo. As I expected, the train honked to announce its departure. Within a minute at the earliest, the train would run through the vast northern mountains. Am I going to be alone in this room? It'd be nice, since it's comfortable. While I was immersed in such foolish thoughts, the door of room 403 opened with a rattle as if it had been waiting for that moment. It wasn't the clerk. A well-dressed man in his mid-20s came inside. He was handsomely tall, and he wore a brown frock coat with a design similar to mine. There was no way a train clerk would wear such clothes, so it meant he was the guest who would use the same room as me. Speak of the devil. I didn't know there was another passenger. I was wrong in thinking that I could have a comfortable trip without feeling some sort of constraint. When I was sighing inwardly like that, the other person looked at me and greeted me. Hello. He greeted me first, so I nodded my head slightly and accepted his greeting. I didn't want to exchange words for a long time, so I responded to him as if I had a silent personality. He didn't care much about my behavior and sat in the seat across from me. Woo woo woo, dash. The train started to depart with a loud horn. At first, the magic engineering locomotive rattled and shook, but the shaking disappeared as soon as the speed increased. The tickets weren't pricey for no reason. Just as the high price was beyond an ordinary person's purchasing ability, the level of speed and convenience were different compared to ordinary steam locomotives. The scenery outside the transparent window quickly flashed past me. The snow piled high, and the needle-leaf trees stood firmly in the snow. The white snow mountain that covered all of it was so beautiful that it naturally drew my attention. However, after I kept watching it for 10 to 20 minutes, I got tired of it because it was getting boring. I took out the newspaper that was stuck together next to the pamphlet and opened it. There were no laptops or smartphones in this world, so the only things that I could use to kill time were books and newspapers. The Civil War in the Kingdom of Utah is over. The Princess's faction won. Such an article was showcased prominently on the front page of the newspaper. Until recently, a civil war had been ongoing, and it was the Kingdom of Utah that had recruited a large number of mercenaries from all over the country. And it was also the country where the train station from which the magic engineering train departed from was located. A black and white photograph was embedded between articles printed in black letter fonts. It was a picture of the princess's faction that had announced their victory in the war. So the civil war in the Kingdom of Utah is over. A voice was heard beyond the newspaper. I lowered the newspaper that was covering my face slightly and stared at the man across from my seat. If he asked me directly like that, I couldn't just ignore it, so I opened my mouth. Yeah. I was wondering when it would end. I'm glad it ended faster than I thought it would. It wasn't long ago that the prince's faction gathered a large number of mercenaries and military strength from all over the country, yet they still lost. I'm glad it ended early. But it's not like there wasn't any damage at all. Really? Oh, I'm late to introduce myself. I'm Ludger Kellecy. Ludger Kellecy. Since he has a surname, is he a nobleman? However, he showed no arrogance or rudeness particular to the aristocracy. My name is Gerard. I do not have a surname. I didn't have a surname. In other words, I had revealed that I was a commoner. Oh. You don't have to be too uncomfortable. I'm from a fallen aristocrat family. Oh, I see. Him being a fallen aristocrat made sense. They were aristocrats, but not actual aristocrats. Where are you going, Mr. Gerard? I'm heading to Line de Bruno, the capital of the empire. I've got business there. Well, if someone as good as you has business there, it would certainly be something great, right? I smirked and shook my head at the joke that Mr. Ludger had told me. It's not work-related, it's just a visit for some sightseeing. Sightseeing, you said. That's good, too. I've only heard it, but the Exilian Empire has developed a lot of magical technology, so there's a lot to see. Then where are you going, Mr. Ludger? I'm going to Lethelk. Lethelk is where the academy exists. Do you happen to have business there? Yeah. Well, I'm not bragging, but I'm assigned to be a professor at Soren Academy. Whoa. I was genuinely impressed. The Empire's largest academy of magic, Soren. The place where all kinds of the wonder children that existed on the continent gathered, it was a cultivation ground of the future to carve the jades that would bear the world into jewels. Of course, the students who gathered there only consisted of children with the best talents, and the professors who taught them were those who had been strictly selected accordingly. It meant that the man in front of me was one of them. You seem to be young, but your skill must be outstanding. No. It's just that the public thinks highly of me. Actually, I passed the exam by the skin of my teeth at a critical moment. I've heard that there are enormous people who failed because they still couldn't satisfy the academy with the skin of their teeth. I think you should be proud enough. Thank you for your appraisal of me. Oh, rather than that, about the civil war in the Kingdom of Utah, have you heard of the rumor? What rumor? They said that there was a leading figure in the civil war that led to the victory of the princess's faction. Leading figure, huh? But to my surprise, they said that he was neither a skillful wizard nor a high-ranking knight but a wandering mercenary. A wandering mercenary who had made great contributions to the victory of a nation's civil war. It hadn't been revealed in the newspaper yet, but was it that word of mouth had spread among the people? Mercenary Machiavelli. That's his name. I see, I chimed in at his words in a slightly apathetic tone. You're not that surprised, are you? Haha. I just think it's a false rumor. I had said that I didn't know, but it was actually a lie. I knew the name Mercenary Machiavelli very well. There's no way I couldn't know. Because Machiavelli was the identity I used before Gerard. But why had the man in front of me asked me about Machiavelli's existence? It was also a fake identity that I had been using until not long before then. No way, is he doing it on purpose because he knows? What is his hidden intention? For a moment, I suspected that he was a tracer sent by the princess's faction of the Kingdom of Utah, but I didn't think so. Ludger hadn't taken any other action other than asking me the question. Rather, his eyes and actions showed something closer to pure curiosity. So it's just a mere coincidence? A professor of Soren. Soren Academy was so famous that news regarding it had passed by on word of mouth even to faraway countries. The fact that such a young man was to be Soren's newly appointed professor meant that the person in front of me was a person with great talent. I surely didn't know it at first, but I could gradually feel that something was odd with that guy. But instead of raising my guard, I shook my head inwardly. Let's just say it's a coincidence for now. I couldn't let it show, because I'd feel guilty. I naturally turned to the next page of the newspaper and listened to his words. If there was really someone like that, he would have been in the newspapers. Haha. Well, there are things that aren't easily revealed to the public. That's interesting. Is it okay for you to say that to someone you've just met today? Well, there's no reason why I can't do it, right? And, Mr. Gerard, it's my first time seeing you today, but somehow I feel like we're on the same page. I'm grateful that Soren's reputable professor has a good opinion of such an old man. Ludger didn't seem to be able to take his interest off of me, perhaps because he had a good image that was well liked by others. He couldn't let it pass quietly without a word. Because it had become like that, I decided to respond to him appropriately. Still, having a companion to talk with made me less lonely, so there was nothing bad about it. Mr. Ludger, when you arrive in Soren, will you go to a lesson right away? Not immediately, but I'll have to wait a while. Teaching first year? No. I'm in charge of the second year. Oh, so you teach the second year. Don't newly appointed professors usually handle the new students in the first year? Well, you're more amazing than I thought you'd be. It was only a rumor I had heard, but Soren Magic Academy had an image that was close to a university when judged compared to Earth. It was said that all kinds of buildings were built on a huge expanse of land and that there were already thousands of units only for the employees who lived and worked there. Although it was adjacent to a large city, Soren's scale was literally close to a small city, so there were even some comparisons going around that it was like two cities next to each other. The students of Soren ranged from first year to fifth year. Usually, the higher the year, the smarter the children become, so it would be fundamental to have a competent professor in the senior year and a newly appointed professor in the first year. But I couldn't believe he was going to teach the second year from the start of his appointment. I had thought that he might be quite a great man, but he turned out to be more than that. He wouldn't be able to become a professor in Soren for no reason. The Academy of Witchcraft and Wizardry. This was a world that had achieved an industrial revolution called iron and steam, but if I should pick a different aspect from the Earth, of course, it was the existence of magic. I've only seen it in fantasy novels before. The existence of magic was inseparable from this world, and most definitely, magic was always the exclusive possession of the chosen ones. Because one couldn't use magic if they couldn't handle it. But, unlike in the past, where only aristocrats of noble blood could use it, those days, there was an exponentially growing number of skill supremacies as common people could also learn magic as long as they had the talent. Soren was the place where one could get into the top magic academy with just that skill. I'm curious at this point. What kind of place is it? Usually, when it came to a magic academy, I couldn't help but think of a famous literary work from when I lived on Earth. Students flying around on brooms and using magic with wooden sticks. Perhaps children who came across that kind of magic schools movies and books in their childhood had dreams about it. A magic school. There was nothing as dreamy as that. But there really was such a thing in this world. Students who learned magic and enjoyed their youth. Youth, huh? In my past life, my father had died early, so I couldn't afford to enjoy it. I had studied like crazy with the obligation to support my family, and I was under pressure to succeed. My second life wasn't particularly different from my previous life. No, it was even worse. There was a reason why I had been walking around hiding my identity. I must be wanting something out of nothing if I wished for it now as well. It had been about 27 years since I had been born in this world and lived again. I was no longer on the path of burning youth or whatever you would call it. The Academy of Magic or whatever was just a story from a different world. It was still the same regarding the man called Ludger in front of me, who was closely related to the Academy. I, who lived with a false identity to hide my true identity, and that man, who stood on the shining stage of Soren, were extremely different. But since he had become a Soren professor at a young age, I decided to congratulate him earnestly. 'Cause he's a fallen nobleman. There were still classes of society in this world, and the nobles were definitely the pinnacle of such classes in society. However, those who were in such a place and fell to the abyss existed. Whether it was because of their rebellion against the state, or they got on the wrong side of those with higher statuses, or they were in huge debts. Anyway, those nobles had fallen to the abyss for various reasons. Fallen aristocrat. Considering that fallen aristocrats were more despised by their fellow aristocrats than by the commoners, the man named Ludger in front of me must have made a really bloody effort until he became a professor at Soren. While I was immersed in such thoughts, I felt something strange outside. What is it? I had no choice but to be filled with strange anxiety as I threw a slight glance out of the window. The atmosphere was strange. The air was heavy, to be exact. It was as if something was going to happen. What's wrong? Ludger asked, seeming to feel something odd with my response. I didn't answer, and I had my 5 senses on edge. Something was coming. Is something? It was the moment Ludger was about to open his mouth. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A powerful jolt along with a huge explosion shook the magic engineering train violently. The train's cabin shook, and the train that was running on the railroad swung to the side. I held the chair's handle firmly in order to balance my body. What is this? Did the engine burst? Ludger muttered so, but I shook my head as I didn't know. The engine didn't seem to have burst. There was no way the whole train would shake because of one engine going out. In addition, when it came to safety, there was no way that the engine of an exclusive magic engineering locomotive would explode by itself. There must have been something. A reason why that explosion had been inevitable. It seemed that my uneasy imagination wasn't wrong, as something began to run busily, thumping loudly on the ceiling of the train. At the same time, a loud noise was heard from the leading compartment. The sound of something breaking and of people screaming. I realized exactly what had happened. It's a raid. A raid? On this train? Most of the passengers on this magic engineering train are wealthy merchants and aristocrats. The robbers in the northern mountains must have done this while aiming for them. Most of the passengers on that expensive magic engineering locomotive were rich people. Obviously, there were many people who were after their money and valuables, and raids by the robbers who were targeting those trains occasionally took place. Even so, I can't believe they're doing this on the train that's heading from the border to the Empire. Those bastards who attacked right then were pretty much not in their right mind either. They were so daring that they even became extremely reckless. The explosion that shook the train a little while ago. I don't think it's from a normal force. I narrowed my eyes, because I had something that I had speculated. Is it magic? There was a wizard among the raiders. If a wizard was involved, such a bold move was feasible. If they quickly robbed and escaped with the help of a wizard, they could hide safely in the steep northern Arret Mountains. It would have been hard to chase them. If that something was what they were planning, they were definitely not ordinary robbers. If they had a wizard with such firepower and attacked a train with aristocrats on board, those bold guys could never be ordinary people in the first place. Since magic existed in this world, there were also some people who did bad things with magic. Mr. Ludger, I think you should hide or avoid the attack for now. Ludger nodded as he listened to my words. Ludger picked up his luggage. Did he try to take his bag in that situation? There must have been something important inside it. I stood up, because I also wasn't in a position to worry about others. The first one to take the lead was Ludger. I'll stand in front of you, just in case. Yes. For the moment, my identity was as a commoner in his 40s who had a lot of money. That guy who became an academy professor in his mid-20s would fight better. Ludger took out a small wooden wand in his right hand and raised his guard. The two of us opened the room's door and examined the movement in the corridor of compartment 4. There wasn't anyone in sight yet. The passengers seemed to be waiting quietly in their rooms for the moment. It's the wrong choice. It was said that the cabins themselves were protected by magic, but the robbers who attacked were not ordinary people either. In that situation, sitting still in the cabin was like sticking out your own neck to be slaughtered. In times like that, the best plan was to stay as far away from those robbers as possible. But there's no way the robbers who penetrated compartment 3 haven't entered here yet. I thought that they'd scatter right away and then extort money and valuables from the passengers, but was I wrong? Or maybe they were after the first compartment, in front of ours. The first compartment was the first-class seating where the nobles stayed. It was a VIP room that was strictly protected, in other words, it was the golden egg that had the most money. It's a relief. We just needed to step back while they were drawn to the first compartment. Of course, rescue signals were installed in that kind of magic engineering train to prepare for an unexpected attack and in case of an emergency. The backup force would probably be running in the early hours. I just had to hang in there until they arrived. Crash! At that moment, a man broke into the hallway window. As he was fluttering the snow from his shoulders, which he had not brushed off yet, he raised his head and stared at us after he sensed our presence. His eyes were severely bloodshot. His first impression is brutal. Is he high on drugs? His appearance, which was suffused with hatred and anger, seemed to be completely different from a robber's. In that cold weather, I wondered if he was going all out after waiting for the train. Arg! But before I could reveal that mystery, he yelled at us when he found us first. At the same time, Ludger revealed his magic. It was a sorcery in which thread-like strands of magic power were carved in the air in front of the wand. The sorcery that seemed to carve a three-dimensional picture in the air soon combined into a single spell. ZZZT. A flash of light penetrated the intruder's chest when it seemed that a blue lightning bolt had formed. Arg! The robber, who was rushing toward our side, fell flat onto the floor stomach first and shook his body. Did you kill him? I asked while looking at Ludger. No, I just incapacitated him, Ludger replied before slowly approaching the fallen robber with a cautious face. He continued to aim his wand at the body. Wait, Mr. Ludger. It's dangerous. It's all right. I'm just going to interrogate him a little bit about his purpose for attacking the train. No, I mean. I tried to say something more, but Ludger moved without listening. He turned the fallen robber's body upward with his foot. Tell me. Why did you attack this train? Erg. Huh. Haha. Did you just laugh in this situation? We need to kill everyone. What lay in that stammering voice was a frigid madness that was enough to make anyone's skin shudder. The robber laughed as his body convulsed and he bled from his nose. At the same time, his tightly wrapped coat fell open, revealing an object hidden inside. It was a huge bomb. With his eyes wide open as he saw that, before Ludger could unleash a spell. The robber pressed the detonator that he had prepared in advance and held in his hand. Boom! A huge explosion swept through compartment 4. The foggy dust caused by the explosion subsided. Erg. Shah. Crouching down, I woke up while shaking off the broken debris that covered my body. Fortunately, there were no injuries to my body. Even the broken debris couldn't pierce the coat I had been wearing. It's a good thing I wore a sturdy one, just in case. The corridor and the wall of the compartment, which had been fine not long before, were completely blown away. The chilly wind that was running on the snowfield blew through the gap and scratched my face like a blade. I thought it was a normal robbery. I couldn't believe he had detonated a bomb that was wrapped around his body in a situation where he was electrocuted by electricity magic. That was something that would never be seen from a train robber. It was more severe than a robbery, and they were closer to fanatics, if I may say so. The mindset of dying together even though he knew he was going to die. Are they the rebel remnants of the prince's faction who fled the kingdom of Utah? No, they're busy hiding right now. These bastards are different. As I was sweeping my face with my hands in frustration, I sighed, feeling my loose skin. No wonder the cold wind was cutting into my face. It's expensive, though. What a shame. Ryip. I took off the camouflage mask that I had been wearing on my face. I didn't need to keep using it since it was already torn due to the shock of the explosion and the grazing of the debris. Since I couldn't keep the face of a man in his 40s with wrinkles and whiskers anymore, I threw the camouflage mask out of the train. I thought the train was going to be a little safe, but I didn't expect an unpredictable incident to happen. Come to think of it, where is he? Ludger, who had said he was going to be a professor at Soren Academy, could not be seen. Soon after, I realized something. When the explosion had happened, he couldn't react and was likely swept away. The desolated wall was half blown away and broken. There was no trace of Ludger. When I slightly stuck my head out and looked down, I saw a steep cliff. Deep down the cliff, there was a raging blizzard and foggy snow clouds that buried its base. He must be dead. Anyone who thought that he was a mere robber would be bewildered when the robber blew himself up with a bomb. If he had known beforehand, he could have prepared a spell, but unexpected situations always happened. What a pity for him. To think he had died on the day he was appointed as a professor for the famous Soren Academy. I prayed for the repose of Ludger's soul, with a small, silent prayer. It's not time for me to be relaxed either. Since I knew that they were no ordinary robbers, my alert level was several stages higher than before. If they were all going to blow themselves up when their plans went awry, no matter how strongly that magic engineering train was protected by various spells, it might derail. That could be their real aim, seeing that kind of extreme act happen. Let's run away. After making that decision, I headed to the compartment behind that one. Srock. When the door from compartment 4 to compartment 5 opened, a conductor with his face full of tension appeared. "Oh, sir, are you all right? What on earth is hap?" He was slightly bewildered and stuttered at the sight of me standing alone in the corridor and at the bulkhead that had flown away. "There's a robber attack, they're armed with dangerous explosives." I was almost swept away by it, I replied calmly. I see. I think they're focused on compartment number 1, so we'd better step back." "Oh." I was actually about to evacuate the other passengers to the back. "That's a relief." I approached the conductor with a relieved face. And as soon as I narrowed down the distance so I could reach him by stretching my arm, I grabbed the conductor's collar and threw him down to the ground. "Bomb. Arg. Why are you doing this? Did you think that kind of petty acting would work in front of me?" Pardon?" The conductor looked up at me with a confused face. If it were someone else, they would have erased their doubts by looking at his extremely victimized expression, but I was not convinced. I thought something was odd. I refused to believe that it's so easy to break through the magic engineering train, which is protected by strong defensive magic and magical stones attached to it. And right when it was running fast through the rugged Arete Mountain, raiders appeared as if they had been waiting. What? It's practically impossible without someone working from inside the train assisting. Unless someone turned off the magic that should have been operating. At that moment, the conductor's face changed in an instant. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. He moved his hand and tried to pull something out, but I already knew and had prepared for it. I thrust a sharp knife under his chin. "Stay still." "Ugh. You're quick to move." "As expected, this is not an ordinary robbery. Tell me, where do you guys come from? Or keep your mouth shut." "Well, that's up to you." I wasn't really curious about it anyway. I lifted that man up with a knife around his neck. If my prediction was correct, something might have happened in the compartment that he had come from, compartment 5. "Move." With a knife held in my right hand on his neck, I overpowered him by bending both his arms back with my left hand and then kicked his feet. Erg. He clenched his teeth and refused to budge, but when I twisted his arm a little more, he immediately moved. He should have done it from the start. "How many colleagues do you have here?" "So you won't say it? Then I'll have to make you talk." At that moment, something was heard from compartment number 5, where he had come from. It was a small sound that could almost not be heard from compartment number 4, where a blast of cold wind blew from outside the train from its missing bulkhead. My extremely alert ears caught the sound properly. Click. It was something I had heard so often that I recognized the familiar sound immediately, metals colliding with each other. It was the sound of a rifle hammer being pulled. Knowing so, I threw the conductor forward and fell flat on my stomach right away. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a. Immediately above my head, a barrage of countless bullets penetrated the door and passed through. The conductor I had just pushed fell as he was honeycombed with bullet holes without being able to react. Debris and dust were scattered. I covered my head with my hand and glared at the door. The bullets showed no signs of stopping soon. Is it a machine gun? They've prepared very well. Then they had no choice but to take that action as well. When I was thinking about it, they stopped shooting, thinking it was enough. He shot his colleague mercilessly even though his colleague was crossing the compartment. They didn't even let him send any signals. It meant that the conductor, who had already become a whole-filled rag, had told them in advance. If they don't hear from him for a while, he must have been caught, so shoot him relentlessly. The suicide bomb terrorists were like that as well. I'm sure they're crazy. Why did this happen when I got on this train? I got up from my position while sighing at my unfortunate life. After shaking off the powder and dust on my body, I glared at the door again. Soon after, the door was smashed, and 3 bulky men rushed into the corridor. What? There's still someone alive. We shot that much, and he didn't die? Who are you to talk about dying or not as you please? I uttered in an irritated voice while looking at them talking amongst themselves. They exchanged glances and soon began to approach me in a ferocious manner. The corridor was narrow enough for only one person, so if I had to go against them, I had to deal with one person at a time. It was obvious that they looked much rougher and heavier than I was. I didn't want to fight if I could avoid it. I refused to have a clash in a pointless place. But if I surrender now, they won't accept it. Looking at the people who approached me with the determination to kill me, no matter what I tried to do to appease them, they wouldn't buy it. They had not the slightest bit of intention to let me live. I want to ask you one thing. My unfriendly tone made them raise their eyebrows in offense, but I had no choice. It was just my nature. What? Are you going to cry for your life now? No way. How dare you attack this train? Aren't you afraid to die? The rescue team will be here soon, right? Huh. I wondered what it was, so it was just lame intimidation? The guy at the forefront snorted at my warning and drew a sword that suited his size. I had asked him seriously, but he seemed not to think my question was worth answering. I'll cut you in half with a single slash. The big man slowly approached me, and I slowly backed away. However, the partially destroyed train's cabin had a limit, and naturally, my steps had to stop. If I tried to step back any further, I would fall outside the broken train. Hee hee. There's no place for you to run anymore. I see. If I jumped out of the train from there, I would end up like Ludger. However, my front was blocked by his large body, so I had to pass through them to go forward. I'm busy, so I'll finish you as soon as possible. It was when he was about to spring out at me while spouting such words. I invoked the spell I had prepared in advance. Boom. The sound of an explosion spread through the air as the man who was about to swing his sword at me bounced back like a cannonball. Thump, bam. Those who were standing absent-mindedly behind him could not react and bounced off each other before rolling on the floor. Uerg. What? A wizard? It was quite powerful magic power, but there was no sign of much distress as they were pretty strong. No. They were wearing something inside their clothes, to be exact. Was it like a protective suit? Then I should just give a stronger blow. I carved a sorcery while releasing the mana I had gathered. The 3-dimensional pattern that was drawn in the air soon turned into a spell, and in an instant, it became a big wind and lifted the men who were about to stand up into the air. They must have been confused, because it felt like an invisible giant hand was clutching them. Oh, ooh. Let go of this. Put me down. I'll put you down, just as you asked. I used the wind to move them by myself. To the outside of the wide-open train. Save me, please. I beg you. They shouted desperately, but I didn't say yes or that I would spare them. They were the bastards who attacked that train with the intention of killing everyone. They would stab me in the back if I showed them any mercy. As I threw them out of the train, their screams echoed and slowly faded into the distance. Tisk. Having gotten rid of the attacker, I pulled a hair tie out of my pocket while arranging my hair, which had become quite messy. Because I didn't pay much attention to beauty treatments, my hair had become quite long, and if I didn't arrange it in time, it would be quite cumbersome. I tied my flowing hair together around the back of my neck. It's better now. While I was thinking of running away again, the door of compartment number 3 opened and new people appeared. Once I got rid of one group, others kept appearing. There seemed to be no end to it. That was why I wanted to leave quickly. What the? The men who came from the 3rd compartment saw me standing alone inside the half-destroyed 4th compartment, and my face hardened coldly. Kill him. Someone who seemed to be their captain was furious as he gave the order. At the same time, the guys who were waiting pointed their rifles at me. Looking at it, I desperately held back my sigh. Yeah. What can I do? Now that I've come this far, I should see the end of it. Shoot. The captain gave the order and his subordinates pulled the trigger. But the bullets didn't come out. Clack. Clack. Oh, ooh. What are you doing? The guns are broken. What? While everyone was talking, I prepared the next spell. If they were together like that, it was easy to get rid of them from where I was standing. But there was one thing that I had looked over. There was also a wizard among them. Shoo. The spell that I casted was cancelled midair. The wizard stared at me with a wary eye as he pointed his wand at me. I didn't know there was a wizard among the train passengers. Whatever, since it's like this, you should die with them as well. What was with his words? He had been resolved to kill me from the start. I figured those guys were terrorists and that whatever I said there wouldn't work. I took my watch out of my pocket and checked the time. 10 minutes had yet to pass since they started to attack. Is there still a little bit of time left? The scenery passing by outside was still cold and bleak. When I had seen it through the window, I had thought it was beautiful, but because the bulkhead wall in between disappeared, it had become quite scary. There was still some time before the train left Arret Mountain. It would be hard for the supporting troops to come right away. I have no choice. When I thought about the train's location and the time that had passed, I had at least 5 minutes left. But to hang in there. Get out of the way. It's a disturbance. The wizards lined up while pushing the others who were blocking the entrance. They stared at the man who stood alone in compartment number 4 with a slightly strained look. He wore a black frock coat with golden embroidery thread over a neatly fitted suit. He had long black hair tied tightly around the back of his neck. He even had sharp eyes that felt colder than the chilly wind raging outside. Everything from his appearance to the energy that he radiated was unusual. In fact, their compatriots who had stormed from the rear of the train had been sent to the hereafter by his hands. Who the hell is this guy? The terrorist who led the train raid frowned at the man in front of him. He didn't think there would be a wizard like that on the train. Was it too late to find out who he was before they fought? No, I don't care what happened. We have 5 wizards here. They had recruited high-quality manpower knowledgeable in magic. Even if there were internal security personnel, they could be swept away with an overwhelming force. He didn't expect that there would be a wizard, but there was only one opponent. Even if he was outstanding, he would not be able to counterattack anymore since their side had 5 wizards. In addition, Mayhem, who could be called the leader among the wizards there, was a 4th-rank wizard. He'll never be able to counter unless he is a well-known wizard with at least 5 ranks. There were only a few wizards on the whole continent who were as capable as that. In particular, if he had achieved the 5th rank or higher at such a young age, rumors would have already spread. Then the highest rank he could be was 4. That was precisely equivalent to Mayhem. Perhaps the man in front of him knew it, so he didn't use magic willingly. There are 5 wizards. Of course. It's surprisingly quick for you to concede. But it's still too late. Then I have no choice but to change my way of fighting a little bit. The man said so, then soon threw himself out of the wrecked train while the hem of his frock coat fluttered. Oh? Did he just jump? Did he choose suicide because he knows he can't win? The terrorists were confused. One of the wizards stuck his head out over the broken bulkhead just in case, but nothing was seen under the distant cliff. I think he fell down and died. I thought he'd do something, but he was just a coward. The moment everyone was about to come to such a conclusion. Whoosh! A flash pierced through the head of the wizard who was sticking out his head. The unbalanced body tilted forward and fell outside the train. What? Hansen is dead. Dead? Why? More than that, where did that flash come from? While everyone was confused, Mayhem, the leader of the wizards, frowned and looked up. On the roof. He's on the roof. On the train's roof? But didn't he jump outside a while ago? Did he use some flying magic? Is it possible to catch up with the running train and get on its roof with flying magic? Shut up and go after him. What a shame. I was going to take down another one after they let their guard down. There was a chaotic noise coming from below. Because they had found out I was alive, they were going to attempt to kill me with all their might. I had pretended to jump off the train, hung onto the wall, climbed up, and prepared to catch them off guard. I couldn't help but be satisfied by taking down one of the 5 wizards. Hurry and go up. Kill him. A voice rang in between both compartments, and soon they began to climb up the roof one by one, through the ladder. But it wouldn't be that easy. I waited and fired a tangible magic power at them as they appeared, and then I turned my back before running toward the rear compartment. Those who were about to climb up had no choice but to go back down due to the attack that flashed across their heads because a roof without shelter made them the target if they climbed it. Thump 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 thump. As I ran with loud footsteps on purpose, the guys who were standing by in the compartment also heard the sound and chased me. To the back. He's heading back into the rear compartment. Chase him. It was so easy to get them to follow. It seemed that getting rid of that one wizard had made a quite big impact. Did it mean that even if each of them committed suicide and blew themselves up, it wouldn't be acceptable for their colleague to die at the hands of others? What a contradictory mindset. I'm the one who's more thankful if you come out so willingly like this. The more you do that, the easier it is for me to deal with all of you. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The terrorists were split in half to catch the wizard who had fled to the rear of the train. Since their opponent was a wizard, it would be a hindrance if he wasn't fought by fellow wizards. Except for a few people who would assist the wizards, the rest of them decided to aim for the first class of compartment number 1 that had yet to be pierced. The wizard troops were heading to the rear as they were separated into 2 groups from compartment number 4. Damn it. Where is he? What about our compatriots up there? Why aren't they saying anything? Anyway, let's go to the back. As soon as he led the group and hurriedly opened the door. Boom. The door exploded, and a bright red flame engulfed the terrorists. In an instant, the 5 people turned into black charcoal and collapsed on the ground. The magical flame was extinguished like a candle after fulfilling its role faithfully. You wretch. I can't believe he set up a trap in front of the door. Mayhem, the wizard's leader, looked at the bodies of his dead compatriots and became silent. In that short time, he installed a spell trap in front of the door? The man's swiftness was astonishing, but what made Mayhem even tenser was the decisive action that he saw. Usually, the aristocratic wizards he knew were extremely reluctant to move their bodies because they had been weakened due to arrogance since their birth. Whenever they used magic, they spread out their spells as if they were showing it off and others stood from their seats. But the man he was chasing wasn't like that. When his situation seemed to be disadvantageous, he immediately ran away and then lowered the opponent's guard and made a surprise attack. That can't be the way a normal wizard fights. He was extremely practical and thorough. Isn't that kind of move more similar to a mercenary or a hunter than a wizard? What the hell is he? At first, Mayhem had thought he was just a wizard who had killed his compatriots. After all, most people on the train were aristocrats or wealthy merchants. They were all the ones who sucked the blood and sweat of poor commoners and stood on top of them. It should have been easy enough for them to kill one person. But he's different. What the hell is his true identity? Mayhem, who was getting concerned, opened his mouth with a heavier expression. Everyone, be careful. From now on, we take the lead. We don't know what kind of traps he might have installed, so move as carefully as you can. Yes. Led by Mayhem, the wizards took the lead in checking if there were any traps installed in the corridors or walls. As a result, they spent a considerable amount of time whenever they crossed the train's compartments. Don't be impatient. He can't get away from the rear of the train anyway. After all, he was like a rat in a trap. For the moment, it was obvious that he had fled to the rear compartment. Mayhem, the wizard's leader, walked slowly before he suddenly stopped. He felt an indescribable sense of weariness. He quickly realized why he suddenly felt so restless. Clang. Creak. There was a loud noise from the rear of the train. The slow-moving terrorists instinctively realized something was wrong when they heard the sound. Damn. The train separated, and he ran away. His rising anger had made him too late to realize. In the first place, his opponent didn't have to fight them, all he had to do was drag for time and run away. He had purposely set a trap to raise their alert and buy time. He was trying to escape safely by moving quickly to the last compartment. Chase him. Don't let him escape. They dropped their caution, they had no other intention than to chase and kill the wizard who had installed the traps and run away. They rushed throughout the train and soon arrived in the last compartment, number 12. As soon as they opened the door, all they saw was the snowy mountain range and railroad, not the view of compartment number 12, which was supposed to be there. Mayhem clenched his teeth. I made a mistake. I kept reminding myself that he didn't have to fight us. I overlooked an important fact because I was angry. Who would have expected that the opponent would run away with such determination? Damn it, did we lose him? That brat. I've remembered his appearance. We'll definitely find him and kill him. When everyone was staring outside with their teeth clenched like that, Mayhem felt a powerful wave of mana from behind and got goosebumps all over his body. What is this? He turned his head in a hurry and looked at his back. And what he saw was definitely the man who should have disappeared along with the separated compartment 12. Why is he here? But it wasn't the man's existence that mattered the most. The most important thing for him to pay attention to was the spell that was completed in front of him, almost on the verge of being activated. It was a very ferocious and dangerous kind of elemental magic. Everyone, dodge! Mayhem shouted as he boosted as much mana as he could. With insufficient time to dodge, he raised his defenses as much as possible to create the strongest possible barrier of mana. Whirr! Shortly afterwards, a huge spell engulfed the entirety of compartment 11, sweeping the interior like a storm. It was a dazzlingly white flame. The flames had the same color as the blizzard that softly swirled outside. It swept away all the terrorists who had not yet been able to evacuate or respond. Is it over? I murmured as I watched the flame spell gradually disappear. They had been focused on thinking that I had run away with compartment 12. I'm sure they were. If I dug a trap, stalled for time, and disconnected the compartment in the meantime, anyone would think so. But it was also a trap. At first, I had run away, pretending to stall by making a surprise attack. My escape was also nothing more than a trick to deceive them in the end. It was also helpful that they were properly angry. Thanks to that, I had been able to control their movements and gather them in one place for an ambush. It looks like there are still some bastards left in the lead compartment, but I've dealt with all the wizards, so it doesn't matter. I was thinking so, but something rose from the rubble. So you've managed to survive. You damned. It was the wizard's leader who got up. At the last moment, he had saved his life by spreading a barrier and holding on behind it. But that was all. His physical condition was horrible enough, so he was only just clinging to life. He had blocked the attack, but maybe he couldn't completely block all of it, so his face was half melted, and his whole body was burned. Even one of his arms was missing. Even just breathing seemed painful to him, so I decided to leave him alone because I thought he wouldn't be able to endure it for long anyway. Why on earth did you kill them? Don't you feel sorry for our fellow compatriots who work for the world? What? I was wondering what he was talking about, so I thought it was a new kind of bullshit. When I closed my mouth in confusion, he glared at me with an angry stare. Don't you feel sorry for the people who died by your hands? I originally thought you were crazy, but you're even crazier than I thought. What did you say? You're the ones who raided the train and killed all the passengers, so what are you talking about? That was why I was dumbfounded. Those guys had attacked the train and killed any passenger they had seen. He was treating me like a bad guy because his colleagues were dead, so I was honestly just annoyed. They were already cheap, so they deserved to die. Wasn't it you who tried to kill me in the first place? We already decided to kill each other, so why are you talking about what's wrong with me now? That's... If they couldn't kill me, they should die. You. Who the hell are you? He gave up his argument and asked me about my identity. But I couldn't answer that. Because beyond him, I saw countless shadows flying toward us from the outside. Clong. A white flash of light sparkled through the widely opened back door and split the wizard in half. Thud. A solid line was drawn from the top of his head to his groin, and as soon as the white shadow jumped over the wizard and landed on the ground, his body split apart and collapsed to both sides. Blood did not flow out of the body because the separated sides were frozen with white ice. Beyond the fallen body was the image of a female warrior with a waving white cape. Are you all right? When the woman looked back at me and asked me in a concerned tone, I answered with a nod. The pattern on her shoulder plate was the shape of a pure white eagle. It was a sign of the Frontier Night Guards, who were in charge of protecting the Empire. I hope you can feel at ease now. The Frontier Guards have arrived. I had clearly seen it. The sight of knights in white armor running through the snowfield and jumping onto the train one by one. It was a movement beyond a human being's capability. They were strong enough to catch up with running horses using their two legs and could break rocks with their strength. That's a knight for you. They were the knights in charge of the steepest parts of the Exilian Empire. Yeah. It's the frontier guards of the Empire. Everyone, run away. Help me. Terrorist screams rang out everywhere. If the frontier guards, which consisted of elite members, stepped up, the results were obvious without even seeing the conclusion. It took less than a minute to end after the frontier guards stepped up. That's how the train raid ended. Is it over? Knights of the Cold Steel under the frontier guards. The name alone sounded like nothing, but each individual was a considerably competent knight, as it was made up of people operating in the rugged and cold Arret mountain range. I went back to cabin number 403, still looking fine. I plopped down on the seat I had sat on before the raid. The inside of the train was filled with gashes and soot everywhere as if to prove the fierce fight it had gone through. It had become like that because a defensive magic circle was engraved on it, but if it had been an ordinary train, it would have already derailed and fallen below that cliff. The robbers have all been suppressed, so please feel at ease, everyone. The train will arrive soon, so please wait a little longer. The knights were seen walking around the inside of the train to calm the survivors. In fact, even if they were survivors, they were all those who were in the first-class cabin, protected in the safest place. It was hard to find survivors in other cabins. No, it was more accurate to say that everyone else had been annihilated. It was a pity, even considering the small number of people on the train. But I'm glad we got rid of all the terrorists. The knights had killed all those bastards who had attacked the train. It was a very futile result after bringing a large number of wizards. I'm the one who killed the wizards. It was not the time for me to worry about it. The train was arriving at its destination soon. As we passed through the mountain range full of white snow, fresh plants and trees began to be seen here and there. The sheer ice mountain range disappeared and it was replaced with a wide plain. And beyond the horizon, I could see Lethelk, one of the metropolitan cities in the Exilian Empire. It's big. Even though it was still far away, the majesty of the city was so magnificent that anyone could see it at a glance. Tower-like buildings soared high into the sky, factory chimneys spewed out endless white smoke, and big flying boats paddled among the clouds, colored by the sunlight. On the riverside throughout the city, there were many mechanical boats composed of clockwork and brass, and steamboats came and went quickly in between. It was the result of magical engineering, made possible by combining advanced mechanical engineering with magic. The civilization had achieved an age of technology akin to what was often called steampunk. It's not quite surprising now. Still, the strange feeling created by the culture shock caused by the memory of my past life could not be erased, no matter how hard I tried. I was quite surprised to find that I was born as a baby in this world after dying in an accident in my previous life. That was already 27 years ago. The years had seemed to pass by quickly. This world was a unique world in the age of what was commonly called the Victorian and Belle Epoque eras, with the addition of magic, non-human races, and monsters. It would be better if I had arrived in the world of one of the games that I had used to play, or one of the novels that I liked. This was a different world that didn't even exist in my memory, it had no connection to anything I knew. Are you all right? As I was sitting still in my seat and staring at my approaching destination, someone talked to me. When I turned my head, I noticed the neat black hair at the entrance of the half-destroyed cabin. Was it the night lady who had saved me? She was looking at me with a worried look. You might have been hurt by the terrorists a while ago. I shook my head right away. No, thanks to the help of the knights, I'm fine. I just had a little something to think about. I'm glad to hear that. Her look when she smiled as she stroked her chest with relief was reminiscent of blooming roses. Now that I think of it, she was quite a beauty. She had porcelain skin and white armor without blemishes, and her contrasting black hair further highlighted her strong image. She was a good person with no harsh personality. If she wasn't like that, there was no way she would have come and stayed with me just because she was worried about me. She seemed to have competence, as she had become a member of the Knights of Cold Steel, and since she looked young, that meant she had the talent. I was thinking that she lived in a different world than me. My name is Veronica Deville. What about you? Deville. I'd heard of the name before. It was said that Deville was a prestigious family that produced many famous knights in the Empire. Choo-choo. The moment I wanted to say my name, the train blew its horn to announce its arrival. I naturally closed my mouth, and Veronica turned her head as she looked out the window. Oh, we've finally arrived at Lethelk. The train slowed down and came to a complete stop at the train station. The train station over the window was crowded with people. Apparently, they had come to see the train after hearing that it had been attacked. They looked at the appearance of the partially destroyed train and chatted among themselves. The police stepped up and built walls to keep people away, and reporters were seen trying to reach the gap and get a scoop somehow. Just as expected of a big city, Lethelk was crowded from the beginning. There are a lot of people, right? I think the news has already spread. It doesn't matter. It was none of my business anyway. My sadness was only that the train, which was supposed to be heading to the capital, had to stop at Lethelk due to an unprecedented attack. However, there was no way to get a refund for the ticket I had already paid for, so I had to get off there for the time being. Creak. At that moment, the door opened roughly, and police in uniform rushed in. What's going on all of a sudden? Dear passengers, please wait in your seats and do not leave. We have something to check. What's going on? Veronica asked. Who are you? One of the officers asked her. My name is Veronica of the Knights of Cold Steel. I'd like to ask you what on earth is happening. Oh, so you were a Knight of Cold Steel. It's a pleasure meeting you. I'm Officer Remless from the Lethelk Metropolitan Police Department. Yes, Officer Remless. I'm glad to see you. So what's going on? I heard there was a train raid on the border of the Arret Mountains before the train arrived. Yes, that's right. We took care of all the raiders. Thanks to the hard work of the Knights of Cold Steel, we received reports that all the bandits who attacked the train had been repelled, but there's something unclear about it. Something unclear? The words made me nervous. The situation was flowing strangely. When I thought of it, there was something that had been bothering me. Although there was a wizard among the attackers, a magically protected magic engineering train should not have allowed an attack so easily. Yes, you're right. It's clear that this attack was done by someone not just from the outside, but by someone from the inside as well. It's... Veronica widened her eyes in surprise. But then she nodded and agreed to the policeman's words. Such an assumption did not have any flaw in the first place. I'd actually encountered a guy who had disguised himself as a train employee and those who'd removed the magic protections from the inside. Because of them, the terrorists could easily enter the train, and passengers who were on board died. I don't know if you're already identifying the corpses. I'm just trying to identify the survivors inside because there might be people who were involved with the terrorists. There is no need to worry. We'll send back those who've been identified soon. Ah, I see. Veronica smiled with relief and looked back at me. Her smile was full of relief, but cold sweat was flowing hard behind my back instead. They're going to check my identity? And in a situation where I've taken off my camouflage mask? I touched my face calmly with my fingertips. Yeah, I'm sure it's not covered with a camouflage mask right now. I'm in trouble. I had boarded that train as Gerard, a wealthy merchant in his mid-40s. Obviously, a person named Gerard would be on the passenger list. That was fine, but the problem was with my face. How could anyone believe that my natural face without whiskers or wrinkles belonged to a man in his mid-40s? What should I do? I hadn't participated in the attack, and I was just a passenger that had been unjustly caught in the events, but I couldn't be confident that they'd believe me. Gerard was a fake identity to hide who I really was. A fake identity was a felony in any country. I would be lucky enough if I was just hanged, but if I was believed to have been involved in a suspected terrorist situation like that, it was likely that I'd be severely tortured. I wouldn't be falsifying my identity in the first place if I was a normal person. What should I do? Do I have to run away like this? There's no way running away is possible. There were Knights of Cold Steel on the train, and there were even soldiers from the Empire outside the train in case of any contingency. The moment I tried to escape from there, my neck would fly away without even being able to endure for a minute. Running away was simply the worst choice. However, if I stayed still, they would be able to find out my real identity. I tried hard not to show my anxiety. Meanwhile, the police who brought the passengers list documents handed over the papers. They were trying to check the people on the train one by one. What room were you in? He asked me. Room 403. Here's my ticket. I calmly took the train ticket out of my inner pocket and showed it to the policeman. He flipped through the papers as soon as he found out that the ticket was not fake. Let's see, number 403. Ah. Here it is. 2 passengers stayed in this cabin. Ludger Kelsey, a man in his mid-20s, and Gerard, a man in his 40s. Then he raised his head and looked at me stealthily. It seemed like he was about to ask why I was alone when there were supposed to be 2 of us. What happened to the other one? He was swept away by the explosion that took place during the attack. He fell down the distant cliff in the Aret Mountains. They wouldn't even be able to find his body since he had fallen down the cliff of that horrifying mountain range. My words made the police show a more suspicious expression. I clenched my fist, and I desperately held my poker face. I'll get caught. I'll get caught if it keeps on going like this. But even so, I couldn't think of a proper way to get out of that situation. There were a lot of police and soldiers outside. The police blockade was very strong. Running away? It's impossible in the first place. And the other problem was Veronica, the woman who was flapping her white cape in front of me. She was the woman who had cut the top of the terrorist's head in half just moments before. She had no hesitation in killing people. She was treating me with a smile for the time being, but the moment it turned out that I was shady, she would be the first one to draw her sword. Considering her ability to join the Knights of Cold Steel at a young age, she must have been even more intimidating than the cops outside the train. It was when all kinds of thoughts swirled inside my head. Veronica, who was watching the situation idly, stood by my side. Wait a minute. He's not a suspect in the first place. Pardon? He was fighting against the terrorists before the Knights of Cold Steel arrived. I saw it with my own eyes. He fought them? The policeman mumbled in disbelief and scrutinized the list again. Then he nodded as if he was convinced of something and looked back at me with an expression that changed in an instant. So Ludger Kelsey is alive, and Gerard was swept away by the explosion. Oh? No, wait a minute. What did he just say? The officer's expression, who was checking the list in more detail, was colored with astonishment. Oh? The newly appointed professor at the Soren Academy? What? He's a Soren professor? Are you sure? Veronica opened her eyes wide at Officer Remless's shout. Looking at the reaction of those 2 as though it was a scene in a comedy show, I realized what was happening. It was something unbelievable, but they believed that I was Ludger. It was sudden, but I made a quick decision. I immediately regained my composure and nodded. Yes, that's right. As I replied, I picked up the suitcase that Ludger had dropped before he died. I was glad that I had kept it just in case. I'm Ludger Kelsey. Photography had not yet been popularized in this world. Most photos only existed in black and white, and even then, the quality was not very good, so it was impossible to compare them in detail. When comparing people, it was inevitable that identification was only based on clothes, age, and overall physique. It was no wonder they were mistaken. I'm sorry, Mr. Ludger. I felt sorry for the dead, but that didn't mean I should also die, right? Living people should live. And Ludger's identity was very useful in escaping from that situation. Oh my God, you're the new professor at Soren Academy. As expected, the magic I saw back then. Veronica's tone toward me changed as soon as the name Soren was mentioned. She muttered something to herself, too. I see. Did she see me when I was using magic? Maybe that had earned her trust all the more. Even the officer who had half suspected me when he was interrogating me immediately bowed to me. I'm sorry for the trouble. Please forgive me for being rude because of the situation. That's all right. While saying that, I thought to myself that the name Soren was really great indeed. The only magic academy that existed in the Empire. Even when considering the whole continent, the best academy was Soren. Soren's name was never to be taken for granted, and it was natural to be surprised to hear that I was a professor who taught the students there. I can't believe he's a Soren professor. At such a young age, he's awesome. The other guards and police also whispered among themselves. I decided to be more brazen about it since the situation had turned out like that anyway. At that moment I was becoming Ludger Kelsey. We will accompany you on the way out. It's all right. No, you're the one who's going to nurture the future of the Empire, so how can we just let you go? You wasted your time because of us. It's all right, though? It's because we feel sorry. No, it's uncomfortable for me to move around with all of you. I couldn't shout it out loud, so I agreed with a cold expression. Miss Veronica, I'll be on my way. It was a short meeting, but it was nice to meet you. I sent my farewell to Veronica for the last time before I left. We had only met briefly, but I didn't think it was a bad fate. Maybe she felt the same way, as she smiled and waved at me. Yes, Mr. Ludger. Let's meet again if fate brings us together once more. Well then. I'm sorry, but I don't think we'll see each other again. I was safely guided by the guards through the swarming crowd to the train station's exit. The exit was also crowded with people, perhaps because it was a train station where a lot of people came and went. I opened my mouth when I thought that it was the right time. I've come this far, so it's enough. I'll move on my own from here. I'll feel burdened if you do anything more than this. Oh, yes. Understood. Please be careful on your way. The guard saluted me and disappeared back into the station. As I sent a farewell to them with a light nod, I let out a sigh using all the strength in my shoulders. I had almost gotten into trouble. I was glad that they misunderstood me for a moment, otherwise I would have been caught with a fake identity and accused of being an accomplice in terrorism. But I was sure that it'd be okay now that I had passed the critical situation. Are you Mr. Ludger Kelsey? At that moment, I felt my blood freezing at the voice right behind my back. I had not felt a presence from the voice's owner. When I turned my head slowly and looked behind, an old gentleman in a rather modest posture was looking at me. Yes, that's right. Who are you? I answered smoothly as I was calming my surprised heart. Greetings. My name is Wilford, and I'm an employee of Soren Academy. I'm here to meet Mr. Ludger. To meet me, you said? Yes, I heard that the train was attacked. I came here in a hurry just in case something happened, but I'm glad you look all right. Wilford said so and opened the door to the wagon he had brought along. Now, please get in. I'll accompany you to Soren. I rolled my eyes. Can I say that he got the wrong person here? I didn't know how long that old man named Wilford was there, but since he was convinced that I was Ludger, he must have seen me part ways with the officer. It was practically impossible to say I was not Ludger and refuse his offer there. Most of all, when he first appeared, I couldn't feel any presence. He was a keen elderly man who had come out subtly after hiding well. That man. He was absolutely not a normal employee. Sure. I had no other choice but to get into the wagon. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Veronica, the vice captain of the Knights of Cold Steel, recalled Ludger, who had just left the train. Ludger Kelsey. From the first time she saw him, she thought he was an extraordinary person. Because she had seen it. His appearance when he had swept away the terrorists with a white flame. Other knights might not have been able to see it well because they were far away, but she had certainly seen it with her own eyes, and she had confidence that her eyes were better than her captain's. Even though his opponents were also wizards like him. Ludger had knocked such men down without a single scratch or wound. The man's behavior was so natural, as if it was something obvious. Even when she had brutally killed the terrorist with her own hands, Ludger's face had showed not the slightest bit of change. It wasn't the reaction of a man who was frozen in fear. Ludger, that man had observed the whole situation with a cool head. He wasn't an ordinary person. A simple-looking yet luxurious black frock coat with a neat suit and golden thread embroidered over it. He had a silent impression and a serious look in his eyes. His slightly pulled-back long hair, tied in at the back of his neck. When she had looked at him closely, he was a charming young man with a sharp impression. What stimulated her concerns the most was the vigor that subtly radiated from Ludger. At first I thought he was a royal family member who had hidden his identity. The grace that had flowed subtly from Ludger was similar to what Veronica felt when she was confronted with someone who had a noble status in the imperial family. So when she heard that Ludger was a newly appointed professor at Soren Academy, she was convinced that he could do that. No, rather than that, she even thought that the reputable name of Soren was not enough to be a medal for such a man. No one is surprised that fish swim well and birds fly across the blue sky. It was the same for Ludger to hold a position in Soren. It was so obvious that she was convinced of it right away. Her intense déjà vu became a certainty when she heard the name. Ludger Kelsey. She had heard of him. A young wizard who had recently gained a reputation. He had achieved the 4th rank at the youngest age, submitted 12 theses to the magic tower, and even redefined one of its challenges, the Lancaster formula. In addition, it was said that he had been appointed as an officer in the military, and he had even made a great contribution in a battle by hunting cryptid. He said he's going to be appointed as Soren's professor this time, right? If so, she was curious. It just so happened that her younger sibling attended Soren. If she had a chance later, she should ask her younger sibling. How does he teach his class? My plan to run away as soon as I left the train station was disrupted from the start. I hadn't expected the academy to send someone to pick me up. I thought it was out of line, but it was understandable when it came to Soren Academy. Any professor who was going to the best academy in the empire would have special treatment wherever they went. I'm sure Soren was worried because such a high-level employee was caught up in the terrorist attack. I understood why they would send a person to serve me in a convenient manner. This is a big problem. I looked inside the wagon. There were fluffy red chairs with fancy patterns around them. It was a wagon that I could only think of as luxurious, no matter how I looked at it. Even with how fast it moved, it only shook slightly. The thing pulling the black wagon was a steamy, horse-shaped golem. I was so amazed to see the results of the latest magic engineering, made by a mixture of machine and magic. Most of all, the old gentleman, Wilford, who was driving the wagon, was also quite special. It was because I didn't feel any sense of presence until he had gotten close to me. Besides, he was dressed in neat attire and had a sturdy body that his clothes couldn't conceal. One of the probabilities is that he was once a knight. Knights didn't decline just because they got older. On the contrary, an old knight had to be more vigilant. They had superhuman bodies and years of experience on top of that. It was crazy to run away thoughtlessly in that kind of situation. If I try to leave here with an excuse, he'll obviously be suspicious. I can't sneak away, and even if I succeed in running away, I'd be chased as soon as they received a report. Various other problems were also scattered in my mind. First of all, it was about the identity of Gerard that I had used previously. It was necessary to create a new identity because that fake identity was practically killed and done with, and it was obvious that the process would cost a lot of money and time. What I needed was not a formal route but a criminal underworld. I would also have to gather information in the backstreets of a city I was visiting for the first time and find a place to stay until I created a new identity. Having lost my once existing identity, I was no better than an illegal immigrant. Having no identity was no different from having no civil rights. In other words, no one would recognize me even if I was dragged somewhere and died without anyone knowing. After considering all those possibilities, I decided to give up running away for the moment. I had to save myself first and foremost. Let's not do anything that will make them suspicious for now. First, let's just go to Soren Academy. It wouldn't hurt to think about what to do afterwards from there. Clip-clop. Clip-clop. When the fast-running wagon slowed down, I felt that I had finally arrived at Soren Academy. As if to prove my assumption, the front window of the wagon swung open to the side, then Wilford spoke to me. "Mr. Ludger, we've arrived." Wilford's words made me stare at the view outside the window. The first thing I saw was a magnificent and huge gate, and beyond that was a vast expanse of land. The road where the wagon traveled was neatly and nicely paved, and green trees were evenly planted on the left and right, adding sophisticated beauty. Soren Academy's buildings, which were standing under the dazzling sunlight, shone brightly. That's the main building, that's the villa, that's the park, and that's the auditorium, I think. Apart from the large scale of each building, I couldn't even guess exactly how vast the land was. Isn't this larger than a decently sized city? The guard who was guarding the main gate opened the door immediately and gave me a light bow. As I passed through the main gate, I could see how much magic power existed nearby. How many layers of magic circles were stacking up to the point that their original shape couldn't be seen anymore. Crazy. There wouldn't be a case of a sturdy bastard breaking in through the front door, but if there was, they would become dust and disappear in a second. Clip-clop. Clip-clop. The place where the steel horse that was leading the wagon stopped was a building that existed farther inside from the main building. It was a majestic castle that looked as if it was a tall crown. This is the place. Let's disembark. Wilford stopped me when I tried to grab my luggage. We'll be back anyway, so you don't have to carry your luggage. All right. After getting out of the carriage, I followed Wilford through the fountain and past the beautiful stone statues into the building. The interior was spectacular. The light that was shining from the window spread gently as it was reflected far into the building interior, creating a cozy color and gently warming up the skin. From somewhere unseen, a fragrant smell stimulated my nose, and I could hear sounds of birds chirping. It felt as if I was dreaming. The interior was a sophisticated yet neat design that looked like a piece of beautiful architecture from medieval Europe. If the neighboring city of Lethelk had a steamy steampunk atmosphere, the academy was much more fantasy-oriented. Ha ha ha. Kid, don't do that. As I walked up the stairs following Wilford, the employees and students in academy uniforms passed by me. Every time that happened, I could hear whispers from behind my back. Don't tell me they're gossiping about me because I look like a country bumpkin. I felt bothered for some reason, so I occasionally tidied up my clothes or arranged my hair. Before I knew it, I had arrived in front of a big elevator. I'm going to get on this? This way. I got on the elevator with Wilford. I had thought the building was tall enough when I saw it from the outside, but I was surprised once again to see that it had almost 30 floors. I finally thought that it was really the scale of an empire's academy. When the elevator arrived at its destination, the door opened, and there was a long, red-carpeted corridor with a wooden door at its end. The principal is waiting for you. I'll be staying here. Thank you for your guidance. There's no need to mention it, it's my job. I crossed the corridor and stood in front of the door of the principal's office. As soon as I raised my hand and was about to knock on the door, a drowsy and attractive voice could be heard from the inside. Come on in. I opened the door and went inside. Nice to meet you. The woman who was sitting at the desk with her back to the window greeted me. She was the principal of Soren Academy. Considering that she could only sit there if she was at least a 6th-rank lecturer among the existing 8 ranks, she was unquestionably a first-class wizard. Looking at her appearance, she looked like she was in her mid-20s. Maybe she had been organizing some documents, as she loudly put down the fountain pen that she held in her right hand and stared at me. Her white hair that flowed down like a curtain shone even more brightly with the light from the window behind her back. She had two-tone hair, the outside of her hair was white, and the inside of her hair was a subtle pink. What is it? The moment her golden eyes stared at me, I felt an indescribable feeling. In the depths of my soul, I felt the beauty of her figure. I tried to ignore the strange sensation and spoke in a firm voice. I'm Ludger Kellysi. I'm here because you summoned me. For now, I'm Ludger Kellysi. The outside of her hair was white, the inside of her hair was a light pink color that resembled cherry blossoms. She was a beauty, with peculiar two-toned hair. The principal accepted my greeting with a bright smile. Yes, it's nice to meet you, Mr. Ludger. Moreover, are you feeling all right? I heard you were involved in a terrorist incident. It's nothing much. I was helped by the Knights of Cold Steel at a dangerous moment. Oh my, that's a relief. I was pretty panicked, too. It's been a long time since we've chosen a new teacher, so I was worried that you got hurt. If that happened, we wouldn't be able to save our face, right? Seeing that she openly talked about saving her face, she certainly didn't seem to have an ordinary personality. Well, indeed. Anyone who had climbed up to a high position was bound to be twisted somewhere. Even more so when they were a wizard. My teacher was like that as well. The same went for the woman in front of me. It didn't surprise me much. You're not feeling sick anywhere by any chance, are you? Looking at the principal staring at me with a subtle smile, I wondered if she had noticed something odd about me. Come to think of it, has the principal met Ludger before? Then wouldn't she notice that he changed? Her voice dragged me back as anxious thoughts ran through my mind. I've only seen you through paper, it's my first time seeing you in person. You're pretty tall and decent, I see. Fortunately, it seemed to be the first actual meeting between Ludger and the principal. Thank you for your compliment, even if it's just empty words, I replied with an inward sigh of relief. No, they're not empty words. I think the students will show a passionate reaction when the semester starts, right? You are such a handsome man. I'm flattered. Well, take this for now. The principal held out a piece of paper to me. We already informed you in advance, but it will be better for you to confirm the contract thoroughly. The contract is for 2 years. The salary is written there. Keep in mind that the accommodation is provided. I accepted the contract and looked through the contents carefully. I didn't think much of the contract because I was planning to quit quickly and go out as soon as my backup identity came out anyway. Until I read what was written inside. Oh, what? Wait a minute. What was written in the contract was so surprising that it even made me widen my eyes in surprise. A month's salary is 30 coins of imperial gold? An imperial gold coin is equal to 1 million dinars, the continent's common currency. In other words, 30 imperial gold coins meant 30 million dinars, and it was nearly 300 million won, $233,814, in terms of the Earth's currency where I lived. It was just a month's salary. The monthly salary was 300 million won, $233,814. At that point, I had to wonder if I actually had to sell off my organs, but it was Soren Academy. It was the best magic academy in the empire. Even on the Earth where I lived, the annual salary of an experienced professor at a Gangnam University was up to 10 billion won, $7,790,559. It was quite possible. And there's a bonus for each semester and a bonus at the end of every year? What's more, I can even raise my salary based on my performance, you said? If the student's evaluation of their teacher is good, it will be raised, you said? I could take a bonus without much trouble, and if so, the annual salary would be more than 500 million dinars. My contract period was 2 years, so if I added it up, it was more than 1 billion dinars. With that money, I could live quite well off anywhere. I could even do a side job, with their permission. Gulp. I swallowed without realizing it. It was amazing that the salary was so much, but the amount of support funds for when the class was starting was huge. There was also the fact that more funds might be dispersed depending on the teacher's evaluation. In addition, I would have a separate house and eat here, so I didn't have to spend money unless for some special occasions. If I last here for 2 years, I'll get 1 billion dinars. In terms of Earth currency, it's worth 10 billion won, and even that's just the minimum wage. If I do well, I can raise my salary and extend it after the contract is over. It was a condition that could only be considered crazy. This is the best academy in the empire, they said. What on earth is the life I've lived so far? What do you think? Is it all right? This is not bad. It's not only a not bad level. This is amazing. And hella amazing at that. I took a deep breath and read the contract again. As expected, it wasn't a dream. It was like hitting a whole jackpot unexpectedly. But there was a fundamental problem. It's true that Soren is great enough to give this amount of money, but at the same time, I have a lot of burden as a Soren teacher. Will I be able to endure this position? Will I be able to work properly as a teacher here, a place where a breadth of all kinds of geniuses exists? No way. It would be a miracle if my lowly self wasn't revealed in a day. Still, I was confident in babbling and bluffing. I had been growing up in an environment where I could die if I didn't do that. I analyzed the situation quickly. It's alluring, just looking at the annual salary, but it's also quite burdensome. But because I'm already here, I can't say no. Ludger was already supposed to become a teacher here, and I became Ludger Kelasi. How could I say no in that situation? My appointment as a teacher had already been confirmed, so I couldn't suddenly say that I wouldn't do it. Then, of course, they'd be suspicious. In fact, the answer I had to give was already determined. Then I have no choice but to do it. I was then determined to utilize the identity of Ludger Kelasi. I only had to stay there for 2 years with my eyes closed. Yes, in 2 years, I can end this life. Isn't it better than the army, because they pay me a lot of money, and I am free to move? It made me feel at ease to think about that. I handed the contract to the principal and opened my mouth. Deceiving, bluffing, and finding the right atmosphere. That's my specialty. I've checked everything in the contract details. Good, then let's take good care of each other from now on, Mr. Ludger. Yes, I look forward to your kind cooperation, sir. I shook hands with the principal who smiled at me. It was a secret that I was sweating hard to keep my poker face because I thought the corners of my mouth would be twisted. After meeting with the principal, I followed Mr. Wilford, who was waiting outside, to my assigned accommodation. Should I say that it was befitting of Soren Academy all the way? Even the buildings dedicated to teachers on the land looked expensive. I couldn't believe that my house was a 2-story house that was similar to what I had seen in fairy tales. We still have 3 weeks until the semester starts, so you can rest until then. Mr. Wilford disappeared into his wagon after he said so. Even when he left, he was a man who did not forget his disciplined attitude, so he could be said to be an example of a gentleman. Shall I go? I went into the house with a suitcase. I could feel it when I saw it from the outside, but it felt very different when I went inside. The furniture was decorated with all sorts of things, and there was not a single speck of dust, as it seemed to have been maintained constantly. When I checked the bathroom just in case, it was amazing. The bathroom, which was covered with white tiles, looked like it wouldn't be out of the norm for aristocrats to use. Hot water came out well, and there was even a bathtub where I could take a bubble bath. It was understandable that this was a world in which the magical revolution took place. Thud. After checking every corner of the house, I dropped down as I lay on a soft sofa. From now on, I'm an academy teacher, right? A lot of things happened that day. I was caught up in terrorism unintentionally, misunderstood as someone else, and even happened to come to Soren Academy to work as a teacher. I was amazed at how things were turning out, but since I'd gone that far, I couldn't even run away. If I suddenly disappear now, they're going to ask around about Ludger, and since my real face has been seen, there won't be any place for me in the Empire. It was potentially fatal that my real face had been sold, not my face in disguise. In the end, I had no choice but to act as Ludger Kelsey. At that moment. Phew. This is tough. It had already been 27 years since I came to this world. I was reincarnated in this world with no special abilities and just the memories of my past life. However, my parents' existence in my life after reincarnating was so dramatic that I had to survive on my own. At the same time, it was a strange life in which I had overcome death several times by being embroiled in all kinds of incidents. For me, that situation was just confusing. I happened to become an academy teacher. And it was also in Soren Academy, the best in the Empire. I wonder if I could simply call it as it just happened. This is actually a fake job. I didn't even do it on purpose, but I had gotten a fake job. But I couldn't quit either. It was the so-called riding the tiger. The moment I got off, I would be eaten by the tiger. That was the situation I found myself in. It was a fight between me, who might fall down and be eaten by the tiger, and the tiger, who might get tired of me first. Yes, 2 years. I just have to endure it for 2 years. That's enough. I still needed a new identity anyway. Ludger's identity in that situation was very alluring. Ludger Kelsey was a man who traveled to the Empire far from his home. He wouldn't run into anyone who knew him there. Even so, I decided to find out more about Ludger, just in case. I went up to the bedroom on the 2nd floor with Ludger's suitcase. When I entered the room, I shut the curtain by the window and looked inside the room carefully. It was to search for possible external surveillance. There's nothing in my way. I thought everything was fine, so as I was about to open the suitcase. Clack. What's this? The suitcase is locked. I checked the leather suitcase in detail. Looking closely, a fine magic circle was imprinted on the metal lock. This is a security magic. It was not large in size, so I didn't know that a magic circle with a high level of difficulty, which required detailed magic manipulation, would be engraved in such a place. As expected of a teacher who's assigned to Soren Academy. Taking a step away from the suitcase, I wondered what to do with it. I didn't give up, but I was figuring out how to open it. It would be convenient if I have reagents, but I've already sent away my former luggage in advance, so I'll have to use another method. I picked a moderate towel and wet it immediately. After leaving the wet towel by my side, I took a stick and started a small fire at the tip of it. It was pyro, a basic spellcasting of elementary magic. It was only about the size of a lighter flame, but its heat was considerable. I put the fire on the tip of the stick to the lock of the suitcase. The hot heat began to heat the brass. A few minutes later, as soon as the brass heated up and turned red, I pushed a wet towel onto the brass. SSHSH. The heated metal cooled quickly with the sound of water evaporating. Soon after, the lock was distorted, and the magic circle engraved on it was also twisted. Of course, that did not eliminate the effect of the magic circle. Magic isn't that easy. But it's the moment when I can make a gap in a solid wall. Right then. I didn't miss the short moment and shot my mana sharply through the center of the magic circle. It was an important part of the magic circle. What I was doing could be called hacking. Whoosh. I did it. When I broke it, the effect of the magic circle disappeared. At the same time, the lock opened with a click. It's a piece of cake to open this. It was not uncommon for someone to imprint a magic circle or barrier on suitcases. Most wizards are very sensitive to security, so security magic is close to basic knowledge. If they couldn't perform it, they'd even ask their acquaintance or company to professionally imprint the magic circle for them. If you tried to forcibly remove the security magic in such a case, a spell would be invoked to get rid of the contents. It was the manifestation of an extreme ideology that's a characteristic of wizards that they'd get rid of their items before revealing them to someone else. However, in order to safely lift the security magic, it's necessary to analyze how the spell was implemented. Of course, the process took a very long time, and I couldn't afford it because I was in a hurry. So I chose to do that method. It was a method that was close to a cheating trick that didn't necessarily require me to analyze the spell. It's enough to know where the magic is carved and what it's made of. Usually, strong metal is the mainstream material where the magic circles are carved. No one can engrave magic circles all over their leather bag. Leather is very inefficient as a medium for transmitting magic power. It was the same for clothes and papers. Except for parchment made by peeling the bark of the magic wood, it was impossible to engrave magic circles or barriers on clothes or papers unless you were at least an archmage with 6th rank or higher. On the contrary, it is metal that has good conductivity of magic power. The most popular metals for it are iron and brass. The materials that were better than those were silver, gold, and platinum. The best material is jewelry made from gemstones, but the materials themselves are so expensive that they are not used unless you are from high-ranking nobles. Obviously, low-priced iron or brass was the most commonly used, and I was fully familiar with the methods of invading the two materials. It was a method of heating and expanding the metal engraved with the magic circle and then quickly cooling it with cold water to shrink it again. The magic circle carved on the metal would deviate and twist during the expansion and contraction of the metal. Even after the deviation, the magic circle would recover automatically as though it wasn't a big problem. But the gap that existed at that moment was a very fatal flaw. At that moment, I sharply shot my mana, destroying and cancelling the magic circle's core technique. I'm glad it worked. Well, it's not a commonly known method, it was just a trick made by applying scientific knowledge appropriately. Most wizards are people who are hung up on history and tradition, so they often look down on science. As a result, it was common for them not to prepare for this method, and that was what I wanted. If he was a real nut, he would have carried an iron suitcase covered in magic circles. Fortunately, Ludger Kelsey didn't go that far. I opened the suitcase and checked its contents. This is... There was nothing surprising inside Ludger's suitcase. Just some clothes and books. Other than that, there were also some documents and miscellaneous items. I thought there would be something greater. I put the textbooks, magic books, and theses together as one, then put them aside, and I sorted away the clothes appropriately. In addition to magic books, there were many other books, such as popular novels and essays by famous scientists. He really read all sorts of things. Other items were some letters, identification cards, and personal belongings. Even though they were his belongings, there was only a small pipe to be used as a portable pocket watch or magic medium and a wallet containing money. I checked his identification card and documents one by one. Ludger Kelsey. A man from a fallen aristocracy of the northern continent's small kingdom of Chaoten. He doesn't have any siblings, and his parents are both dead. It's not bad. Although he was a fallen aristocrat, he would not be greatly insulted anywhere because he had a nominally aristocratic title, and there was no one to recognize him because he had no family. Let's see, it's an extremely fancy record. He submitted 12 theses to the Magic Tower, and he was the youngest wizard who climbed to 4th rank. He even served as a military officer? As expected of a Soren teacher. I didn't expect that he would have such a record at a young age. Is he teaching magic casting and its following as a specialized subject? So the main subject is mana release and elemental attributes. Given that magic casting was a specialized subject, there was a high probability of me teaching actual combat in the subject. I opened the letter and looked at its contents. If there were any conversations with his acquaintances, I had to catch his small habits and learn them. There's not much in the letter. Letters that were believed to have been exchanged with his acquaintance only consisted of formal conversations such as his soon-to-be appointment at the academy, book recommendations, or what happened somewhere. I don't think there was anyone he was close to when he was serving in the military. Did he have the style of a nerd student? Given that there was little personal content, he didn't seem to be that close to the person he exchanged letters with. What's left now is to go over the fundamental contents of the subject to teach to the students after the semester started and the information about how Soren Academy was and how it worked. For the moment, it was necessary to travel around the land and learn the topography of Soren. Gurgle gurgle. As I was about to go outside right away, I had no choice but to pause at the loud sound from my stomach. Come to think of it, I haven't eaten anything since I got off the train today. Let's start tomorrow. I'm mentally exhausted because so many things happened today. Let's eat first and rest well today. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 2 weeks passed after that. In the meantime, I had been walking around every corner of Soren Academy to understand the geography of the place. As I expected when I first saw it, the enormous land of Soren Academy was simply beyond my imagination. People didn't think highly of Soren for no reason. I sat on an outdoor bench in a quiet cafe and enjoyed the peaceful scenery. I had finished checking the rough picture of it, so I was only thinking about the upcoming classes. Is it because it's almost time for the school to start? I see students more often. Students in Soren Academy's uniform were seen walking around. The uniform design looked cool for boys and pretty for girls. It was said to be a uniform made by a prestigious designer in the empire. Perhaps because it was an academy that taught magic, some of the students flew on brooms or moved on strange mechanical dolls. I thought it was a good time to see young people laughing and talking to each other. Every day had been a fierce war since I came to this world, and such children live their blessed lives, thanks to their natural talents and environment. 2 female students who passed by peeked at me and began to whisper among themselves. Well, if I spotted someone I hadn't seen before school started, I'd be suspicious as well. I took a sip of coffee while being unnecessarily self-conscious of my surroundings. I should go back to the accommodation after drinking it all and prepare for the orientation in a week. As soon as I was about to get up after drinking all the coffee that was left while thinking about it, a woman walked up to the table next to me and sat down naturally. The moment I thought she was just a new customer, she spoke to me in a small voice that only I could hear. I'm glad you're safe. Why didn't you contact us for 2 weeks? My instinctive intuition stopped me as my head was about to turn around unconsciously. Tap. I naturally put the empty cup on the table. Is she talking to me? I looked around. If I responded when she didn't even talk to me but to someone else, what could be more embarrassing than that? But no matter how much I looked around, there were no other people in my surroundings, there was no sense of presence either. The only people sitting at the outdoor table were the woman sitting next to me and me. It means she is talking to me. Or would it be more accurate to say that she talked to me? She continued speaking as I remained silent. I was worried that you encountered some troubles. The other members are also wondering what happened to Mr. First Order. Members? First Order. Someone who was worried about me at the first meeting. I couldn't know the details of the situation by that alone, but I could only be sure of one thing. I'm in a lot of trouble now. What? I fiddled with the handle of the coffee cup in my hand. I had just been drinking coffee while enjoying the atmosphere at the outdoor table of the cafe, but suddenly a strange woman had come up to me and talked to me. Everything she said to me was unusual. She spoke to me about members of something in a polite tone that regarded me highly. A mentally ill person? No. She was being honest. Then did she find the wrong person? No, she found the right one. She was there to see a man named Ludger Kelly, not me. As soon as I understood the situation, my mouth moved naturally, as if it was a well-polished gear. I had some things to check for a while. Do you mean something in connection with the terrorist incident? It was just an accident. No one knew that the rebel forces would attack the train where Mr. First Order was in. The other things as well. I need to find out the overall information about Soren. Didn't you receive any information in advance? That's not enough. There's a big difference between what I only hear and what I actually see. I see. The woman nodded her head as she was seemingly convinced. Whatever. I let my mouth run its course. Then did you take care of your duty well? Yes, of course. I've completed all the assassinations of the Academy's key figures before I came in here, even though most of them were employees. What, assassinate the Academy's key figures? I almost jerked for a moment, but I managed to hold it in. And in the meantime, a traitor was found in the organization, so I took care of it. What? Traitor? Taken care of? I swallowed without realizing it when she told me about a traitor. Disposal, huh? How did you do it? I asked without showing my confusion. They pulled out their limbs and crammed them into their mouths. The rest of their torso was fed to wild dogs. I didn't see it myself, but I heard it from other members. We can say that it's the appropriate death for a traitor. They were crazier than I thought. However, my mind became calmer in that kind of situation. As the surrounding air sank heavier, I could feel the woman sitting next to me shivering. I'm sorry. I should have seen it myself and reported it. Forget it. Why did you suddenly come to find me? That. They said Mr. First Order came here, and we haven't heard from you in the last 15 days. So you moved on your own at this important moment? I was analyzing the situation while I was talking. She called me First Order, not Ludger. Given that First was in front of the name, it was highly likely for him to hold a quite high position within the organization. I trusted that and tried to bluff a little, and I guess that was the right answer. Heek. I'm sorry. Be quiet. Do you want the people around us to be suspicious? I replied in a cold voice to the woman who was about to bow her head to me. HMP. So, sorry. Don't even say sorry. Yeah, it's already time to check it out anyway. How many members are gathered now? Pardon? How many of our members are here? She looked around as much as she could and spoke with a low voice. Currently, 31 members of Third Orders and 7 members of Second Orders have been successful in hiding here, and the other First Order came in first as planned and is already settled down. That's enough. While nodding curtly, I sifted through the information I had gathered as much as I could. I have noticed that there is one more person named First Order besides me and that there are almost 40 of them. Although they are not large in number, their ability must have been extraordinary, as they were able to plant this many people in Soren. Fortunately, this woman in front of me doesn't even question my identity. Rather, she showed me fear and respect as well as the sight of amazement in the meantime. As expected, Mr. First Order. It seemed obvious that she was thinking so. Looking at her like that, at least I could use something in order to gain something else. I see. I'm done checking, so I'll get up now. Oh. You can come to the designated place for our secret meeting later on. A meeting place? There was a place like that too? But there's no way I could ask a question like, where is it, right then. While I was thinking about what to do with it, a good idea came to me. Come? Did someone like you just talk to me about coming or not? I deliberately lowered my voice and gave her a cold look, and I could see her face turning pale. That bluff might have worked properly, as she shook her body like a baby squirrel and desperately made excuses. That's not it. I don't want to hear excuses. If you need a secret meeting in the future, I will be the one to decide. The same goes for the place and time. Do you understand? You understood. If there's anything you really need to tell me, I'll only allow it if I was called for by a First Order like me or higher than that. If it's higher, then is it from the Zero Order? So there's a Zero Order. I had said it just in case, but I was right. Yeah, don't bother me with trivial things other than what that person said. Do you understand? This is a warning. In other words, I'm telling you to behave well. I said so, and got up from my seat. I was about to leave without looking back, but she called me from behind. I stopped in my spot and turned my head slightly to stare at her. What? That. How are you going to call us? The moment I heard it, I realized something. Come to think of it. I didn't explain anything to her properly. But I can't tell her something that I also don't know right away. Do I have to say it myself? Heek. And no. I made a slip of the tongue. I'll let it slide this time. At the end of my sentence, I walked out of there in quick steps. Thump thump thump. Upon returning home, I hurried up to the bedroom on the second floor and took out the suitcase I had put in the closet. After scattering the letters in Ludger's suitcase on the bed one by one, I realized that my anxious imagination eventually became a reality. Damn it. The strange sense I felt while reading the letters. Why did they have to exchange letters in such formal words to an acquaintance who had no family? Why did a man with such a splendid record withdraw himself from his own private life to the point where it was close to misophobia? All those questions were finally answered. These weren't normal letters in the first place. I scanned special sentences of some specific words that were written inside the letters. The strange sense that I felt instinctively was that there was a certain pattern to those sentences. Right. It was a cipher. Their own cipher that they used to keep themselves from getting caught by the others. Throwing away the letters, I reread his identification papers. He's a fallen aristocrat? He doesn't have a family? And, what's more, he's from a small foreign country that's very far from the empire. The whole thing was fake. Even the fancy records of his past were all lies. The existence of Ludger Kelsey was an identity created by someone who spent a lot of their time on it. Why didn't I know? Why didn't I doubt it? Why did I naturally accept such an overly ideal identity? Then, the Ludger I met on the train. He was a member of the secret society that hid in Soren Academy. He was even an executive who had the title of First Order. And now, I'm wearing his mask. As I lost the strength of my legs, I flopped onto the bed. Crazy. The identity of Ludger Kelsey that I thought was ideal for starting a new life was actually a dangerous nuclear bomb, more dangerous than any other ones. I'm totally screwed. I laid absent-mindedly in bed for nearly an hour. I didn't have the energy to do something right away. At that point, I felt it was unfair. No, how can an executive in a secret society get involved in a train attack and die? If he was a secret society executive who planted nearly 40 people in Soren Academy, he should have survived in that situation. Yes, I know. Even if I got angry like that, a dead person wouldn't come back. I had to admit it. I'm now Ludger Kelsey, and I have to hold on for 2 years while maintaining this damn identity. To be frank, I thought it wouldn't be difficult and that it didn't matter as long as I was not caught by the academy. Still, I thought I could imitate a teacher's behavior pretty well because I had a related experience in my past life. Because I could use magic, and I didn't lack theoretical knowledge. Believing I could spend about 2 years without difficulty was a conviction that was thoroughly calculated and not reckless bravado. But that wasn't right. I couldn't believe he was in a secret society, moreover an executive. Besides, according to the conversation I had with her, they're not some ordinary dangerous people. The assassination of some of the Academy's key figures? Dealing with a traitor? Their method is also quite brutal. Even the gangsters and mafias in the dark part of the earth wouldn't go that far. Wasn't it an extreme move that only some bad people would do? Isn't it too much to create an inflation in the difficulties by adding a new mission? In other words, it went from normal mode to hellish mode. Let's think. Now I have one more target to be aware of if I want to keep this false identity from being revealed. The Academy and an unidentified secret society. If either of those two communities caught me red-handed that I was not Ludger, I would be dead meat right away. Whether it was by the hand of the principal, or the Empire's law, or by the purging of the secret society itself. Death was closer to me than ever. I have to think. Ludger Kelsey was an executive of the secret society. Ludger was also a made-up identity, so it might be an alias, but anyway, he was in a position that was commonly referred to as the First Order. Among the members of the secret association that had penetrated the Academy, there were only 2 First Orders, including me. I didn't need to know what their purpose was at the moment. The important thing was to find out who the other First Order was. I couldn't ask it directly, so there was no way to know right away unless they approached me themselves and held a secret meeting with me. For now, I can ignore the second and third orders. I assumed the real Ludger to have been quite an ill-tempered character within the syndicate. Although I had only lowered my voice and bluffed a little, it was possible to infer from the expression of his subordinate who had become pale. Since he had a trash personality, she wouldn't irritate him for the most part as his subordinate. That was well welcomed by me. In the end, I only had to pay attention to one executive, another First Order, which was equivalent to Ludger's status. The problem was figuring out who the First Order was. I can't ask about it brazenly. No matter how distant they are, there is no way executives don't know each other. If I do that, I'll immediately garner some suspicion. I had to deal with the existence of a secret society that was lurking in the Empire, and not only the Academy and Empire. I thought I was riding only one tiger, but I couldn't believe I was riding two tigers. I thought I was an amazing guy. Even a circus athlete wouldn't do that kind of thing. As soon as either side went awry, I'd be over with. The moment the balance collapsed, I was to be considered dead. Yeah. Now that it's like this, I have no choice but to do it. I immediately took out the books in the suitcase and opened the letters within them. First of all, I have to gain some information. This letter must be a secret cipher used by their organization. Then it was necessary for me to interpret it. There is a fixed pattern in every cipher. And it was the books in the suitcase that would help me analyze the pattern. He's a teacher at a magic academy, so if I discount the magic books, there were some unusual books other than that. I looked through the books. Watcher in the Rye, Lingard's philosophy book, Trace of Totalitarianism, and 100 Years of Solitude. Novels, autobiographies, and even the bestsellers of non-fiction books. Among them, there was one book that stood out to me. Gentleman's Culture. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. This is it. I remembered Ludger's appearance that I had seen on the train. His trivial actions and somewhat unkempt behavior. The way he shook his legs slightly or tapped his fingers. If he had really seriously considered the gentleman's culture and read that book, he would not have acted like that. Moreover, this book is the most shabby. A part of the book's cover was worn out and deteriorated. It means that he read it often, but was there a reason for that? This book was being used as an interpretation of the cipher. I opened the Gentleman's Culture book and turned the page. Whir. There were marks of wear in between the book's pages. Some pages had not been read, and some pages had been read to the point where the papers were worn out. The regularity hidden in the irregularities slowly caught my eye. When I looked carefully at some particularly worn pages, I saw something between the letters. I immediately brought the letters and compared them side by side. The continent is said to speak a unified language, but each country has a slightly different language. The traces of Ludger Kelasi originated in the kingdom of Chaoden, so I could think of the Chaoden language. In particular, the letters explicitly contain traces of some proper nouns or dialects used in the kingdom of Chaoden. Although it is a small and barren kingdom in the north, Chaoden, which has produced a considerable number of great writers, has 20,000 words used in its dialect, of which 8,000 words among them are high-quality vocabulary. This must be the point of the cipher. Given the connection between the arrangement of the language and that letter, it was not difficult to distinguish between the ciphers. Because I know the Chaoden language. As expected. It's what I expected. When I racked my brain and checked the code in Chaoden language, I found a connection between the words and the letters, etc. Next to it was a mixture of some words that symbolized numbers. The numbers represented the pages of the cipher codebook, and if I interpreted the other words and combined them. First order. Infiltrate into Soren Academy as their teacher and gain their favor. I'll keep track of the situation and deliver the order to you. It became like so. I couldn't get any crucial information, but that much was enough. I leaned my head back after I closed the Gentleman's Culture book. The remaining 2 years. I had to live as a teacher at the academy and an executive at a secret society. Of course, I couldn't live like that forever. Even if I spent 2 years as a teacher safely, there was still a barrier of the secret association. Their presence was very annoying to me. If things get awry in the middle, I'd most likely be killed. But I can't get rid of all the secret society members by myself. I don't know how the organization is structured, but they even planted spies at Soren Academy. I'm sure they're pretty dangerous. It'd be impossible to deal with them individually. However, if I left them be, that secret association would be a shackle that held me back, so I had to get rid of them. Then how? I should use the power of the academy. There is a saying of let the barbarians fight it out among themselves. Control a barbarian to handle another barbarian. Soren Academy was not a mere school. It was a place that symbolized the future of the era by fostering the future of the empire. Although it carried the name of an academy, It is not impossible for the academy because it had so much power that it could make an impact on a country. If Soren and the secret society go against each other, no matter how great the secret society was, they'd obviously be pushed back. How many soldiers and wizards are staying there? There was even a possibility that the Knight's Order would also make a move, because it is within the scope of the imperial decree. They knew that, so instead of choosing to take the bull by the horns, they had planted spies. In other words, I had to carefully dig out their information and leak it to the academy in a way that wouldn't let me get caught by the secret society. Of course, if I take quite a long time to do that, my tail will get caught. The secret association could purge me for betraying them, and the other way around, the academy could suspect me as a spy and rule me out. In the end, it was important to keep the right line. The moment I leaned too much on one side, all that'd be waiting for me was absolute destruction. It's like riding on a single rope while holding a long pole. I should never be biased against either side. For now, let's think about the first class that's going to be held in a week. There was no mention in the command that ordered me to do anything. It was for me to gain their favor, so it meant to positively engrave my image as a teacher. If so, first of all, performing my duty as a teacher was the priority. Soren is a place where smart students go, so if I showed any lack of skills for even a bit, I might have been bitten by the students. Talented children at the age of growing up usually think they are the best and will even look down on their teachers. I didn't know what the place was like, but I knew from my long experience that the places where people live are all similar to each other. There are so many things to consider. I should not look ridiculous to the students. And I shouldn't look suspicious to the academy. And I should not let the secret society find out about me. I wondered what this was all about, but if I endured all of it, I would get a suitable reward. Yes, I could bear it enough for that. After I got out of bed, I entered my private study and opened a magic textbook. I had to make plans for the future and prepare for how to proceed with the class. The remaining 2 years. I couldn't just play around throughout the years. The first day of school had come. Students who went down to their hometowns during the vacation returned one by one, and new students of the current year came in along with a new semester. The students who were previously first years crossed the school gate in anticipation of what new classes they would take in the future as they advanced to the second year. Throughout the classroom, the sounds of students meeting their friends again, which they had not seen for months, and the sounds of them greeting each other happily, could be heard loudly. But all of them were learners who took classes at the same academy, but not all of them were the same students. There were noisy students and quiet students. Naturally, the atmosphere was divided among students, and of course, it was determined by their status in society. Inside Soren Academy, students were largely divided into 3 classes. The upper class, led by royalty, aristocrats and high-class clergy. The middle class, led by wealthy merchants. And finally, the lower class consisted of poor commoners. Even if they were all students, they could not ignore each status, and accordingly, they built walls without realizing it and divided their classes within the academy. While the nobles smiled brightly and greeted each other, on the contrary, the commoners often looked around or gathered quietly among themselves. It was the same with the upcoming classroom of magic casting. Hey, did you hear about it? What? There's the theory of magic casting and the understanding of element class. I heard the new teacher will do it. A new teacher teaches second years, not first years? I guess he's pretty good? They can't help it. The former teacher is out. I heard that his past records are pretty fancy. I've heard that he's from the military and he has published a lot of theses. Doesn't that mean he's an amazing person? He's extraordinary. But you know what? What? He's from a fallen aristocrat family. At the words of the fallen aristocracy, naturally, sneers emerged from the mouths of the faction that was leading the conversation. Those who disgraced the noble name of aristocracy. It was common for the fallen aristocracy to be treated less honorably than a wealthy merchant among the nobles. I think they could only be a little bit higher than commoners. Since he was appointed as a teacher of Soren, he might be skilled, but he was bound to be looked down upon by the upper-class students. At the same time, aristocratic students had similar thoughts. If the new teacher was from a fallen aristocrat family, it'd be a piece of cake to get a good grade in his class. As soon as each student talked about what kind of person he would be, the front door of the classroom opened silently. Everyone's eyes turned to the front door. A man was entering the classroom through the open door. The man was like a quiet lake with a rising mist at dawn. He was cold, chilly, and calm. Just like an unshakably calm lake's surface, his every action was restrained, calm, and meaningful. Even when he closed the classroom door. Even when his shoes stepped up on the podium. Even when he put the papers on the desk. There was not a sound. The stillness engulfed the entire classroom like a ripple on the surface of water. Oh. Even the noisy aristocratic students were swept away by the atmosphere and closed their mouths. The students, who were calm, looked at the main character who was standing on the podium with their eyes shining out of curiosity. The suit that was suitable for his handsomely tall figure did not have the slightest bit of wrinkles, a black frock coat on top of it fit his body even better. It was classy attire, but it didn't appear to be too flashy. When the man took off the silk hat on his head and threw it lightly, it gently flew toward the hanger in the corner of the podium and settled down safely. With a series of gestures that seemed so natural, his face that had been hidden by his hat was finally revealed. He had a sharp jawline and a straight nose bridge along with unwavering eyes. His strong yet charismatic eyes were sharp enough for him to not seem to be a new teacher. His hair, which was considered long for a man, was neatly tied at the back of his neck. Gulp. Some noble students who had been secretly talking behind his back were weighed down by his vigor and gulped down without realizing it. Nice to meet you. My name is Ludger Kellysi, and I'm the new teacher at Soren Academy. The moment he opened his mouth and raised his voice, it was like pouring water on dreamy smudges of watercolors. The atmosphere of the classroom, which had been immersed in silence, returned to reality. I won't start the class right away because it's the first day of school. However, I will make a prior notice before that. I slowly hung the frock coat that I had taken off on the hanger. It was not difficult to carry on the conversation. I just had to recite the words that came to my mind at the right time. It was like some sort of play acting. I'm an actor on stage, and the students are the audience. All I have to do is follow the flow in harmony and continue the monologue naturally. The script was all in my head. My class is about magic casting, but I won't teach you magic casting unsophisticatedly. I'm going to focus on applying magic in real life, beyond the principles, a little closer to the actual practice. As I skimmed through the audience, I could see several people flinching their shoulders. That was a good reaction. Since there were soldiers who had also become teachers in the past, there were no students who thought it was strange for me to maintain that kind of tone and such intense eyes. And not only the second years, but the first years can also apply for this class. In other words, it's a joint class for the first and second years. My words began to create a buzz everywhere. All the students who had gathered were sophomores, so it was no wonder that they were confused. However, it was not impossible, because there was no school rule that classes should be divided by year. As soon as the noise died down, I opened my mouth at the most appropriate time. Stop. Silence. The noise inside the classroom disappeared in an instant. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Everyone's eyes were staring at me again. As a second-year student, it is natural to complain about having to take classes with a first-year student. But don't worry. I'm not going to teach the first years the basic things to learn just because of my consideration that they're beginners. The words were welcomed with relieved responses here and there. Soren Academy's teaching method is more like a university than a high school if compared to Earth's system. However, it is not completely the same as that of a university, so it can be said that it is vaguely mixed a little bit. The award and penalty points system are typical examples. The students of Soren choose the lectures they want to take according to their specialties and take credits by completing the subject. Students there are called prodigies wherever they go. Even if they are in the first year, there is no significant difference compared to the second year. I decided to focus on that and conduct joint classes for the first and second years. Why? Because when the second years get together, it is inevitable that the story about their teacher will spread out. The curiosity and main topic of the second years, who had already known each other enough for a year, were bound to be me, their newly appointed teacher, instead of their classmates, who were in the same year as them. But what if freshmen who just entered the school attended the same class? The concerns of the second years would be focused on their juniors in the first year. Then the number of people who were talking about me would definitely decrease. There might be complaints, but they wouldn't fuss any further. The existence of the first years was a kind of smokescreen and seawall that made me not doubt my qualifications as a teacher. Why do you let freshmen take this class as well? Someone raised their hand and spoke. Looking at her, she was a girl with long wavy blonde hair up to her waist. Her unwavering eyes that were staring at me had a strong sense of righteousness. People around her recognized her and they were talking to each other afterwards. What? Is she a popular kid? Looking closely, she looked familiar. That face. I've seen it somewhere. Someone who makes me uneasy when I think of her. Since I was asked a question, I decided to answer it. Because I thought they needed an opportunity as well. What do you mean by opportunity? I think it's very unfortunate that only a selected year can take my class. It's never the right attitude as a teacher. Giving equal instruction to everyone regardless of their year. That's what I think. Well, she would ask me why I didn't mention the third year and higher afterwards. Of course they could take my class if they wanted to. However, it would be difficult for third years to digest the essential subjects that they had already learned right away. Actually, I could only afford up to the second year. Of course, that means that my classes are not year-restricted. I'm confident that it's definitely different from the existing system. Well, it's not like I was just saying it without thinking. I'd made sure I was ready for the class. For a peaceful future, I was referring to a few tips that I had, so there's nothing I couldn't do. It's hard to understand unless you explain exactly what class it is. If you are curious, just come to my class. It's not fun if I tell you in advance. As I spoke while intentionally piquing her curiosities, small wrinkles formed on her forehead beneath her blonde hair. I'm sorry, but I don't intend to tell you what I'm about to teach right away. On the contrary, I'm going to make you feel impatient and more curious. If there weren't any unknown classes in which no one knew what would be taught, the students in the academy wouldn't feel wary of anything. However, let me warn you of one thing. If there's anyone who wants to take my class with such an absurd idea that I'm a new teacher and that they will easily get credit. After deliberately catching my breath and taking a break, I said the last words in a strong tone. At that time, I will personally engrave what real education is into your bones. If they interpreted my last words, then it meant, please don't come to my class. If they had to take classes with the freshmen, it would quite hurt their pride as sophomores. I even warned that the class would not be easy, so those with high self-esteem were likely to pass it by saying, that class. I won't take it. I scattered landmines in such a way so that if they stepped on one and exploded, it'd honestly be the fault of the person who stepped on it. Of course, I would be disqualified as a teacher if I just spouted that out. I made a deep hole in the process by wrapping it as a reasonable cause. There's a reason for everything. You'll know when you take the class. It was different than throwing irresponsible, empty promises, but what could I do? Of course, that is the only way I could do it since I had never lived by standards. That's all. Any questions? I was directing the question to students who might have prepared to raise their hands and argue with me. It was quiet inside the classroom. When Ludger asked if anyone had any questions, none of the students raised their hands. Everyone was just rolling their eyes and looking around. It's not that there were no questions. Small questions about how to do the assignments, what the exact curriculum of the class is, or what was going to be taught that had all been asked before were also pretty good. But no one ever brought those questions out of their mouths. Everyone was overwhelmed by the spirit of Ludger Kelsey. That's the new teacher? They said he was a soldier, his atmosphere is no joke. There's a rumor that he's at least a fourth rank. Is it real? The incredible pressure from a young man. It is not mere imagination that they feel suffocated just by making eye contact with him. Even the aristocratic students, who looked down on him for being a fallen aristocrat, avoided Ludger's eyes and dryly swallowed their saliva. If the upper classes were like that, how could the other students dare to come forward? That was what everyone unconsciously felt as they listened to Ludger's speech. That man never spouted out anything carelessly. His eyes, way of speaking, and even his confident tone of voice. He could never show that kind of gesture unless he was truly proud of his class. What on earth was he going to teach them? If it wasn't based on theory, was it practical? How would he teach the practices? Such complex thoughts formed and disappeared like bubbles in everyone's heads. But there was only one thing for sure. A class taught by the teacher named Ludger Kelsey would never be easy. No questions? He repeated the question. He seemed like someone who wanted a question, but the students weren't fooled. The moment they raised their hands and opened their mouths, they'd get stamped out by Ludger. Just seeing the look in his eyes that seemed to be glaring at them wanting to get some prey. His willingness to not allow any questions was conveyed well. The blonde girl, who raised her hand beforehand, sat still as well. No questions, then the first day of school has finished. The first day of school. That's how the breathtaking orientation ended. When the orientation was over, the students got up one by one and left the classroom. I watched the scene carefully from the podium. I'd said everything I wanted to say, so everyone understood everything, right? But it was honestly shocking that no one raised their hands when I asked them to ask some questions. Until the night before, I had prepared to take all kinds of questions and even prepared the answers, but all of them were useless. If it's an academy like this, aren't there only children with strong ego here? I thought they'd think that I was ridiculous and ask me a lot of questions, but did I think too much? No. Wait a minute. It could be the other way around. What if they intentionally chewed on my words? I'd heard of it. That is often the case in Korea in the 21st century. When a new teacher arrived, the students would purposely not give them any attention and look down on them. Such was often the case with female teachers in particular. It was mainly the way of the school bullies to take the lead in the class instead of the teacher. They would quietly throw a mutter like, "Ah, he's hella loud," and if the teacher got mad, they would respond with, "I didn't talk about you, though." They had that undeniable technique of bullying. Maybe it's a similar case since no one has responded to me. I had tried to be as serious as I could to look scary, but had it given the opposite effect? Perhaps my oppressive remarks and actions have disturbed the pride of students who thought they were geniuses. Then it's a big problem. The way juniors look down on their seniors in the military, subordinates look down on their superiors in the workplace, and students look down on their teachers in school. It is often described as being eaten. It is obvious that if someone loses their leadership in the beginning, they would have setbacks in their future classes. Then should I treat them in a more gentle manner? No, if I do it all of a sudden after what happened, they'll think I'm weird. I'm just going to push it to the end since it has already become like this. It is rather not my cup of tea to smile and be friendly. That is my nature, and the identities that I acted out mostly have that kind of personality. And it had been 3 weeks since I arrived. Everyone already knew what kind of person Ludger was. It would be ridiculous to change my personality at that point when I was obviously a soldier with a military record. I put on my hat and walked away with the frock coat that had been on the hanger. In the meantime, the remaining students in the classroom did not approach me. It's not that they didn't have any interests, because I felt the way they were trying to analyze me. I thought they'd ask me common questions such as how old I was or if I had a girlfriend, but I didn't know that they wouldn't say a single word. It's scary. Kids these days. Step. Step. I walked slowly down the hallway, leaving the classroom at a leisurely pace. It was the first day of school anyway, so it was the end of today's work. Since the course registration correction period had not yet ended, those who wanted to change their course could change it, and those who didn't could settle with it. The first class would properly start in 3 days. Until then, let's seriously think about how I can take the lead of the class from the students. I should at least avoid being told that I'm not qualified as a teacher. Thinking so, I looked at the front, and I saw all the students who were walking in the hallway looking at me and avoiding my path. When both the boy and girl students spotted me walking, they were surprised and stuck themselves to the wall or window. What? Why are they being like that? Had the rumor of a new teacher, who already seemed like easy prey, spread throughout the academy? I had heard that there was a community in that academy like the university community called Every Time where you could exchange opinions with each other inside the academy. Was that why? When I felt like my future class was going to be pretty rough, someone talked to me. Hello. I stopped and stared at the woman who was smiling as she was talking to me. You're the new teacher, Ludger Kelly, right? Yes, that's right. She was an attractive woman with pink color and a slight curl at the tip of her hair with a warm smile that resembled sunshine. I don't think she's a student since she's not wearing a uniform. Maybe? She spoke with a great fuss before I was able to find out about anything. Oh, as expected. Nice to meet you. My name is Selena. You're a new teacher at Soren Academy, right? I'm your colleague, Mr. Ludger. I see. Nice to meet you. When I looked at her as if asking what business she had with me, Selena looked around a little embarrassedly and spoke quietly in a low voice. Well, have you eaten yet? When I received that first offer to eat together. Is spring finally coming to me? Was the only thing I could think about. Since she was a new professor like me, wouldn't it be natural for her to have a meal with me to bond some friendship? It was only in the midst of a burning youth that the illusion of a pounding heart just because of such a thing was fitting. In fact, there were 3 more people besides me when I followed Selena. 2 men and 1 woman. They all looked unique, as if they were each shouting, "I'm a wizard." Ho ho ho. Hello. The first person to reach out to me and ask for a handshake was a very warm-looking man. He was plump, and his overall impression was round. I thought he was quite old, and he looked like a friendly man in the neighborhood when he laughed like that. I shook hands with him lightly. I'm Ludger Kellyse. I'm in charge of magic casting. My name is Bruno. I'm in charge of the golems in the summoning class. The next person who spoke to me was a beautiful woman with a seductive impression and lavender hair that was growing long enough to cover one of her eyes. Oh my, you're so handsome. I'm glad to meet you. I'm Marilda, and I'm in charge of captivation and hallucinations in relation to curses and dispelling. Yes, nice to meet you. And the last one had a little bit of a different impression from the previous 2. He was a man with dark blue hair and all back, rimless glasses on his face, but he looked quite strict from his appearance. He was frowning all the time and was seemingly not very happy with the fact that he was there with all of us. When I looked at him, he also stared at me and soon turned his head away. He expressed his willingness not to even introduce himself. Who is this person? As I was wondering, Marilda explained in a small voice with a laugh. He is Professor Chris Benamor. As you can see, he's an aristocrat who is different from us commoners. Oh, so that's why. I had heard of the Benamor family. They're a count family in the Empire that has an extensive history. Chris didn't want to be close to a commoner, even if they were also professors at the same academy as him. In my case, I was a fallen aristocrat, so it was natural for him, who was a noble, to belittle me. I hope Mr. Ludger doesn't look down on us because we're commoners. It doesn't matter to me. No way, Ms. Marilda replied, opening her eyes wide and smiling softly while stepping back. Well, so there are 5 new professors, including me. 1 aristocrat, 1 fallen aristocrat, and 3 commoners. But as everyone had become professors at Soren Academy, they were talented people who could go anywhere without feeling inferior in the field of teaching. Well, I can't stay here any longer. I was wondering what kind of new professors there were besides me. Turns out they were commoners and a fallen aristocrat. Chris's cold voice was heard before the others even were able to start talking about eating together. Hearing those words, Bruno smiled awkwardly, Selena flinched while being embarrassed, and only Marilda glanced at Chris with an unkind stare. Me? I just didn't think about it too much. It only took a day or 2 to see the aristocrats immersed in elitism. I was showing an attitude of saying, if you're going to go, just go on your own, when Chris gave me a sharp look. Get over yourself. And then he turned around and left. But why was he doing that to me and not someone else? Did he know Ludger before? I didn't think so. I wish I could get along with the other professors, but I don't think I can get close to him. I ignored Chris, who had already disappeared, and looked at the other 3. I could say that they were just fellow professors who were appointed at the same time as me, but I couldn't relax just because of that. Maybe there was a spy planted by the secret society among them. Is there a first order among these 3? There are currently nearly 40 secret association members hiding inside Soren Academy. Of course, considering the entire population of Soren Academy on that vast land, 40 was nothing, but that didn't mean there wasn't a single chance of bumping into each other on the way. Except for the third orders, some of the second orders may have infiltrated as students. In the case of the first order, in particular, the professors could not escape from being the target of suspicions. Because Ludger occupied the professor's seat as a first order, there's nothing that disallows the other first order from becoming a professor as well. The question was, who is it? If I had been told that they had just joined that semester like me, I would have definitely been able to narrow my scope of speculation. The problem was that the phrase came in first that the agent had said could be interpreted in many ways. Was the period of coming in first long before my arrival, or was it around the same time as me, but a little bit earlier? Obviously, I had no choice but to suspect those who asked me to eat with them while saying that they arrived in the same semester as me. Didn't they invite me to observe me quietly? I really couldn't let my guard down for the slightest bit. I followed my fellow professors to the cafeteria while trying to keep my poker face. I was thinking that it wasn't so bad since I wasn't alone. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Selena, the new professor for spirit studies. Not long ago, she was appointed to Soren Academy and became a professor for the class of summoning spirits. She had come in proudly, but at the same time, she was quite nervous. Soren Academy was famous not only in the Empire but in other kingdoms as well. The students who enter are geniuses who will be responsible for the future, and they are qualified to be treated warmly anywhere just by the sole fact that they attended Soren. Teaching such students itself came as a great burden to her. What if I make a mistake? What if I can't teach them? Besides, there are a lot of noble students here. The difference between commoners and aristocrats is huge. Thanks to the development of magic engineering, the world has gradually changed, and commoners have also become members of the House of Representatives and entered politics, but the wall of status was still high. She heard that the reason why there were 5 positions for professors at that time was that the professors in charge of the classes the previous year had retired. The reason why they quit was unknown, but she still had some assumptions, as she knew how to use her brain. Before she went to the academy, her wizard acquaintances had warned her repeatedly about the power of aristocratic students. There are students who secretly look down on their professors and try to lord over them, so be careful not to be eaten because you are soft-hearted, they had said. Selena was suddenly frightened. I heard that even the royal family goes to this school. They had said that the 3rd princess was in the 2nd year. Selena might not see her immediately because she taught the 1st year, but the tension doubled with someone of such a high status attending Soren. The orientation seemed to have ended smoothly on the 1st day of the semester, but it is also true that she was still nervous because of her low self-esteem. Selena thought she couldn't stay like that, so she decided to make friends with other new professors who were appointed. Still, if she had colleagues who could share difficulties with each other, her life at the academy might be better. In that way, she became close to Marilda, and after meeting people one by one, she went to the last one. Ludger Kellysi. A man of noble birth who was not a commoner. However, it was not a burdensome status to approach because his family had collapsed. Until she met him, she had definitely thought so. Whoa. At first, she wondered what was going on because the crowd in the hallway split from side to side. Has the royal family member that I've only heard of appeared? It was a man in neat clothes who came slowly toward her, breaking such expectations. He wore a gray suit, a black frock coat, and a silk hat on his head. Whoa, oh my God. Selena's thought when she first faced Ludger was extreme admiration. She had heard that he was a fallen aristocrat. Looking at him, Selena had no choice but to correct her prejudice. Walking slowly while spreading dignity around him, he was much more aristocratic than any other aristocrat she had ever seen. Each of his steps was like a work of art, so she stared at him blankly without realizing it. Selena hurriedly called out to him as she belatedly recalled her purpose for seeing him. Scary. When he stopped and looked at her, her heart felt like it was dropping. Still, Selena tried hard to smile and told Ludger carefully that she would like to have a meal with him. She bit her tongue after she said that. She thought Ludger would look at her with contempt and say, "A commoner like you?" Sure. But Ludger accepted her offer too easily. When he walked with her along the road, he adjusted with her steps and maintained the proper distance between them. She felt his consideration for others and his small behaviors. Unlike how he looks, he has a very warm personality. When introduced to other colleagues, Ludger did not care whether his talking partner was a noble or a commoner. Even though Chris Benamor was openly hostile to him, Ludger did not respond much. Usually, someone may be angry or irritated, but his nobility did not dim for the slightest bit. It was like he was standing alone in a cloud above the sky. Later, she heard that he was a great man who was a former military officer and who had even submitted several academic papers to the Magic Tower. Professor Ludger is such a great man. She wanted to be such a charismatic professor as well. Even when eating, Ludger just ate quietly without saying a word. His attitude of handling the forks and knives was also restrained, as if he was the only one living in a different world. Even the passing students glanced at him, and they already spoke many words. He acted as if it was natural, and he seemingly didn't care about the reactions around him. He was like a living statue, and in the whole process, she could even feel some kind of faith. Ludger's attitude was the same when the professors shared their farewells after the meal and scattered to their own private accommodation or professor's building. When everyone waved while speaking about seeing each other afterwards, Ludger nodded instead. He seemed to be in a bad mood, but she thought that he was just like that. Selina, who was returning to the accommodation with Marilda, recalled the short meeting with Ludger that day. Selina took a deep breath and deliberately made an expressionless face. Marilda, who was walking with her, noticed her behavior. "Selina, what are you doing? You are frowning." "Professor Marilda, don't you think I look strong like this?" "What?" Marilda was about to ask again what she meant with that, but soon burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Selina, you're imitating Professor Ludger, aren't you?" "What? No, that's not." Marilda waved her hand at Selina, who was flustered and spouted some gibberish, telling her it was okay. "Well, that's understandable. Professor Ludger is such an incredibly extraordinary person that it was unbelievable to think he was a new professor like us, but when you think about his past, it makes sense." "What? Oh, you doesn't know about this rumor, right? I checked what kind of people entered Soren together with me. He used to be a military officer." Is that so?" "What's greater than that is, Selina, you and I were both recommended to be the professors here by the support of the Magic Tower or the Spirit Society, but he's not like that. He isn't affiliated to any place and came here on his own ability." "Whoa. It's no wonder. His first impression was different. I'm sure he has a great way of teaching. Still, we have no choice but to teach the students in our own way. Let's not be swayed by others. You don't have to pretend to be strong because we've become Soren professors as well." "Ah, yes." The two women, who had just met for the first time that day and quickly became close to each other, chatted happily and headed to a professor-only accommodation. 3 days had passed since the orientation on the first day of the semester. Since those 3 days were the period of class revision, it must have been a busy time for students who had not yet decided which classes to take. Of course, it didn't affect me. It was the long-awaited first lesson. I walked a little excitedly across the hallway. 3 days before, I had issued enough warnings. My class was like a landmine. Rumors about me must have already spread widely among students. Would there be any students who would want to take my class after I said that? Well, I was sure there would be. In the case where there was no room for other classes, they had no choice but to choose my class with a heavy heart and force themselves to complete the credits. There's a lot of consideration to it. The important thing was that the fewer students I had to teach, the more comfortable I would be. There were a minimum of 15 to a maximum of 80 students who could take the class. The class would not be closed just because there were few students, so if such was the case, it would have been enough for me to take the lead well. Of course, there was no possibility that my students would be the minimum of 15, so I figured it might reach about 30 people. With that thought, I opened the door and entered the classroom. HM? And I saw it. Students filled the inside of the classroom. The number was more than the 30 students that I had thought, even beyond 60. No, it was actually the maximum number of people the classroom could accommodate. What? Why are there so many students? About 3 days previously, on the first day of orientation, the reaction among the students hadn't been great when Ludger had shown his guts by keeping his teaching style a secret. It wasn't just a few students that were opposed to the fact that the new professor, a man from the fallen aristocracy, showed such behavior at the prestigious academy. Students from aristocracy in particular were the angriest. How dare a new professor from a fallen aristocrat family? Ironically, however, the students who actually witnessed Ludger's orientation didn't say much. Only some aristocratic students with high pride appeared to have been huffing and puffing as they seemed to be looked down upon, but nearly 40 of the 50 students in the classroom were rather impressed by Ludger's guts. Still, since he came as a professor at Soren Academy, wouldn't they have something to believe in about him? Of course, no detailed information about Ludger was known yet, so students had to be cautious. It was an obvious fact that if they took a wrong class on the first day of school, they would suffer for a semester. If any information about Ludger was released, they would trust him only once and take the class, but if not, they could think of him as an experimental rat. On the second morning, when many students were contemplating, one article was posted on the community, commonly called the Student-Only Magic Exchange Integration Center of Soren Academy. Title: Did you hear about the Ludger Kelly's, the new professors, rumor? A title that was deliberately designed to attract people's attention, not knowing if it was good or bad. Naturally, the students had no choice but to click on it, and the content spread out as if it had been waiting. This was the summary of the contents that had spread far down. The article contained an extreme admiration for Ludger Kelly. He was the youngest wizard to reach 4th rank. He had been appointed as a military officer. He had contributed himself in cryptid hunting. As a freelance wizard, he was also listed on the Magic Tower. His accolades continued. It contained Ludger's past records. It was enough for students to be full of anticipation while inwardly asking, is it really true, as they didn't know that the secret society's desperate attempt to somehow highlight their First Order. The most enthusiastic person, in particular, was the Third Order member who had contacted Ludger first. I can't ruin Mr. First Order's class. I need to get as many students as possible to take it. She wrote all day long about how wonderful, great, and incredible he was. Perhaps because of the persistent posting of appraisals for Ludger in the last 2 days, more people were interested in Ludger's class than those who protested the excessive praise. Moreover, the fact that the first years could also take the class stimulated the interest of the freshmen who still don't know anything. During the revision period, the number of students who wanted to take Ludger's class increased rapidly, and the maximum capacity of 80 students was filled. And on the long-awaited first day of the class, the students all sat down and waited for Ludger with anticipation. Half out of pure curiosity, half out of triumphant feeling to see how good he actually was. And when the class was announced to be held at 9 in the morning, the door of the lecture room opened, and Ludger walked in. What the hell is this situation? The lecture room didn't have a single empty seat. The number of people that I thought would be 30 at most had actually achieved the maximum. As I stood in front of 80 students, I felt a headache. Why in the world? I'm sure I secretly warned them that my class was a landmine at the orientation 3 days ago, though. Don't you think it's a loss to take this professor's class unless you're a fool? Above all, those students whose uniform badges were blue. Those were the first years who had just entered the academy. More than 60% of the students who gathered in the classroom were first years. Why the freshmen? Why are they taking this class knowing that they're going to take the same class as the second years? Aren't they supposed to avoid the class because it's burdensome to take classes with their seniors? I never expected that there would be more first years. At that point, I wondered if someone intentionally threw malicious information about me somewhere I didn't know to put me into trouble. Maybe I underestimated the students too much. Soren Academy was obviously a place where only selected students could enter after fierce competition in the admission period. As it was a place where the best children are gathered across the continent beyond the empire, it was problematic to think of them as ordinary students. I decided to humbly accept my mistake. My behavior did not raise students' vigilance but rather set fire to their pride. Looking at those eyes, they were wild, hyena-like gazes that would bite me if I made a mistake. It was my first class today, so I couldn't believe that kind of pressure existed. At that rate, I would be eaten by the students in the classroom. Now that this has happened, I have no choice but to do my best to give the lectures. I looked at the faces of the students who were gathered in the classroom. It was full of children with unique hair colors. I guess that's common in this world. Some of them were especially noticeable compared to other students. Especially the girl student with the ears of a non-human beast on her head. She was a beast person who lived in the desert on the southern continent. Well, in a world where there are magic and wizards, to point out the interesting thing about beast people was that in this world, the demi-human species was a very small minority. Even more so in Soren Academy. The beast people were also a tribe that was colonized and enslaved until 50 years ago, and 50 years later, there were still remnants of discrimination and persecution against them. It was still like that. The evidence was present in the other students around her, who looked at the beast person student with quiet gazes. That kid, I think she's new to the school, her student life in the future is going to be tough. Well, I'm not in a position to worry about anyone right now. For the moment, the matter of the class was a priority. My name is Ludger Kelly, who will be teaching the overall process of the development of magic casting. If it's the overall process, does that mean you will teach us all 4 specialties? Someone raised his hand and said so. He was a boy student with a somewhat rude impression. I immediately issued a warning to him. Ask questions only when I say so. Yes, sir. It's the first time, so I'll let it pass. However, if there is a person who cuts off the flow of my class again, I will give you a penalty point. The same is true for explicitly challenging the authority of a professor. Some students were shocked to hear a penalty point that they had never heard before. However, a student who has done their task well will be given an award point. The higher the award points a student has, the better the benefits they will have, so do your best. Well, I didn't know about the third years, but it was a well-known fact that first or second years, who are in the middle of their burning youth, don't really care about penalty points, as they are still far from graduation. However, there was a big difference between being warned by the professor and not being warned at all. To answer the question that was just asked, it's a yes. I will teach you, one by one, about release, element property, telekinesis, and reinforcement, which are all affiliated with magic casting. Most of the students showed a shocked expression at what I had just said. No matter how far I would conduct the magic casting class, specialization was definitely another field within the same category. The previously mentioned release, element property, telekinesis, and reinforcement are the four specialties of the magic casting system that I had mentioned. They were often called the four major specializations of casting. Usually, it was enough to teach only two of them, but I had said that I would teach all four specializations to them. For the students it might have sounded like I was bluffing, and it seemed like an incredible lie. But it was never a lie. I hadn't achieved complete mastery of either subject, but I was proud that the overall spectrum of my knowledge was quite wide, as I'd lived throughout the years. So, we're starting the class. I'll show you what I prepared for the class this time. You know, Cheryl. Isn't that professor really interesting? Cheryl tried to hide her uneasiness as she heard a voice calling to her and turned her head to a friend sitting next to her. The one who spoke to her was a girl with skin so white that it was almost as if she was transparent, with long blue hair up to her waist. She was so beautiful that it seemed like she was a doll made by a craftsman. Even the boy students sitting near her kept glancing at her. Flora, don't tell me that you're once more. What do you mean once more? That's rude. What did I do to make you say that anyway? Cheryl couldn't bring herself to speak to Flora, who had asked back playfully with a subtle tone. Flora Lumos. She was the daughter of the Lumos Duke family, one of the most noble families in the Exilian Empire. She was beautiful, fascinating, and excelled in both literary and martial arts, and she seemed like a living work of art just by staying still. She was famous for having the title of genius in her sophomore year at Soren. Even students who are called geniuses in the world were common at Soren Academy. Soren, which gathered only geniuses from all over the city and country, raised the standard of their students too much, and children with less talent were forced to become relatively mediocre. It was not surprising if a child who had heard that they were a gifted child where they lived became one of those who got left behind at the academy. However, Flora was a girl who was called a genius, even in Soren. It was a title that represented how great her talent for magic was. She was one of the most famous students in Soren, with a good household, beautiful appearance, and excellent talents, so anyone could only envy her. Only one thing couldn't be envied: the flaws in her character. Flora Lumos was notorious even among professors inside Soren Academy. She was a genius and had never been taught properly by someone. On the contrary, she had challenged the authority of the professors and gained victories. It was common practice for professors to point out the wrong magic techniques in the middle of the class. On the contrary, she had come up with magic that was much better than the one being taught by the professors and smashed the professors in front of the students. She has been steadily gaining such notoriety since she was in the first year, and it was the same even then when she was in the second year. Moreover, because her specialty is in the field of magic casting, the incident was so famous that everyone in the academy knew why the two professors who were in charge of magic casting classes had left the previous year. Flora became a sophomore, and she had come back to take the magic casting class. Furthermore, at that time it was the class of Ludger Kellysi, who was considered unusual from his first appearance. Flora's friend Cheryl prayed that she wouldn't do it again, but Flora's expression made it seem that her prayer was just a vain hope. Flora's nickname among professors was the Little Devil of the Lumos family, because she took out all the energy from the professors' souls in every class that she took. Considering the people who had been beaten by her were trembling so hard, it was not enough to even name her King of the Devil, let alone Little Devil. That kind of nickname was too cute for her. Flora chose Ludger as her prey for the semester. Cheryl, honestly, isn't it funny? It's just someone who looks like he's only in his 20s, yet he already learned all 4 of the specialties of magic casting. Well, of course he can learn them, but isn't it an exaggeration for him to teach them all? That's. Cheryl had no choice but to agree with that part. She didn't know if it was his pride as a new professor or if he really had the ability to do that. If his true qualities hadn't been confirmed yet, she had no choice but to doubt it. But did he learn all 4 specialties so well that he could teach them all? There are a total of 5 affiliations of magic, and the specialties are divided for each affiliation. The 3 specialties of embodiment are formation of matter, transformation, and alchemy. The 4 major specialties of magic casting are release, element property, telekinesis, and reinforcement. The 4 specialties of summoning are spirit, golem, magic number, and necromancy. The 6 major specialties of curses and dispelling were astrology, captivation, hallucination, pharmacology, witchcraft, and enchantment. And the last 5th specialization was uncommon magic. In the case of uncommon magic, it was ambiguous to say that it's magic in this world, but it clearly means a category that can be expressed by magic. This uncommon affiliation belongs to the vision magic that descends from generation to generation in a family or to those who have pioneered unique ways themselves. And of course, no professor taught an uncommon magic class. Just in time, Ludger carved a magic technique on the magic board. When he transferred his mana on the board with nothing written on it, the magic technique was drawn on its own. It was Fluttering Flame, one of the 3rd-tier flame element spells. It's Fluttering Flame. There are 7 elements: heating, combustion, compression, acceleration, expansion, and diffusion, complementing each other and forming the magic technique. Although it was only a 3rd-tier spell, it was a spell that had to be casted by placing the 7 elements that made up the magic technique in the right place. If there was enough time, students who took the class there could also use it. Since it's your first class today, I'll teach you something that will interest you before we proceed into the real lesson. It's a way to cast the spell much faster than the traditional way. The much faster way for casting spells? Curiosity sprang into the students' heads for the first time. Let's see. The speed, yeah. It's more than 3 times faster than the traditional way. The sentence made the students' eyes open wide. What? He's going to shorten the time for the magic technique? Is that possible? Isn't he lying? Unlike the first years, who were not familiar with spells, the second years doubted what Ludger said. Before teaching the basics of magic in his first class, he was going to show them how to cast the spell faster. They had no choice but to doubt him. The speed of spell casting was always considered a top priority for wizards. 1 second was a lot of time in a battle of life or death. Moreover, unlike knights who move their bodies in real time and wield swords, the sense of danger was much more acute for wizards, who took time to cast their spells. Due to the development of science, wizards are less exposed to danger than they used to be, but the danger is not completely gone. Since they were wizards who always had to think clearly and rationally, they had no choice but to focus themselves more on speed. Flora, is what he said true? Cheryl asked Flora, her best friend. Well, I don't know. Have we ever been taught a proper way to shorten magic techniques? There was certainly a way to reduce the time of casting spells. The representative example was a spell scroll, which was demonstrated by storing existing spells in a medium in advance. However, in that case, there was a limitation that the spell can be used one time only. Once you use the spell, the scroll will lose its effect. Alternatively, you can also use a spell called memory reverberation that casts the spell in advance and stores it. Even in that case, it was impossible to continue using the spell, and the maximum amount of stock that can be accumulated was set according to the wizard's level of proficiency. I don't think it's possible unless you change the structure of the spell technique itself. After all, in order to shorten casting time, the fundamental techniques of the spell must be improved, and even that is impossible. The spell was a commonly used spell that was the accumulation of thousands of years of history in which wizards had continued to refine, devise, and lead it to that moment. For some, it might have only been a 3rd-tier flame element spell, but behind the spell was the work of numerous geniuses throughout history. No matter how genius one was in the current times, they would not be able to improve the existing spell in a better way. Because it's already so perfect that there's no more ways to improve it. It was already a matter of fact that came to a conclusion more than 100 years ago. That was admitted by Flora Lumos as well. But if he has to change it, he has to lose something in the spell since there must be something for him to trade off. If the speed of the spell casting technique was increased rapidly, the other areas would inevitably weaken. Less power, less range, or less accuracy. However, if he reduced the elements of the spell, could they see it as a well-established spell? No. From then on, it would become a completely separate spell. If wizards who extremely valued legitimacy saw it, they would be foaming at the mouth. If that's what you really meant by reducing the casting time. Flora's eyes narrowed. They'll be very disappointed. Professor. No. Flora would rather see Ludger do that. Only then would it be easier for her to bite him. I think our great princess felt that way, too. The third princess, who had hair that looked like a weave of golden thread, showed off a different beauty than hers. Unlike Flora, Ludger's remarks would inevitably be annoying for her as well, who liked to be straight and confident. As if to prove it, the face of the princess was also cold. As soon as the atmosphere in the classroom started to flow strangely, Ludger clapped his hands to evoke the atmosphere. Stop. That's all for the chatter. All the students were silent, but the atmosphere itself did not change. Ludger smirked and spoke as though he didn't realize the atmosphere. You seem to have a lot of questions. Good. Before I show you, I'll take a few simple questions. At that moment, the students immediately raised their hands. Ludger pointed at the student who raised their hand the fastest. Speak. My name is Alex Saline, a sophomore. Professor, you said that you would speed up the spell casting time, but what exactly do you mean? Shortening the time of casting the spell, just like how I said it. Be more precise if you want to ask questions. Next. I'm a sophomore, Dahlia. If you shorten the time of the spell casting technique, do you mean you're changing the spell? It's not like that. I'm keeping the spell as is, but I'm just going to shorten the casting time. Noises were heard from all over the classroom. Oh, for real? He's really going to shorten the spell technique? It can't be possible. Wasn't it a challenge that no wizard was ever able to overcome? It doesn't make sense. There can't be a method like that. Flora thought the same thing. He's going to shorten the spell casting without changing or upgrading the technique? Don't tell me it's an obvious thing like improving our proficiency by doing it over and over again. But looking at the confident look on Ludger's face, she felt annoyed somehow. That's impossible. Flora could not contain herself and spoke. Ludger's cold gaze aimed at her. Flora's pride was slightly hurt by the look in his eyes that seemed to be asking who the hell she was. I'm Flora Lumos. Her self-introduction raised the buzz around her. It's Flora. Flora has spoken up. Haha. That professor is done too. Flora also had fame among the students. It was the same for new students who just entered the academy. A sophomore genius. She was already famous among first years, as she maintained her nickname as a genius in Soren. It was natural for all the students to pay attention to her since she had a different view from Ludger's method right from the first day of class. I don't remember allowing you to ask me a question, but I'll let it slide this time. Yeah. What on earth is the impossible that you were talking about? Of course, I'm talking about shortening the spell casting technique's time. To speed up the spell casting technique without changing it and giving any improvement to the spell, there's no other way but to do it fast through repeated proficiency. Why do you think there's no other way? Because no one has ever done it until now. Even the geniuses whose names are remembered in history and the high-ranked archmages aren't able to do that. Booty can't believe that you are going to do it. Even then, countless wizards in the magic tower were racking their brains every day to continue doing research for new knowledge. Nevertheless, unlike in the past, there were areas where progress was no longer made, and shortening spell casting times was a representative example. To say that a new professor could do it, no matter how he became a professor in Soren Academy. Beyond mere bluffing, it was more likely for it to be an overall insult to the magical academic world. Chatter chatter. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Each student nodded in agreement with Flora's words. There were no students who believed in Ludger or stood by him. Little by little, the atmosphere of the classroom became hostile to Ludger. But Ludger didn't even bat an eyelid. He did not falter, as if no external pressure could even scratch him. They aren't able to do that, you said. That's an interesting thing to say. I see it differently. I think they were rather trying not to make any improvements. Pardon? Magic values tradition and the lecturers, but it became stagnant at some point. Now that science has advanced, magic is under threat. Are you saying that science is superior to magic? In many ways. I just thought that magic, like science, has room for further development. There is no room for improvement is wrong. That's never happened before. Because no one was going to try doing it. Everyone who did failed. Then I'll be the first one to do it. Are you being serious? There's no reason for me to lie in front of everyone like this. Flora was overwhelmed by his brazen confidence. Does that professor not know what he's talking about? Well, I don't think you understand right now, so let's continue the lesson. You said you're Flora, right? Do you know how long it takes, on average, to construct the formula for the fluttering flame that I wrote on the magic board? It depends on who constructs it. 10 seconds for a wizard who has just reached the 3rd rank. If you get used to it and the rank goes up, it'll be shorter than 5 seconds. Yeah, but I don't welcome the lame way of increasing the rank to shorten the spell casting. What I'm saying is that it's adapted to the level of the students who are taking my classes now. Then it'll be 5 seconds at the fastest. Are you referring to yourself? Yes. That's a lot of confidence. Then can you show it yourself? Stand here on the podium. Flora was not intimidated by the highly provocative words. Sure. Flora stepped down from her seat and stood on the podium with confident footsteps. She lifted up her wand and immediately casted fluttering flame. Casting the foundation of it, the property element was flame, then heating, combustion, compression, expansion, diffusion, and acceleration. Rising into the air was the spell technique of a burning flame. It was a neat and efficient spell casting technique. Her speed was like a raging wind, and the students who were watching burst into admiration. As expected of Soren's genius. As expected of the daughter of Lumos family. Flora looked back at Ludger with an expression that seemingly said, "How was that?" Ludger checked the golden pocket watch in his hand. "It took you 4.78 seconds to cast it. It's a speed that doesn't seem like a sophomore's." The process was perfect as well. It was nothing. But it's still slow. It was Ludger's cold voice that chided Flora, who was trying to boast. Pardon? Among 3rd-tier wizards, the fastest time to perform fluttering flame is 4.41 seconds. No one is faster than that. It's still slow. I can do it faster once I get used to it. I'm saying that even 4.41 seconds is slow. Is he being serious? Everyone was dumbfounded by Ludger's extremely confident declaration. Ludger decided to show it himself after saying that. Standing on the podium, Ludger began to focus on his mana. Take a good look, this is how you cast fluttering flame. Mumbling like that, he lifted a small wand and pointed it into the air. The mana from the tip of the wand soon began to form a spell. But something was weird. After the base casting spell technique, it was not the stage of heating and combustion that had to be done in order to form the fluttering flame. It was just a very natural flow of mana with unknown meaning or intention that was made of a straight beam. Isn't he casting a fluttering flame? It was the moment the students thought so. That the spell of fluttering flame had been completed in the air. It happened in the blink of an eye. The whole classroom was filled with a silent outcry. There was no one who missed it. Because first of all, Ludger slowly showed how he casted his spell so that everyone could see it. The beginning wasn't a technique of fluttering flame. His mana operation was completely different from the usual way. But the results were identical. The finished spell was fluttering flame. The result was perfect enough to look exactly like what was in the textbook. How on earth? Only the beginning and the end of the process existed, yet the middle process seemed to have been cut off and done away with. It was as if he threw a stone sloppily behind his back, but the accuracy was no different than him intentionally shooting an arrow forward. Even the speed was incredibly fast. 1 second? No. It didn't even take 0.3 seconds. It was completely incomprehensible to the students' common sense. Did you see that? And Ludger's voice, who just accomplished such a nonsensical achievement, was neither high nor low. As if it was an obvious thing. He didn't have the slightest interest at how great the spell casting that he just did was. What was that just now? I'll show it one more time for those who haven't seen it. Ludger said so, as he broke down the existing formula and repeated the process. More slowly that time, so that everyone could see it properly. The students stared at Ludger's spell-casting technique with their eyes wide open, in case they missed something. Mana shot out at the tip of the wand, and it proceeded in a strange method again like the first time. And right away, the fluttering flame was completed. CR crazy. Is that possible? I don't know even if I look at it again. It wasn't an artifact, it wasn't the spell of memory reverberation, and its implementation was not that fast either. The process had to exist, no matter how quick it was. But he just skipped the whole process and showed only the result. One should have pulled their bowstring, then loosed the arrow, making the arrow fly and hit the target. There was a cause for everything. The same goes for magic. They should show that kind of flow when they perform a spell. But Ludger's method was not like that at all. He omitted the process of loosing an arrow and sending it flying, but the result was the same. No, what on earth did you just? Even Flora, who had watched it from the closest place without missing a single thing, didn't understand the method that Ludger just showed. No one who came there and saw it would understand right away. Mysterious? New? Innovative? Those words swirled through her mind. Finally, everyone's eyes have changed. Gulp. The sound of someone swallowing saliva echoed throughout the room. The students were so focused on what Ludger was going to say next. The fluttering flame that I just casted has a speed of 0.24 seconds. It's quite different from the old record. But at the same time, you'll think it's weird. Because the first spell technique wasn't fluttering flame. Yeah, it was that part. He used a completely different technique, and the result was what he was aiming for. That didn't make sense according to common knowledge. I definitely used a spell technique. To be exact, I used a spell technique to cast another spell. A spell technique to cast another spell? What on earth is that? The students who were muttering shut their mouths again. I call it source code. My words made the students swallow their breaths. Because some students didn't know what on earth source code was. The other students were shocked by the advent of a new spell. But what they looked at was the same, and I knew that not all their emotions were hostile. Well, it's indeed extremely surprising for the students. No matter how advanced the science here, this world is about the 19th century if compared to Earth. Although it has achieved much more rapid progress than I originally thought because magic, not science, was predominant. Still, from the perspective of someone who lived in the 21st century, there were many shortcomings. Especially with the absence of a computer-based data processing system. Source code is a kind of blueprint that prints out the results as soon as you put in the input value. I made it by combining it with magic. Of course, I didn't make it on my own. To be exact, I came up with the idea, but the actual composition and completion was possible because of the help of my teacher who taught me magic. Still, I have a share in what I made, so there would be no problem for me to teach it to my students. Considering my teacher's personality, they are not a person who would say anything about that. Rather, the problem was what I would go through once I came across it. Let's get back to the point. This technique of source code is a kind of trick method based on my memories when I lived on Earth. It was unbelievable for students who knew nothing about computer hardware, software, programs, input and output, and code, even though they knew something about algorithms. Most of all, the level of wizards became stagnant due to excessive public awareness and confidence, and at the same time, there was a widespread trend of ridiculing science. There was no way they could easily accept it with the way they valued scientific impressions. They'd foam at the mouth and shout, "This isn't magic." Compared to those guys, I still have a free way of thinking. Of course, I wasn't sure if they had the same idea. In order to operate the software called source code, a main body called hardware, programs, and data are required. Here, hardware refers to the wand that can unfold magic, or the wizard itself. The program is the spell technique, and the data is the mana that made it happen. In the end, the source code that I used was through human biological hardware. It consumes data called mana following a program called spell technique. It becomes a spell that contains the process of expressing the software called magic at once. With this source code, even complex spell techniques can be printed out with completed results by injecting only a little mana. To put it simply, while others carefully draw strokes of techniques to cast the spell, I just print it like a stamp. It's easy, considering the difference in speed between handwriting and printing. No matter how fast a human being writes, they cannot keep up with the speed of the person who prints with metal printing. Even when they are impatient, they can make many mistakes. It could be the case where the spell technique is out of order, the ending process is wrong, the flow of mana is tangled, or the procedure is not right. Naturally, the spell would lose its mysterious power and become unusable. Or there were also cases where the mana flowed back and their own lives were in danger. But the program's source code doesn't have those kinds of mistakes. Under any circumstances, only a set value is offered. The speed is something other wizards dare not to follow. Of course, spells casted by a wizard in 6th rank or higher will be faster. Those superhumans have supercomputers in their heads, so they're an exception in the first place. This source code must have been a great revolution for the students of Soren Academy, who had not yet fully grown properly. It's not that it doesn't have any shortcomings. You can only use it up to 3rd-tier magic. Beyond that, the mana capacity will cause overload, and it's complicated and difficult to make the source code itself. Computer programmers go through a lot of testing while diversifying all kinds of patterns in debugging for a reason. I also racked my brain to make that one. However, it is very convenient because it can be used for a very long time after making it once. Moreover, I don't have to create the source code for 3rd-tier spells and below them one by one, as it's troublesome. After all, this source code spell is a product of an invention that was made to keep up by those who do not have talent. It's sad that my circumstances can't turn out to be the best even if I did that. But what can I do? If I wanted to eat well for 2 years as a professor at the academy where only geniuses gather, I had to teach classes with that kind of knowledge. Well, wouldn't that be enough for me not to be underestimated? I hoped so. With the advent of a groundbreaking spell casting technique called source code, all the students were silent. The silence that blanketed the classroom even felt passionate. The first-year students especially seemed like they were about to shoot laser beams from their eyes. They chose Ludger Kelly's class because they felt like being half-deceived, so they couldn't believe that they were witnessing such a thing. Some students felt a chill in their backs. If I couldn't beat the moment and made a different choice. If I didn't take this class today. A spell to cast another spell. A new method of spell casting beyond common sense. As it was impossible to see its appearance with naked eyes, their ability to learn it by watching was hindered. It was such a terrible nightmare that it made them freeze to the marrow of their bones and caused their bodies to ache just by imagining it for those who were trying to walk on the wizard's path. Thank heaven. All the students gathered there had the same thoughts. And then they were able to see Ludger in a new light. Obviously, his first impression was as a person who was very serious, in-depth, and intense, contrary to what they thought. Even so, what was important for a Magic Academy professor is magic skills, after all. You can't gain a student's respect by just repeating what others have said. But now, all the students who saw the new magic had a feeling of awe beyond mere respect for Ludger. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Moreover, Ludger's behavior was amazing. His expression shows no sign of excitement, even though he demonstrated in front of everyone a new method that could be called the discovery of the century. Such natural behavior made the students suddenly immersed in thought. For this man, even the groundbreaking spell of source code could be performed in front of everyone naturally. Maybe. Isn't there another secret weapon besides this groundbreaking magic? If you've invented that much and you had that much of an apathetic reaction, there's definitely something else that's much greater. At that moment, the passion of the 80 Magic Academy students in the classroom sparkled. If I learn that spell, if I turn his teaching into my own knowledge, I can improve it more. Their strong will was revealed through their eyes, and the heated atmosphere was aimed at Ludger. Ludger reacted with half-opened eyes, but his back inside his dress clothes was damp with cold sweat. What's wrong with their eyes? For Ludger, who expected the opinion that he was just a moderately great or good teacher, the student's response was beyond his imagination. Their eyes were hotter than lava coming out through the stratum. He felt like he was going to be scalded on it, so Ludger flogged his mind, pulled himself together, and maintained a poker face. He had revealed one secret card there, so it'd be all right for a while. However, he thought that he could not continue to push the classes only with that until sometime later. If he didn't want the academy to find out that he's a fraud, if he didn't want the secret society to find out that he was a fake, he had to prepare more in the future. Let's go all the way to the end. In order to survive. First of all, he had to do something about the woman from a Duke family who stood on the podium. Flora Lumos. Startle. Flora, who was distracted by Ludger's source code spell that he had just casted, finally came to her senses. Ludger's cold and sharp eyes had her figure in them. His eyes felt like they were cutting through her heart. What the hell is this guy? She thought of herself as a genius. And she had the talent to match such a title. No one doubted her, because she showed her skills to those who had doubts. Even the professors at the academy were intimidated in front of her. No matter how old they were, no matter how long they had learned magic, no matter how hard they tried. She was ahead of her professors. But that man was different. He didn't boast, nor did he show off his talents. Yet still, he was not swayed by the others. It was like looking at a pillar of steel that was deeply embedded in the ground and standing tall. Even throughout the storm, the rain, and the snow, it doesn't get rusty nor worn out. No matter what kind of flaws she tried to catch, there was not a single scratch. What the hell, how come this guy is a new professor? Source code? I've never heard of such a spell. Even Flora, who had encountered the royal family several times, had taken a step back to such pressure. Even the royal princess had her eyes wide open at Ludger's performance. A groundbreaking shortcut to spell casting. Have you finally solved the question you were curious about? Yes. Flora replied, pretending to be calm as best as she could. She kept her posture neat and held her trembling voice. She kept telling herself not to be swayed. Was her behavior funny? There was a slight smile around Ludger's mouth. As if he'd already seen through her desperate, strong act. Flora Lumos. Yes, Professor. You couldn't overcome your own prejudice, and you asked me questions without my permission. Do you admit it? Flora bit her lips tightly. It hurt her pride, but she couldn't disagree. Flora managed to move her lips as she clenched her fist with her cute little hand. Yes. I admit it. It was a painful sense of defeat that she had never felt before. The envious eyes of the students, which she usually felt, had never been as painful as they were then. Suddenly, she remembered a childhood memory that she had wanted to forget. Her father looking down at her with a cold stare. Her goal of wanting to be recognized by him. She held back her tears desperately. She couldn't crumble there yet. I won't say more than that because you have acknowledged it yourself, but your actions are clearly a direct challenge to the professor's authority. As I warned you at first, I'm not going to let this slide. Yes. Flora Lumos. I give you 10 penalty points. Penalty point. It wasn't that great, but if the target was Flora, the story was different. Soren's genius who had never made a mistake before. Even the penalty points, which were only 10 points, were huge because she had no penalty points, and she had seemed unlikely to have any in the future before. A slight flaw in a perfect artifact. Therefore, it turned out to be big and painful more than anything. Do you have any complaints? No, I think that's fair. Flora bit her lips tightly. Oh, my gosh. That Flora. Even the other students were surprised that Flora got a penalty. Moreover, it was not a forced nitpicking but a reasonable punishment that even she had to admit. Flora came down from the podium with weak steps and returned to her original seat. At that moment, Ludger's voice called her up. But the fluttering flame technique that you showed me was more perfect than anything I've ever seen before. She stopped and looked back at the podium. Ludger was staring at her with unwavering and straight eyes. I don't hate students with talents. So, Flora Lumos, you have 10 award points. 10 award points. As a result, the 10 penalty points given to her were practically gone. The students who were envious of Flora thought that the penalty points were fortunate, and the students who admired Flora thought it was unfortunate. But Flora, as someone who was directly involved, felt an unprecedented sense of shame. Even if the penalty points disappeared, there was still the memory that she had gotten the penalty points. It was unforgettable even after 10 years, or maybe even after a lifetime. But suddenly, she had an award point. Flora interpreted the meaning of the award points given by Ludger in this way. It's the mercy of a winner to a foolish student who dared to come at him. Even that compliment was just deceit. That, in turn, left an indelible scar on Flora's pride. Thank you. But that was all she could say. When she returned to her seat, Cheryl, who was watching the whole situation anxiously, spoke in a worried voice. Flora, are you okay? Cheryl knew how strong Flora's pride was. To be exact, she became like that because of what she had been through as a child. It was hard to imagine how disgraceful it would be for Flora to be rebuked by the new professor in front of everyone. Yeah. I'm fine. Flora replied with a bright smile. Her relaxed appearance was no different from her usual self, and she did not appear to be wounded at all. Oh, so she's fine. Yeah, Flora can get over this soon. Cheryl was inwardly relieved. It seemed foolish of her to think that her friend might go astray in a bad way. It was still like that. Flora was preparing to listen to the class, staring at the podium with the same face as usual. But Cheryl couldn't see it. Not only she, no one in the classroom knew it. The flame in Flora's eyes, a hot fire that would burn everything down. I went back to my position and looked at Flora's condition. Later, I remembered that the Lumos family was a famous dukedom in the empire. That means that she was the daughter of a ducal family. She's not going to use her family's power to put pressure on me, right? Maybe she will go home and tell her father? Although the place was Soren, such possibilities could not be ignored just because the students were still young. However, Flora's expression as she sat down was calm. There was nothing strange in her face when she exchanged a conversation naturally with the friend sitting next to her. Sure. Apparently, she's a smart and bright kid, so she won't make too much of it, right? The reason why I gave the award point in the first place was because it was a kind of reconciliation attempt to not fight and to get along well in the future. I was really glad that she seemed to accept it well. Then let's proceed to the first class. I will select some students who follow my class well and teach them how to do the source code. As I said that, I shook the carrot a little, and the students listened to my class without saying much. Ding dong. Ding dong. When I finished explaining the theory and simple method of releasing the mana, the bell of the clock tower rang to mark the end of the class. I breathed a sigh of relief inwardly, thinking that I had finished the class safely without any tackles. The students seemed to not be suspicious of anything because I had explained the contents of the textbook appropriately and mixed them with practical tips. The first step was easy, so I could just continue with that atmosphere in my next classes. My lecture period had a total of 4 hours a week. Since there were a total of 2 classes per week divided by 2 hours, I had a lot of time until the next class. As I was about to leave the classroom after putting on my outer garment, I could see some students looking at me as if they wanted to approach me but had some doubts about it. I was wondering why for a moment, but I realized later that I had missed something. For your information, I won't give you any assignments for the first day. Just go back to your daily activities and review the lesson for today. Yay! Phew! That's a relief. The students smiled brightly and rejoiced at my words. Even the geniuses who gathered in the academy were students, after all. Seeing them overjoyed and burdened with the existence of one assignment, I realized that they were still children. Well, no matter how strict I was in teaching them, I wouldn't give them any assignments from day one. Other professors besides me were going to give them assignments anyway. Usually, professors who gave assignments from the first day of their class were bound to be criticized for the whole semester. As for the lesson, every mercy that I showed to them was based on some kind of calculation. The more of their backbiting and complaints about the other professors, the less mention there would be of criticism toward me will be. I packed the list of students' names on the podium and left the classroom. Even when I headed out, the students' eyes still followed me, but I naturally ignored them. I was immersed in thoughts such as how I should proceed with the next class and how I could find out the basic personal information about the 80 students who were taking my class. In addition, considering there was information that had not yet been revealed about the secret society, I had to move as quickly as possible. Whoa. This is for real, right? Aiden, a freshman who had entered Soren Academy that year, realized that he had really come to Soren after listening to Ludger Kelly's class. I vaguely thought it was going to be like this, but it was hella amazing. Aiden, who came from the countryside, was a commoner, but he was a young man who had confidence that he was fully passionate about magic more than anyone else. Thanks to the efforts and some luck that he has built up so far, he had passed Soren's entrance examination, and he took his first class while dreaming of a prosperous future as a freshman. Ludger Kelly's lecture on the overall spell casting technique. To be honest, he did not have that much of an expectation. When he first entered the classroom, he secretly listened to the talks of other students, because this class that he took was more talkative than he thought. There are actually a total of 2 classes of magic casting, and among those 2, this one is taught by a fallen aristocrat. Originally, he was a new professor who couldn't pass the entry examination here, but he was lucky to pass because there were 5 vacancies due to the professors who retired last year. All the rumors about him are fake and exaggerated. It was obviously the talks from the aristocratic students who spoke ill of others and looked down on them. However, Aiden, who came to Ledhelk from the countryside, did not doubt their words much because he knew that they were seniors and that they were great aristocrats. Is the professor named Ludger Kalasi really not that good? It was just a class that he chose without much thought, so he regretted it for some reason. But Aiden realized how wrong his doubts were when Ludger appeared. The man who overwhelmed the classroom atmosphere with 80 students in it just by standing on the podium was like a soldier facing a fierce war. And what happened later made Aiden even more shocked. After having a conversation with a female senior about the impossibility of shortening the time span of spell casting, he introduced a spell technique. As soon as he witnessed the spell that Ludger Kalasi called source code, Aiden felt the blood in his body race. It was a shock that made him feel like there was a blazing explosion in front of him. It was the light of knowledge that appeared when he clearly watched a mystery that had never been witnessed before and the revolutionary moment that expanded his perspectives toward a wider world. It seemed like an excessive line, but at least Aiden felt that way. When he was a little kid who didn't know anything yet, there had been a wandering wizard who showed him magic. The first spell that the wandering wizard showed was only first-tier magic, and when he reminisced about it, the spell technique was imperfect and crude. At that time, Aiden thought that the performance was extremely cool. Since then, he had been taught by the wandering wizard and studying magic and continued on his own, but nothing had beat the thrill that he felt when he witnessed magic for the first time yet. Still, he remembered that learning magic itself was so much fun. Thanks to his passion for magic and unexpectedly great talent for magic, Aiden advanced faster as the days went by. Thus, he was able to enter Soren Magic Academy through fierce competition. He took his first class, thinking that this place might satisfy his thirst for magic and open up a new world before him. He ended up witnessing something that was extremely astonishing. Professor Ludger Kalasi is really an incredible person. Aiden already thought that he was extraordinary from his first impression of Ludger, but it was real. He had showcased a real, new spell that didn't exist in the world yet, not just some false facade. Aiden was so happy to take the class that he couldn't hide his excitement. Humph. It was then. The voice of blatant disdain aimed at him was heard from the next seat. When he turned his head, a male student who looked like he was from the same year was looking at him with his arms folded. His face was handsome, but he looked quite greasy, probably because of his parted blonde hair that highlighted his forehead. This is why we should have no commoners. He's amazed just because he saw something like that. Huh? Did you say that to me? Then who else is a commoner besides you here? Aiden then looked around at his surroundings. Now that the majority of students have already left the classroom, there are not many people left. Ah. So you were talking to me. Because of his innocent reaction that contradicted his expectation, the aristocratic male student's face who just triggered the dispute frowned. You. Are you making fun of me right now? What? Making fun of you? No way. Aiden smiled awkwardly and tried to say that he didn't mean to make fun of him at all, but the person in front of him was already so upset with thinking he had been insulted. How dare you look down on me, Javon, the first descendant of Baron Felio? Aiden was drenched in a cold sweat. It seemed that it would still be hopeless for him in many ways even if he wanted to let this pass nicely. What do I do? As soon as Aiden was contemplating how he should overcome the situation, someone came to help him. If you're from Felio Baronage, isn't it the family that lived at the place closest to the border of the Empire? What the hell? Who are you? It was a sky-blue-haired boy whose height was shorter than the others who helped Aiden. Javon Felio looked at the boy and sneered. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Huh. Is this kind of brat able to enter Soren Academy too these days? It's still better than the fact that an idiotic son of a baron passed Soren's test. What? How dare you insult the Felio family? As Javon clenched his teeth and was about to charge his mana, Leo, the boy with sky-blue hair, did not lose his smile. You should pay for your words and actions for insulting an aristocrat. Try to do it. What? Try to do it. Let's see what will happen if you cast a spell to attack us here. Javon was dumbfounded by Leo's confident words. Javon thought a commoner would bow their head meekly if he was intimidating enough. Do you think it is still your family background that makes you superior to us? Wake up. If you cause even a little commotion here, you can't even call yourself a nobleman. Didn't you get that kind of notice before you came here? You. Since I have nothing to say, just shut your mouth if you don't know what else to do except glare at me like that. And check the situation before you even raise your voice. Can't you see the surroundings? Hearing Leo's words, Javon realized that there were still several students left in the classroom. Among them, there were also children of aristocrats from higher status whom he would not dare to look at. Heek. Just wait and see. Javon stared at Aiden as if he was about to kill him before leaving the classroom. Aiden contemplated what he should do with the situation. However, at that moment, his priority was to thank that fellow for helping him. Thank you for helping me. I'm Aiden. I'm Leo. And you don't have to thank me. I just stepped up because I was disgusted to see him acting up as an aristocrat. You're such a nice person, aren't you? How did you perceive my words just now? Leo stared at Aiden as if he was a strange fellow and shook his head. Well, whatever. I'm leaving now. I'm leaving with you. Where do you think I'm going? Aren't you going to take the next class? The thing you're holding in your hand, it's for the alchemy class of embodiment specialization, right? It's also my next class right after this one. TSK. Do whatever you want. Leo spoke brusquely, but he did not kick Aiden away or reject Aiden's offer to accompany him. Aiden felt that Leo's way of speaking was just a little strange and that he was a good person. Leo suddenly opened his mouth while watching Aiden, who was packing his textbooks for the next class. You'd better go around without being too obvious about it. Huh? Obvious about what? Obvious about being a country bumpkin, obvious about being a commoner, obvious that you haven't studied magic properly. Whatever it is, you're showing it off too much. Oh, is that so? I'm sorry. I don't know much about that. Don't forget, this is Soren Academy. It's a place full of amazing people. Amazing people? I think I know it since I just saw Professor Calisi. Leo sighed at Aiden's stunned response. There seemed to be a lot to explain to this poor fellow. Listen up. Since you're already taking the class, you need to know how this place works. And you also have to be careful about certain students. Certain students? There are students who have an exceptionally overwhelming position inside Soren. Right now, us first years are considered not knowing anything because we just came in, but it won't work if we proceed to the second year. The most representative example was Flora Lumos. Flora Lumos, the sophomore. I didn't expect her to take the same class with us, but you should be careful about her. Why? There are rumors that she has a trashy personality. They said that the sudden resignation of the professor who was in charge of the magic casting class last year was mostly due to her influence. To be honest, I thought it would be like that again this time. Leo also recalled Ludger Kelly's class. The groundbreaking spell of source code that he showed was certainly amazing. That Flora Lumos had even stepped down without even being able to say anything. However, he didn't think Flora Lumos will back down just because of that. Instead, there was a possibility that her spark of anger would be released to the others. So you'd better avoid her as much as you can. Is there anyone else? Of course there is. Someone who came from the noblest lineages of the Exilian Empire. I heard that rumor too. They said there's a royal princess among the sophomores, right? The third princess, Elendil von Exilian. She's extremely noble, and the emperor is fond of her, that's why she's able to enter this place. Of course, it's not good for us as commoners to get involved with her. That person. Aiden recalled a woman with hair that resembled weaves of golden thread. Blonde hair wasn't that rare, but there was only one person who was able to radiate such nobility through her blonde hair. And lastly, Fruden Woolberg. If it's Woolberg, do you mean that Woolberg? One of the three ducal families. Do you think there's another Woolberg in the Empire? Fruden, the eldest son of the Duke's family, Woolberg. He is the man who leads the biggest faction in his second year. It's an upper-class faction consisting of only aristocrats, to be exact. Upper-class faction. They are people who see commoners like us as no different than bugs on the side of the road, so it's better not to get involved with them. Fortunately, Fruden doesn't take this class. For your information, the idiot who picked a fight with you a while ago seems to belong to that faction. It was inevitable. Is there anyone else? You were just being stamped on, but you are curious about the other people instead? Should I say you're quite bold or quite slow? Leo had no idea what kind of person Aiden was, but at least Leo was sure he was not a bad or rotten guy. There are indeed a few more. Oh really? Who are they? I'll tell them to you later, on the way. Okay. Do you also want to eat with me later? What? Why should I? Aiden and Leo left the classroom while chattering, without knowing that one of the remaining students in the classroom was watching them. Is this a private professor's office? I felt a little peculiar gut feeling in front of the door of a room that was called a professor's office. Perhaps because it was Soren, even the new professors were given a considerably spacious personal space. The nameplate at the entrance also had the name Ludger Kelly. Let's go in first. I was curious about what the inside looked like, so I decided to check it out. I opened the door and went inside the professor's office. And I had no choice but to be surprised to see the guest who had arrived there first. Oh my, Mr. Ludger. Come here. One of the people whom I had to be the wariest of. The principal of Soren Academy. Why is that person suddenly here? I didn't know why on earth the principal was there. I walked into my private professor's office at a leisurely pace and closed the door. There should never be a situation where I revealed my true feelings, no matter what happened, when I didn't even know what purpose she came to see me for. Clack. As the door closed, a breathtaking silence blanketed the room. I naturally sat on the seat opposite the guest sofa where the principal sat. She just smiled brightly at me. It was the principal who opened her mouth first. What do you think? The interior design is quite pretty, right? It was a sentence without any context for the start of a conversation. But I wouldn't let my guard down. Maybe such action itself was her attempt to pry into me. Yes, it is. Soren Academy provides every professor with their own personal space. You can do whatever you want here without being self-conscious of the others, Professor Ludger. I like that. The principal's golden eyes turned to me. I also faced her without avoiding her gaze. I could see myself inside her eyes akin to a beautifully decorated amber. Just like when I first met her, I felt somewhat anxious when I faced the principal's eyes. I immediately changed the subject. What brings you here, Your Honor? Did I come to a place where I shouldn't have come? I'm just curious as to why such a busy person like you comes to a new professor's private office. Then it's not like I'm in a place that I can't come to, right? But I feel burdensome. The principal shut her mouth when I spoke straightforwardly. Her gentle smile still lingered, but inside her eyes, a peculiar feeling that was hard to understand spread like a drop of ink in the water. The principal shook her head. There is no particular reason. Is that so? Even though you are a new professor here, you're still a valuable assigned professor at Soren Academy. Of course, as a principal, I can't help but pay attention to you. I see. Listening to my moderate response, she showed a pouty look, somewhat dissatisfied with it. You can be a little more surprised, though? I'm sorry, but I'm already surprised enough. It's not a lie, it's the truth. I had opened the door excitedly because it was my personal space, and I was very surprised to see the principal. I was more confident that I wouldn't be that surprised if I ran into a ghost on the street in the middle of the night. However, I just didn't show it because I had no leisure to do it. In fact, my heart was still beating like crazy, so I was nervous that the president might hear it. The other professors were all surprised. Did you stop by the offices besides mine? Yours is the last one. Why did she come to me last? And is the principal thinking of having a face-to-face talk with the new professors? I suddenly remembered the existence of a secret society that permeated Soren. Maybe. Did the principal notice something? No matter how secretive the society was, they could not hide their tale perfectly. And if it was someone like the principal, she may have noticed that those who made suspicious movements have come into Soren. If I didn't know, I would pass it on, but because I knew there was a secret society there, I saw the principal's attitude differently. Is she being suspicious of me? There is a possibility. It's a bit unfair for me, but frankly, I can't raise any objections. I don't belong to the secret society, but I'm the secret society executive. I don't know what this is all about, but those are actually my current circumstances. Come to think of it, my real identity is not that honorable as well, so I have to work hard not to be caught. So, what question does your honor want to ask me? It's nothing. I'd like to check how your first class was. You were just coming back from your class, right? Yes. Have you ever had a hard time with students? Not at all. Rather, I wondered if it was all right for the students to not ask me questions like what happened then. Well, I deliberately gave off the vibe of prohibiting them from coming near me, but I just meant for them not to bother me too much. I didn't know anyone wouldn't do anything at all. Ah. But the daughter from Lumo's family did ask me a question. That's interesting. I looked at the list of students who attended your lectures this time, and there were quite a lot of famous students. Is that so? You haven't seen the list yet? I brought it to see it now. I waved the paper in my hand. Well, it's actually up to you, Professor Ludger, but just in case, please be careful not to cause any problems, as the princess is there as well. Yes, I will. The princess? Did even a royal princess come to take my class as well? I just felt confused rather than feeling honored or anything else. Suddenly, I remember a blonde student who had boldly asked me a question. Come to think of it, I thought she looked familiar, so she was from that lineage. And I heard that there are also many freshmen in your class. I thought you were only going to teach the sophomores, but I didn't think you were going to teach it as a joint class with the freshmen as well. Because I didn't mean to build differences between the first and second years. I'm not blaming you. Rather, I approve of your way that brings a breath of fresh air to this academy. I can especially see some of the most amazing students among the freshmen. Amazing kids, you said? Yes. There are some kids who use uncommon magic, some kids who come from great families, and some kids who have worked hard while being raised in the magic tower. Usually, I think there would be a gap if they come from different years, but I don't think that's going to happen for the freshmen who came in this time. Her brightly smiling face when she was thinking of the students fit her position as an academy principal. But my skin shivers whenever I see that smile. First of all, I was not a person who would say such a thing confidently because of my conscience, so I only listened to the principal and responded briefly. Well, anyway, Soren has high expectations for Professor Ludger Kelly. I'm unworthy of such an appraisal. I'm glad you didn't encounter any problems in your first class, and your first impression of the students seems to be okay. You saved me from my concerns. The principal stood up at the end of her sentence. How about having a cup of tea before leaving? I asked out of courtesy. Yes? Was it unexpected that I said that? She showed a slightly confused look before squinting her eyes like a crescent moon. I appreciate the offer, but I have a lot of work to do. I could barely spare the time to come here. I see. And you just arrived here, do you even know where the tea and glasses are in the professor's office? Somewhere inside the shelf, right? Wrong. Actually, we only prepared coffee. If you want to drink tea, you have to apply for a separate tea room. I see. I didn't know about that. You can keep it in mind for the future. Then let's get along well in the future as well. The principal, who sent her farewell to me with a playful smile, left after she said those words. She was simply like a calm storm. I sighed softly and rubbed my eyelids with my fingers. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. How was it? The old gentleman, Wilford, asked while following the principal, who walked in the hallway with leisurely steps. Have your suspicions of Professor Ludger been resolved? Well, I don't know. The principal recalled the conversation she had with Ludger Kelly, the restrained attitude that he had shown her, to be exact. I'm not so sure. Is that so? Ludger Kelly was a unique man. The principal thought. When anyone looked at her, they would be enchanted by her golden eyes. To be exact, it's more like they would be possessed by her eyes that were gifted with the reverberation of magic power since she was born. A captivating Vascania. It's her power and the first merit that brought her up to her position. Of course, it was not intentional for her to use the captivating Vascania on other people. It was kind of a part of her blood since she was born, so if she made eye contact with someone, they'd get captivated without her intention. It was possible to control her eyes to some extent at least, but in the past, her daily life was difficult. But after becoming principal, she honestly admitted that she couldn't have come to that position without the Vascania. Because nothing beat her eyes if people who came into Soren had a secret plan and she wanted to find out about it. I was going to pry him with the excuse for a personal face-to-face talk, though. The more the mana that the other party has, the more influenced they will be by my Vascania, though. Her Vascania could affect even a fourth-rank wizard. Of course, the requirement was that the other person did not currently use any mental defense magic. Especially since, the greater the magic power the other party had, the easier it was for them to be influenced by her Vascania. The power of her Vascania was proportional to the total amount of magic power the other party had. But Ludger was not like that. He must have been a fourth-rank wizard, but his reaction was completely different from other professors. The first time he met her Vascania was when he had just entered the principal's office. And that was the second time. The man faced her Vascania twice and showed no signs of being swayed. Did he not manage to see it? No, she knew that he obviously faced her Vascania, but he showed no signs of being swayed. It meant that he had resisted the power of her Vascania with a steel-like strong will. The principal's eyes shone. He really is an interesting man. The principal had no choice but to think so. But of course, she couldn't show her feelings bluntly. I sensed suspicious movements, so I'm focusing on the people whom I feel the most suspicious of, but I haven't had any results. Since she had recently found out that a group of bad people was hidden in Soren, she couldn't even let the little things pass by. Ludger Kelesi was involved in a train terrorist attack on his way there. It wasn't his fault. But she had some suspicions just in case. What if the train incident was a blindfold, and in the meantime a man named Ludger Kelesi was replaced? That's why the principal sent Wilford, her most trusted right-hand man and one of the strongest men in Soren's history, on the pretext of picking him up. What do you think about it, Mr. Wilford? I don't think I can trust him right away, but I didn't find anything suspicious about him either. Is that so? If Wilford said so, it was one among two probabilities. Either Ludger Kelesi was really innocent, or he was someone who was amazing enough to fool them perfectly. I can only hope that it's not the latter. There were so many things to worry about at the moment, so she decided to stop worrying about Ludger. Oh, but I can be sure of one thing. What's that? That Ludger Kelesi, he's not an ordinary person at all. He's not ordinary? What made you say that? All I can say is that it's just from this old man's gut feelings. What? Wilford seemed to favor Ludger Kelesi quite a lot. She could trust Wilford, who had good eyes on people, if he said so. Still, it didn't completely remove her suspicions. Because at any given moment, there could be the worst possible outcome. A wizard was a person who had to give deep consideration to such possibilities. Most of all, she was the principal of Soren Academy. She had no choice but to be careful in every case, because she held a position that required her to be the perfect person who could not tolerate even an inch of carelessness. Being left alone, I was finally able to relax my shoulders and let out a sigh after confirming that her sense of presence outside the door was getting farther away. I was exhausted. My brain demanded mana. I can't believe the principal suddenly came to see me. Well, according to her words, it was just a personal face-to-face talk with new professors. But who would believe such words if a principal suddenly came to see them? I bet they were all inwardly questioning it. That's not what's important. I went straight to my personal desk and sat down. The desk that was made of luxurious wood seemed quite expensive. There was a clock made of cogwheels on one side of the wall. On the other side of the wall, Soren's map was displayed on a board and was spread out. Red curtains were spread out on the left and right sides of the window with an antique design, and even the chair I was sitting on was very luxurious. I was impressed by Soren's totality, which allocated that amount of space to new professors, and again by the fact that it was filled with all sorts of high-end furniture. I looked at the list of students who were taking my lecture. So it's for real. There were students who had exceptionally long and cool names on the list of those who took my class. Elendel von Exilian from the second year. If someone had the Empire's name Exilian as their surname, you would have known right away that she was of royal descent unless you were a fool. She's the student who questioned me daringly during the orientation, right? I had thought she looked familiar to me. So she was a member of the royal family. It was driving me crazy. Why does the princess, of all people, have to attend my lecture? She must have been taking classes from other professors besides me, but that doesn't mean my burdens went away. No matter how Soren was said to be the third area where private autonomy was guaranteed within the empire, if there was a person from the imperial family, the story would be different. If anything happened to her, I'd be in trouble. There's no way anything could happen to her in Soren, but it's just in case. I could not rule out small incidents that might occur when she was experimenting with magic chemicals, simulating actual combat, or performing alchemy. Even if I paid attention to the safety of students as much as I could, there were times when students fight against each other in places that can't be seen by their professors. In order to eliminate such a situation as much as possible, professors were also obligated to protect students. Come to think of it, there was even a secret society hidden in Soren recently. It's driving me crazy. Well, there won't be any incidents happening right away, so let's think calmly for now. I also looked carefully at the list of other students. There were also some other first and second years who stood out. Flora of the Lumos family as well, and there are even aristocrats from other kingdoms? Then my gaze went to a student's name and stopped. Aiden. A commoner who did not grow up in a particularly great family or that was taught by a prominent wizard. He must have had the talent since he managed to enter, but he was also a child whom I couldn't find anything special with compared to other students. He looked somewhat familiar. There was something that was strangely gripping my nerves. There's nothing that comes to my mind right away. Even if I was concerned about Aiden, I couldn't recall anything right away, so I decided to move on. I put all the personal information of the rest of the students into my brain. There were a total of 54 freshmen and 26 sophomores. The ratio between first and second years was roughly 2-to-1. I had already guessed that the number of freshmen was higher because there was dominant among the existing name tags, but it was more than I thought. There are also some freshmen whom I should be careful of. Starting from the newcomers who were backed by the Magic Tower and the Alchemy School, to the kid who was publicized as an extraordinary rookie in the Magic Tower. Even students with ordinary grades in Soren were called geniuses when they went outside Soren. And all those geniuses then strayed to various places. The place was crowded with such people, so it was certainly far from common sense. Having checked the list of all the students, I placed the papers on the desk and pressed my fingers against my throbbing forehead. I'm tired. I'm tired in a lot of ways. I recalled the meeting and conversation that I had with the principal a while before. Considering the principal came to me and pried at me, it meant I hadn't fully earned her trust yet. Moreover, Soren's trust as well. It wasn't a complete suspicion, probably 50-50 when I thought about it. There was a high possibility that their views toward me would be divided depending on how I behaved in the future. It doesn't matter. Since I had already decided to play my role, I had no intention of showing any suspicious behaviors. The principal was the 6th rank, almost the top of the 8 existing hierarchies. I had heard she had crossed the 7th rank. A 4th rank wizard could not beat her even if there were 100 of them. Not to mention the principal. The biggest problem is the secret society. The secret society was still quiet because it was just the beginning of the semester, but if time went by and there was a chance for them to maneuver behind the scenes, they'd move right away. The problem was, for what purpose did they infiltrate Soren Academy? What were they trying to do by planting people there while getting rid of some employees? Were they literally aiming to overthrow Soren, or was there something in Soren? Maybe it's a kind of treason against the Empire. I brought out the newspaper that was stuck between the documents and spread it out. The article in the newspaper, written in black letters, still covered the last incident of the magic engineering locomotive terror attack. The terrorist attack on the magic engineering locomotive turned out to be conducted by the Revolutionary Army. It seemed almost certain that there was a Revolutionary Army behind the train raid. The Revolutionary Army, or the Liberation Army. The Revolutionary Army, under the ideal of the fall of imperialism and the uprising of citizens to break down the existing unfair status system. To be honest, it's no different than a terrorist organization. Originally, if it was according to the Earth's history, the politics of this time would have felt like a parliamentary cabinet system was added to the modern constitutional monarchy, but this world, where magic existed, still belonged to the power of kings and nobles. Still, seeing all kinds of various movements taking place in this world over the past 50 years, the world was also on a similar trend to the flow from the Earth where I lived. The stagnant magic and the science that grew rapidly. At the same time, magic engineering was born by combining science and magic. It was just amazing that such extreme change was happening in less than a century. And that's also the reason why the Revolutionary Army happened. However, it is highly likely that the secret society is not related to the real Revolutionary Army. Frankly speaking, the death of the real First Order, Ludger Kelesi, led me to such a conclusion. If he was in the same organization, why would he be involved in a train terror attack and die? The reaction he showed then was that of someone who never expected his train to be attacked. It meant that the terrorist attack itself was completely unexpected by the secret society. It would be right to separate the secret society from the Revolutionary Army. And there was another thing I could guess. The First Order known as Ludger Kelesi was not someone who was suitable for combat. He was definitely good at magic, his judgment wasn't bad either. He probably received high-level training. However, it was not so overwhelming that he was called an executive of a secret society. What particularly bothered me was the reaction of his secret society's subordinate, who had contacted me secretly. His subordinate saw my face, and she just thought I was the First Order. I'm sure it's not that she doesn't know the face of the Ludger I saw on the train. Why? She obviously accepted the fact that his appearance had changed. If she thinks that it's natural for him to change his appearance, I can figure out the specialization of the dead Ludger Kelesi. In other words, the First Order specialized in disguise and infiltration. It was rather fortunate for me, since I had those characteristics as well. At least I wouldn't gain any suspicions from the other members by my appearance. I could be at ease. For now, I'm just going to do my activities as a professor, and I won't say anything to the secret society. I can just say it's an attempt to clear the academy's suspicions. All I had to do was get the subordinates below me to do all the bothersome things, and in fact, as someone who held a First Order qualification, I just had to be careful about solidifying my position. Maybe I wouldn't have to worry about it for a while. However, the problem would genuinely arise when the secret society awakened from its slumber and became active. From the planting of their executive-level figure as Soren's professor, it was clear that they intended to overthrow Soren in some way. It's complicated. Soren was not likely to collapse easily, but it was not an iron fortress that was completely impossible to attack either. No matter how powerful an empire was, it was bound to collapse. History had proved that. In particular, the more extreme the transitional form in the generation, the closer the possibility became reality. Even if it was just in case, I couldn't ignore the slightest possibility that the secret society would overthrow Soren. In that case, would it be better to leave Soren and commit myself to the secret society? No, I can't do that. Even if I have to do that to survive, it won't last long. For the moment, it wouldn't be a problem if I acted like I was their newly appointed professor under the guise of Ludger Kelesi. Would the other First Order, who hadn't been actively moving together with me so far, not notice the subtle changes in Ludger? I'm sure they'd find out. I didn't know what would happen if I got caught being their traitor. It'd be the worst case if the secret society could win against Soren. Rather, keeping the professor's position while deliberately interfering with their plans was the most likely way for me to survive. However, if I was also explicitly standing on Soren's side, the society would immediately notice my betrayal. It's a moment of extreme tightrope walking. Unless I knew what the purpose of the secret society was, I couldn't plan to do anything right away. I picked up my pen and wrote down a summary of my future plans on an empty paper. Be wary of the other First Order from the secret society. Need to quickly identify who they are. After that, refrain from contacting them as much as possible. Maintain my position as a professor. Don't let go of my wariness so that I won't be neglectful in my classes. I will focus on working as a professor so that the academy won't be suspicious. After writing it down roughly, there were about 3 things to do. I didn't worry about the possibility of anyone reading it. Since I wrote it in Korean, people in this world would not know what it means even if they were reborn after they died. Well, all I can do right now is do my best as a professor. Tap tap. I tapped on the wooden desk with my fingertips. Well, if the secret society contacted me and pressured me by asking why I didn't make any movement, I could make an excuse that it was an attempt to clear their suspicions. I immediately took out a new piece of paper to write a letter and picked up a pen. I originally had an acquaintance whom I was supposed to meet at another place, so I had to tell that person that I couldn't go there. There's a lot for me to do. In fact, I had to deal with it in advance on the first day, but I forgot because there were so many things to worry about. Well, since I had nothing to feel sad about, I bet that fellow wouldn't complain much about it. I wrote the letter with as many pleasantries as possible, instead of direct words, in case someone opened it. Like the letters that Ludger Kelly had, I also used ciphers. At the end of the sentence, come to let help, in the letter, I had forgotten an important request that I included at the end of the letter instead. Bring my stuff on your way here. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The reply to the letter came the very next day. The appointment that was written in the letter was for me to meet them at Lethelk's industrial area the next weekend. As for me, I wanted to meet them a little earlier, but they said they were busy with their work, so I decided to understand them. WHRRR. After reading the letter, I immediately burned it to avoid the worst case that might happen. Immediately leaving out of the professor's office, I dressed casually and headed to my accommodation. Excuse me. Someone was in a rush while calling me. It seemed that he was a Soren employee, but seeing that his outfit was neater than the others, he looked to be an errand man who served as a messenger. Are you Professor Ludger Kelly? Yes, that's right. How can I help you? When I asked him so, the messenger looked slightly frightened as he flinched. As soon as I sensed that even the employees were avoiding me, the messenger gave me a document after calming himself down. What's this? It's a patrol duty invitation. Patrol duty? Isn't that usually done by an employee or a security guard? Why would a professor have to do that? When I looked at the messenger with such a stare, the messenger made an excuse while drenched in a cold sweat. There was an order from the principal this time. Now that new students have entered the school, Soren students are at their slackest, so this is an attempt to prevent them from causing any problems. To a professor like me? The principal said it would be the most effective if the professors do it instead. And the article in your contract states that professors should also step up and prevent the problems that might happen within Soren. Come to think of it, there was such an article. However, I had thought they were telling me to do it at my own discretion. I didn't expect for them to be that aggressive in giving me the order. But maybe he took my pondering differently. The employee hurriedly spurted out additional explanations in a cold sweat. You don't have to stay up all night. You just have to do the patrol from after the class ends until before the dorm curfew. And today is my turn? Yes. I received the duty invitation without a word from the messenger. The name Ludger Kelly was written there on the day's date. There were several professors besides me in Soren, so the patrol duty must have been done only once a week. It would be a little annoying if I needed to do it on the weekend. Then please excuse me. The messenger, who had told everything that he needed to say, ran away from me in such a hurry as though someone was going to catch and eat him alive. I ignored the messenger and checked the list in the duty invitation. Considering Soren is so wide, does it have a structure where one professor has to do the patrol in each designated area? There were 3 more people on duty that day besides me. Among them, I also saw the name Selena, a professor of spirit studies, who was a newly appointed professor just like me. Well, we don't have to meet each other because the area of our patrol is different, but let's say hello if we meet. More than that, if it wasn't like this before but the rule is suddenly implemented under the direction of the principal, does the principal also suspect that spies are planted among the professors? Perhaps that was how professors were being used to weed out their suspicious contacts or movements. If they were spies, they would not move hastily unless they were a fool, but that did not mean that the principal's policy was meaningless. The principal herself gave the instructions because they would be a deterrent to warn the other party not to act recklessly. It was some kind of warning. From the principal's point of view, it was good if the suspicious people got caught there, and even if they didn't get caught, there was still nothing to lose from that kind of policy. We don't know what the students who are at the peak of their excitement will do after the semester starts, so there's no room to argue if the professors have to come forward and prevent possible incidents. They were not ordinary students, but geniuses who used magic, and of course, the scale of incidents that could be inflicted by them was different from those of ordinary people. If the professors had to stop it, they would certainly do it. The new professors who were just being appointed that year would not be able to refuse the principal's order because they wouldn't have any solid arguments in the first place. The hierarchy existed even inside the academy. We had no choice but to do what the principal demanded us to do. The patrol area I was assigned to was the training center was a place where students often went to show off their magic skills to the fullest, so it was difficult for problems to not occur there. Don't tell me, she's not sending me here on purpose because she's aiming at me, right? I headed to the training center while hoping that it was not the case. The Magic Training Center was not far from the main building. They were separated by a short distance that could be reached within a 10-minute walk along a well-paved path. A large building could be seen through the trees in the moderately cultivated garden. Its overall design has an appearance that reminds me of a super-large vinyl greenhouse. It's so big. Even on Earth, the size of the stadium was so large that it couldn't be measured properly, so it's very impressive. There are 3 such buildings inside the academy. Each was called the first, second, and third training center, and the largest of them, the third training center, was also the main stage where Soarin' Academy's event, Magic Festival, was held every semester. I looked at the third training center that was located closest to me, but there were no particular incidents, so I passed it. There were only a few people at the second training center, and most of them went back to the dormitory after they finished their training. I was just about to check out the last first training center before going back to my accommodation. Eventually, an incident broke out. How dare a lowly commoner like you? I could feel some mana that was fluctuating inside the training center, along with a shout that seemed to be torn in octaves. Sensing that my anxiety had become a reality, I immediately ran inside the training center. When I ran down the corridor and arrived at the audience's railing, one girl student was seen trying to shoot a spell at another girl student. The magic she used was the second-tier electric spell, Burning Thunder. Even if it was a second-tier spell, it was a spell that could cause fatal injuries if the opponent was defenseless. I shouldn't be late. I immediately casted a spell technique. The spell technique that was created by that student was almost complete, but with the source code, I could cast spells within third-tier class faster than anyone else. The spell that I used was a first-tier releasing spell that's made with mana, Shining Stone. I shot it fast and pierced through the middle of the student's spell technique just before it was completed and destroyed the spell. Who is it? The student whose spell technique was destroyed stared at me with anger, thinking that she had been disturbed. Soarin's training center was an open space for anyone to use. It's wide, and there were 3 such training centers, so students could freely cast spells anywhere in the spacious space. The most common users of the training center at the beginning of the semester were especially the freshmen, who were curious about the prestigious Soarin's facilities. As a result, it was inevitable that the freshmen would obviously be involved in small accidents. The children who entered Soarin had already heard that they were geniuses everywhere. Freshmen who have not experienced proper competition have strong self-esteem because they still think that they are the best. There wasn't any chance that they would give up to the other party. At the start, they would spend time nonchalantly with each other, but if they gradually proceeded with the class and become engaged with each other, there would always be a collision that happens. And it was the first training center where such occurrences happened most often. Just like at that moment. What? Say it again. This is a place that's free to use for everyone. There's no reason for me to leave, though? Lynn frowned at the 3 students who were glaring scornfully at her. The woman who had gray hair, which was rare in the Empire, was caught in a dispute when she visited the first training center out of curiosity. The reason was trivial. It's just that those 3 people were going to use the place, so they told Lynn to get out of there. They did not speak in a good manner, and they one-sidedly ordered her to leave because they did not want to use the same space with a commoner. There were not that many students using the training center, and there was enough free space. Nevertheless, it was a blatant insult for anyone to only rule them out and tell them to leave. A total of 3 people were picking a fight with her, 1 woman and 2 men. They were all children of aristocratic families with nobility flowing in their blood. Among them was Dyneema Romley, a first-year student who was the daughter of Count Romley. She was standing at the center of the trio while spitting direct verbal abuse at Lynn. Her blonde hair, which was flowing down to the waist, was curled up like a roll in the edges. Just by looking at her fierce impression, Lynn could already assume that her personality was usually rude. Even so, Lynn didn't expect Dyneema to suddenly pick a fight with her like that. If you feel so uncomfortable, why don't you guys leave instead? Huh? How dare you talk back to me? How dare such a vulgar and impudent commoner like you to a noble blood like me? Soarin doesn't divide the students' rank by social class and blood. You entered this school yet you don't even know about it? That's just what you guys want to believe. You have a blind trust in what they said to you just to make you happy. That's why you guys are so low. That's right, Miss Dyneema. That's why we shouldn't have low-class commoners here. This is why people say that you shouldn't be nice to your underlings. The two boy students on both sides were flattering Dyneema as they adjusted themselves to her mood. Lynn bit her lips. They didn't even try to listen to whatever she would say in the first place, because she was a commoner. Even if she continued to argue there, she'd only tire herself out. Lynn turned her back while thinking that she would just not have them as her company. The problem was that such behavior offended Dyneema's high self-esteem. How dare a commoner like you ignore me when I was talking? Count Romley was a typical aristocrat who fell into elitism and looked down on commoners. And Dyneema, the only daughter of the Count, had also inherited her father's tendency. For her, who had only seen and heard such elitist views since she was young, she was bound to have that kind of personality. Dyneema thought she should play a leading role in Soren Academy. Even if there were many great seniors in the second years, she should be the most dazzling one among the first years. That's what she believed. When she arrived at Soren, most of the students became her competitors. It was a hard reality for her, who had been receiving the best treatment throughout her life. It can't be like this. It already hurt her pride for commoners to use the same classroom and take classes with her. She wouldn't want to accept the fact that there were also students who were more talented than her. An aristocrat must always be aloof and stand on top of everyone. Because that's how she was born. She was the chosen one, and those lowly commoners were nothing but a tool that she used to make herself stand out. To Dyneema, a commoner named Lynn was just an annoying existence. The first time Dyneema noticed her was when they were in the classroom. Her extremely uncommon ash-gray hair had also attracted people's attention, but most of all, it was Lynn's beauty that irritated Dyneema's nerves. She was like a doll made by the goddess of beauty. With all her best efforts, her beauty seemed to be out of this world. Even she, who was also a woman, thought that it was enviable for a moment. Her pride was hurt. Dyneema couldn't forgive it. She couldn't forgive herself and that despicable commoner who had swayed her. Dyneema needed a target to vent her anger, and the target was obviously Lynn, who had caused such animosities inside her. So she started a quarrel with the intention of taking her down a notch. What's up with that arrogant attitude? Lynn's eyes were looking at her as if she was pathetic. Dyneema gritted her teeth and glared at the back of Lynn's head. How dare she ignore me and think that she'll be all right afterward? Dyneema took out her wand. It happened unexpectedly, so even the two followers who were clinging to Dyneema could not react. No way, Dyneema is aiming at Lynn with her wand and going to cast a spell as she was leaving after turning her back. The same went for Lynn. She never imagined that she would do such a thing in Soren. How dare a lowly commoner like you? A spell technique was formed with mana, and buds of hot lightning sparked around its surroundings. Feeling something strange, Lynn turned her back, and her blue eyes widened. Stupid. It's already too late. A cruel smile formed around Dyneema's mouth. It wouldn't kill her, but instead, it was going to burn her beautiful face. The moment she was about to shoot the prepared spell into the face of that despicable commoner, a white flash of light pierced through her magic. Dyneema distorted her face into a demon-like appearance when she saw the reverberation of the scattered lightning. Who is it? She stared at the place where the spell was casted. And she saw him. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A man who was looking down at them from the audience's railings. What are you doing? Do the frost pillars that are raging on the frozen ground of the northern continent feel like this? Her skin reacted the moment his voice, which was mixed with subtle anger, touched her ears. It was such a force and vigor that it would make anyone's teeth bump together on their own. He's not a student, not a Soren employee either. There was no way Dyneema didn't know about a man with such an intense impression in the first place. Professor Ludger? While I was on patrol, I suddenly felt a wavelength of mana, so I came here. His gaze glanced through Lynn, Dyneema's gang, and the students who had just watched nearby and hadn't stopped the gang. I didn't know created this kind of problem habitually. It wasn't even a mere fight between students. To be exact, it was an incident in which one side unilaterally attempted to ambush the other party. Soren must have looked pretty easy to you. If they had fought in front of each other's faces, he could just pass it with a warning. However, it was undoubtedly one-sided negligence that caused her to ambush an opponent who had no intention of fighting with her. The professor had even witnessed it with his own eyes. Exactly why and how did it happen? Dyneema's anger had already reached the top of her head and she shouted while protesting against Ludger instead. This is to protect my authority as a proper aristocrat. Authority? Who the hell is that authority for? That's what this commoner. All students are equal in Soren. Their learning, teaching, and magic are only going to be judged according to their talents and passion. I don't care how noble your blood is. Ludger's words were for them to stop bluffing while acting as an aristocrat. Dyneema bit her lips. Ludger shook his head at her behavior, which had not shown any remorse. He was convinced that the first years would cause trouble. Rather, it was possible because they were first-year students who were still ignorant of the world. Freshmen who didn't know the way Soren was run naturally made their judgments based on their environment so far. The petty and prejudiced way of thinking that the world they lived in was everything there was obviously caused the problems. Just like Dyneema Romley had been thinking. But her ignorance wouldn't absolve her. If her prejudiced way of thinking was the cause of the problems, it was Soren's policy to impose stronger disciplinary actions to bring people back to their senses rather than to forgive them. It hasn't been long since school started, and you've already caused such a big problem, so please don't believe that you can avoid disciplinary action. You come with me right now. Ludger said so, and turned his back immediately. She's understood by now. He thought his warning would moderately soothe the incident. Of course, it was not only a verbal warning, he really intended to put disciplinary action on her. It wasn't a mere fight, she was trying to cowardly do an ambush on her classmate. A mere fallen aristocrat like you. But with that one sentence from Dyneema Romley, the training center, which was already quiet, became dead silent. And Miss Dyneema? The two students, who were Dyneema's followers, were drenched in a cold sweat. No matter how badly they acted, they thought her words were not a good choice. Even Ludger Kellysi, who was about to leave, stopped walking. It was a big problem. The students who were watching the situation turned pale. Dyneema belatedly realized what she had just said. But she couldn't take back what she had already said. What did you just say? Ludger's more subsided voice was aimed at Dyneema. It didn't stop there, his body also floated in the air lightly. Ludger, who slowly came down from the audience's railings while walking in the air, landed on the ground and walked toward Dyneema. Thump. Thump. With every step that Ludger took, Dyneema felt the illusion that her world was falling apart. She didn't realize it when he was far away, but when she faced him closely, the pressure that Ludger emitted was beyond her imagination. He looked exactly like a giant. He had a huge appearance like a mountain, which made it seem like he could press her with just one finger. She accidentally said a harsh thing. It was something she shouldn't have said, but she had crossed the line. It's no wonder that Ludger was angry. Did you just call me a fallen aristocrat? Dyneema couldn't even move her mouth properly as Ludger looked down at her while casting a shadow on her face. Ludger's atmosphere was so brutal that it seemed it would be no wonder if anyone died afterwards. When the students were thinking if they should stop him while glancing at each other, Professor Ludger. Selena, the new professor of spirit studies, rushed over while calling Ludger from the outside. She had just arrived after hearing the news a little while before. But as soon as she got there, she saw Ludger, who was glaring at a trembling girl as if he was about to eat her. No way. Just in case. Maybe. An uneasy thought entered her mind. The moment Selena was about to stop Ludger, Ludger opened his mouth. That's not exactly wrong. What everyone heard was a completely unexpected word. What? What did Professor say just? They thought he'd get angry. Or they thought he'd give her a physical punishment on the spot. I am definitely a fallen aristocrat, but this is Soren and I am Soren's professor. Dyneema. What you said were clearly the words of a student who's challenging the authority of the professor. But Ludger did not do it. He just spoke in an infinitely calm and admonished voice. But you are still a young child before you are an aristocrat and a student. It's your first time, so you might not know. So I'll pass it as a warning this time for your slip of the tongue, but just know that there's no second opportunity. It was a totally unexpected and yet so mature treatment. The students had no choice but to stare blankly at Ludger. Of course, you will have disciplinary action accordingly for what you did to your classmate. I hope you are aware of it. Dyneema felt the illusion that the world was collapsing at the mention of disciplinary action, but even so, she could not protest. What Ludger said was too much of an argument. To the point where they thought he was too lenient on her instead. Ludger's eyes turned to Lynn, the gray-haired girl, as Dyneema showed no words of consent. "And you there?" "Lynn." "Yes, yes." Lynn's shoulder shook when she heard Ludger call her name. "Did you get hurt anywhere?" "Pardon?" "I asked if you got hurt anywhere." No. "No. I'm all right. Because Professor helped me." "Then it's a relief." Ludger turned his head right away and looked at Selena. "Professor Selena, I'll leave the rest to you." Yes." Ludger left the training center after saying that to Selena. No one dared to move until he disappeared beyond the darkness of the corridor. Just blankly. They could only stare at Ludger's back. Away from the training center, I headed straight to a secluded place. I couldn't see any students, perhaps because it was way past school time. After looking around and checking that there were no people, I took a pill out of my pocket with my trembling hands. I thought I was going to die from holding it in. I put the pill in my mouth and chewed it. With a bitter and pure sense that touched the tip of my tongue, intense mana spread through my mouth. Phew, I survived. As the energy from the drug spread and mana was being supplied to my brain, my slowly deteriorating body condition returned to its original state. The ringing inside my ear, which I could hear faintly, also disappeared immediately as if I was turning off a radio. I took a breath while sitting on a quiet bench. The first signal had come when I stopped by the second training center. My fingertips were shaking, and my head felt numb with a headache. It was some kind of chronic disease that I had after I came to this world. I'd be in big trouble if I didn't have the pills. Still, I had thought it was bearable, so I was going to take the medicine right after checking up on the first training center. I didn't expect a fight between freshmen to break out there. No, should I call it a fight? One side's unilateral attempt to make an ambush can't be counted as a fight. School violence. It was a situation where the victim and the perpetrator were clearly divided. I intervened in between and managed to prevent things from getting bigger. Afterwards, I had been talking about disciplinary action and such, but I felt the soaring wave building up inside of me. Feeling my body's signal to put the pill in my mouth quickly, I had tried to take care of the situation fast and leave. But there was a problem. Who would have thought that she would insolently tell me that I was a fallen aristocrat? For a moment, I didn't even know what she had just said to me and was contemplating hard on it for about 3 seconds. I wondered if she really meant it, and all kinds of complicated and long lines were being prepared inside my head, but my communication skills were poor, so those might have been my last words. However, the problem was that after I heard such an impudent speech, I couldn't just go away as a professor. Why did she have to say that at that kind of timing? If she had just said it to herself without anyone else listening, I would have pretended not to hear it, but there were too many witnesses around her. In the end, I had to say something to protect my authority as a professor, but I couldn't say anything plausible because my brain wasn't working well. Originally, what you did was an evident challenge to the professor's authority. You may be referred to the disciplinary committee in accordance with school regulations. You might get a penalty or be reported to the principal. Well, I should have said these kinds of principled things, but they didn't come to my mind. So I just said whatever came to my mind. I was in such a hurry that I said whatever came to my mind in the best way possible so that my image didn't get ruined. Even while I had said that, I was having a hard time keeping together my crumbling expression. Maybe my face was a little distorted, and my eyes were a bit bloodshot. It won't be a big problem, right? Anyway, since Professor Selena belatedly came, I left the rest of it to her and hurriedly left my spot successfully. I got up from the bench while gulping down the pills that still lingered in my mouth. I was glad it was just an early symptom. If it got worse there, other people might have noticed my peculiarity. The pill, is this the last one? I sighed when I found out that the medicine bottle was empty. I put the extra medicine in a bag that I had sent away. I didn't know that this would happen since things went awry in the middle. I'm meeting him next weekend. It honestly seems like it will be hard for me to hold out until then, so I'll have to write a letter again and tell him to come earlier. Otherwise, I'd have to rent a private pharmacy and make it my own space, but if I did that, I would be in trouble because it would be recorded. Seeing this kind of situation, I'm not sure if I can last even 5 days. If I consumed mana, the period of 5 days would be shortened. I hope everything will go by safely until then. I went on patrol again, taking a light breath into my mind as it gradually became clearer. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Don't mention it, this is my job. Lynn bowed to Selena, who took her to the infirmary even though she adamantly refused her offer and told her that she was fine. Selena gave a warm smile and waved her hand, but Lynn meant her gratitude. That. Professor Selena. What will happen to her? You mean Dyneema, right? I'm not sure what will happen to her either. I just got in here as well. Oh, that's right. But according to the pre-announced school rules, it's not a mere fight but a one-sided quarrel, so I think she'll have a disciplinary action even though she won't be dismissed from school. It would be nice if the academy took strong disciplinary action against someone who had great pride and high self-esteem like Dyneema. Even so, both of them were vaguely aware that they would not take such an action. The weak punishment would play its part because she was a freshman who didn't know anything yet, but most of all, there was a Count's family on her back, so they would let it slide. Why? Are you worried? No, it's just. I'm curious. To be honest, she didn't feel sorry for Dyneema after she had explicitly aimed at her and launched an attack from her end. She would get what she deserved. It was rather surprising that she did not get expelled from school even though she did that much. She was just asking because she felt upset. Are you concerned? Pardon? Your expression shows everything. Lynn nodded quietly. Her bobbed, gray hair swayed in tune with her movement. It's just, when I came here, it was more intense than I thought. I thought Soren was a place full of dreams and idealism. But after I talked to the aristocratic students then, it didn't seem like that at all. Although the person will be punished, there is no guarantee that something similar won't happen again. I suppose so. Selena agreed with Lynn's opinion. Even though Soren said that both royalty and commoners were equal, such a promise had rarely been properly protected. Even if the professors also became mediators among students in the most neutral way possible, they had nothing to say about the problems that arose when the students were mingling with each other. Some professors from the aristocracy even showed some discrimination against commoners and secretly favored aristocratic students. As a result, some people, who had a strong pride as aristocrats, looked down on the professors just because they were a commoner or from a fallen aristocratic family. Dyneema's verbal abuse against Ludger just was a result of it. Yeah, I honestly think her words were too much for Professor Ludger. Selena puffed up her cheeks with her hands on her waistline as if to prove she was angry. Selena smiled softly while looking at Lynn, who opened her eyes wide as if she didn't know that the professor would say that. But Professor Ludger has passed it as a mere warning. We can't say anything anymore. Aren't you angry? Of course, I'm angry, too. I'm just trying hard to hold it in, but I'm sure it was Professor Ludger whose mind was more messed up than anyone else. Lynn recalled the expression that Ludger had shown at that time. She couldn't see it properly because there was a shadow casting on his face, but it must have been very scary. Even Dyneema's face turned ghostly pale after looking at those eyes. He was originally a scary professor when he set the mood of the classroom, so she couldn't imagine how scary he would be if he was genuinely angry. Nevertheless, Professor Ludger said that he would forgive Dyneema's mistake only that time. He must have been angrier than anyone else. Yet he endured it and let it slide. He didn't let it slide just because he succumbed to the other party's family either. On the contrary, it was more like a form of mercy to guide a student who was really lacking in many aspects. And that was because Ludger stared at her coldly all the time instead of being intimidated by Dyneema. A person who showed such an expression would not step down just because of the other party's family influence. To be frank, when he spoke to Dyneema while saying that he was indeed a fallen aristocrat, Lynn thought that his behavior was completely unexpected as she witnessed it. And also that he looked really cool. So I'm going to believe it for once. I'm sure what they did is wrong, but they're still young students, right? Just think that there's still a chance for them to change. Selena scratched her head. He. Sorry. I really sounded like an old lady, right? No. Professor Selena is still quite young. Honestly, if we met outside Soren, I would have called you as though you're my older sister. Oh my, thank you for the compliment. You're a good girl, Lynn. No, it's true, though. Selena herself may have thought that she was old, but according to Lynn, she was so young that she would look like her senior if she wore a school uniform. Selena, who was beautiful and always smiled, had already been the target of some male students' love. It was just that she was not aware of it, actually. She wondered if people in their mid-20s thought they were that old in the first place. Older sister, you said. It sounds good. I wish I had a younger sister like Lynn as well. I also wish I had an older sister like Professor Selena. Really? Oh my, you're such a nice girl. Hee hee. Then can you give me some more points during the spirit studies class? After I saw you working hard. Selena laughed while replying to Lynn's joke. Time's already passed by so fast. I'll go look around the rest of my patrol area. If there's something wrong with your body, you have to tell me, okay? Yes, I will. Selena left the infirmary while waving her hand. Lynn, who was left alone, stared at her physical condition and got out of bed, thinking that she was fine. Come to think of it, Professor Ludger actually called my name. When she used the training center, she wore comfortable clothes in case her uniform got dirty. Obviously, she didn't have a name tag then, so no one knew Lynn's name. But Ludger Kelsey naturally called her name. Lynn, he had said. Did he remember me from when I took his class? For Ludger Kelsey, she was just one of his 80 students, a commoner who didn't even need to be noticed. Still, Ludger remembered her name. Suddenly, she remembered what he had said to Dynema. All students are equal in Soren. Just like a stone that was thrown into the calm water, the words caused a ripple in Lynn's mind. If he had only spoken empty words, she would not have believed it and would have been rather disappointed. But Ludger was not like that. His actions, his unwavering principle, his voice. He instilled hope in Lynn for Soren. His first impression was obviously that of a scary professor. Even as he was a new professor, she hadn't expected much when she took his first class. However, she was surprised at once by the innovation of the source code shown by Ludger and realized that he was not appointed as a professor in Soren just by his words. Even so, recalling the inconsiderate and audacious attitude that he pointed out to Flora, she thought he was a tiresome professor in many ways. But he wasn't like that. When he was mediating the situation, he ended up only warning the student, even though he had been insulted. He had even asked her if she had been hurt anywhere as he saved her. He suddenly appeared at the moment of crisis and saved her. It was just a passing moment, but it seemed like she saw a prince riding a white horse in the fairy tales. It made her heart throb. No, Professor Ludger wouldn't have thought much of me. Yeah, there was nothing more shameful than being all flustered by herself for no reason. She was there to learn magic, not to look for that kind of dramatic encounter. I was able to return to my accommodation comfortably because nothing unusual was found on my patrol after the incident at the first training center. When I got back to the accommodation, I immediately mailed a letter to him. The content of the letter was for him to come earlier because it was hard for me to wait until the next weekend. And the next day. The reply came early in the morning. What was written inside the letter was simple. The work he was dealing with ended earlier than he thought, so he would depart right away. We will meet the next day on the weekend. The place of our appointment was the industrial zone beyond the eastern business zone of Lethelk. I burned the letter, thinking it was a suitable place that was away from people's sight. Today is Friday. It's Saturday tomorrow, so I'll be able to go through the day. Students must have been at the peak of their excitement because it was the first weekend since the start of the semester, but would the same type of incident happen, similar to the previous day? While thinking so, I heard a strange story from Professor Selena, who was having lunch with me. Did you just say werewolf? Yes, werewolf. Rumors about werewolves began to circulate in Soren. Professor Selena, who was smiling brightly again that day, nodded at my question. Yes. Rumors have already spread all over amongst the students. A werewolf who exists only as a city's ghost story. Funny, right? No matter how many geniuses are gathered here, I think they're still students after all. I can't believe they are genuinely concerned about that kind of ghost story. Professor Selena laughed, saying that the students' imaginations were so cute, but I couldn't laugh. It was said that the first source of the rumor was from the students who went out to the nearby city of Lethelk the previous day. It was a dark night in Lethelk when the sun had set. The first sighting of a werewolf was when they saw a black shadow wandering through the roofs of the buildings in between the night fog that was gently subsiding. I shook my head. They're still children, aren't they? Yes. Of course, but it was a little fascinating to hear that the werewolf they saw outside the city was also seen in Soren. Inside Soren too, you said? Were the students inside the school seeing things, because those who saw a werewolf in the city spread rumors about it? Soren must be so wide, and since it is a place where all kinds of magics are prevalent, strange phenomena occur due to the magic power. There are 7 ghost stories in real life, right? 7 ghost stories, you said? Yes, you didn't know? Professor Selena knows a lot about ghost stories, I see. What? It was just a compliment, but Professor Selena somehow overreacted to it. She opened her eyes wide, and her cheeks blushed in a pinkish, her hair also stood on the edges a little. When I gave a curious look as to why she was reacting like that, she spoke in a hurry as an excuse. I didn't look meticulously for Soren's school ghost stories in particular. It's just, I was thinking about what topics to talk about when we're having a conversation about the students, so that's not the case, really. I get it, so calm down. Seeing that both of her arms that lost direction were shaking here and there, they seemed to nearly bump into the plates and spill the food as if she was being careless. No. It's really not the case. But Selena continued to make more desperate excuses as if she sensed some temper in my attitude. When I thought that lunchtime was unlikely to proceed like that, Professor Marilda intervened. Oh, come to think of it, Professor Ledger, I heard you've done your job quite splendidly since your first class. Is that true? What are you talking about? You know, you showed them a groundbreaking magic that shortened the time spent for casting spells. What's the name again? Source code. Selena also forgot that she was embarrassed and shouted such words with fire in her eyes. Her shout was so loud that there was a momentary silence in the professor-only cafeteria. Professor Selena lowered her head when she realized her slip of the tongue. Her earlobes, that were exposed through her pink hair, turned bright red. I let out a small sigh and nodded. Yes, that's right. As I nodded and confirmed it, the gazes from every direction of the cafeteria stuck to me. They were the gazes of the professors who were eating at the other table. As I was wondering why they were staring at me like that, Professor Marilda moved her upper body toward me and explained it in a way that I could hear well. It's because everyone is interested in Professor Ludger's spell. My spell, you said? Oh my. Are you pretending not to know? The spell that Professor Ludger showed in your first class has spread throughout Soren, though? I put a piece of meat in my mouth and figured out how things were going. Are they interested? From the first day of class, I vaguely guessed that it would be like that. From the perspective of the people of this world, the source code that was borrowed from a 21st-century computer programming method was simply innovative. I had already expected enough that the ripple effect itself would reach the other professors. I heard that it dramatically reduced the time span of the spell technique's casting. Can you really showcase it here? That's right. You'll be able to earn a lot of money by patenting such a spell in a magic tower. Professor Selena also responded. Well, it's not wrong to say it, to be exact. The source code spell would be the wind of change in the stagnant magical society. In fact, if I offered that magic to the magic tower where the magic patent system exists, I could literally sit on a money cushion. Of course, that's ostensibly common sense. I don't care about that. I pretended to be humble, but I knew better than anyone else why I should not apply for a patent. For those who didn't know anything yet, they might think it was great to offer the newly developed magic to the magic tower, but the reality was quite different. There was definitely a magic patent system at the magic tower. Wizards who lacked money wanted to earn income through such a patent system, but such an ostentatious offer was only superficial. Spells could only be patented if they were properly recognized by the magic tower. The problem was that most of the magic that was usually submitted as a patent was nitpicked, while the magic tower made all kinds of excuses. It might be better if it's just an excuse, but there are people who also abuse it. Other new professors may have still had a positive perception of the magic tower, but I have already experienced how dirty and cheap they are, so my perspective toward the tower was different. Even if the old judges of the magic tower found a new magic that had no room to be nitpicked, the problem still existed. If you don't have any supporter who will become a reliable support to you or a backing from a noble family, your magic patent will literally get snatched away. Or, if the developer was dissatisfied with it and did not want to apply for a patent, they could be dragged to places like a back alley or something and forced to cast their developed spell. There was a time when such a thing happened. In other words, the nominal patent system that was being promoted by the Magic Tower was nothing but an ostentatious fraud. Knowing that, I didn't offer my spell to the Magic Tower in order to earn money. It was an obvious reality to get kicked out because one didn't have a backing, let alone money. I'm better off as Ludger now. Although he was a fallen aristocrat, he was currently working as a professor in Soren, so it was not bad in terms of his recognition. However, even with Ludger's identity, the Magic Tower might make me catch a sleeping weasel if I barely lowered my guard. A place where stagnant old men's greed was as rampant as sticky mud. Even I loathed such a place. And the source code that I intentionally showed in Soren was an act that was done with some calculation. First of all, the students would spread talk that the groundbreaking spell of source code was created by Ludger Kelasi, and the story would circulate. The rumors would keep spreading among students and reach the professors, and even among the professors, the rumors would keep spreading outside of Soren. That's how it had reached the ears of the Magic Tower. If I lowered my head first and applied for a patent, it'd be like offering my neck to be cut. However, if they approached me because they were getting impatient with the advent of new magic, then the position of the former and the latter would change. And Ludger's status would be even higher. Rather than being viewed as Soren's new professor who had nothing, he would become a Soren's professor with considerable talent. If I carried around such a name card, people around me wouldn't easily look down on me. It would take a little time, but there was nothing better than that to solidify my position. However, the problem is that the other professors are after me with their eyes on fire. It was like that even then. Professor Selina and Marilda were good-natured, so they just passed it, but the other professors had been sending me explicit jealousy. Especially, the eyes of Chris Benamor, one of the professors who was newly appointed with me at the same time, seemed to be like an infested magma. He could kill people with his eyes like that. But it's still a shame. I don't have to think that it's a shame to show it to my students first. I got up from my seat after properly wrapping up my sentence. It was because I thought I would get indigestion from the other professors' gazes if I stayed there. I'll be on my way now. I have another class to teach. Oh, yes. Good luck with your work. Goodbye. I nodded my head lightly to the two professors who sent their farewells to me and walked away quickly from the professor-only cafeteria. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Marilda narrowed her eyes as she watched Ludger go away. She had thought he was a great guy from the first time she saw him, but she realized it even more while talking with him. Ludger Kelasi. That man had really shown the spell of source code, which even the other professors had eyes on, to the students first. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept it secret until he showed it to the students in his first class, let alone revealing it to the Magic Tower. From Marilda's point of view, Ludger's behavior had not been something akin to wizards in those days. It's a little strange to say a term like wizards those days, but wizards had always been like that since the old days. Because they were too cool-headed, they lacked a lot of empathy, and that made them selfish and lacking in consideration for others. But over time, such tendencies had become much worse. It was the magic world of that time that even a teacher who had to teach someone never showed his vision bluntly because they did not trust their student. She was feeling it earnestly because she also had experienced a similar situation. But what about Ludger? Even when he had that great spell, he didn't show off his skills to his surroundings. And what was more surprising was that he used the spell in front of his students. No matter how young the students are, if he shows them how to use a spell like that, some sensible students might get the ropes of the technique. Doesn't he even worry about his spell being snatched away? There are only two reasons for him to do so. One was that the spell was something that's hard to understand just by looking at it. Or he'd resolved that it was okay for the spell to be snatched away by someone. No way. But if it wasn't that, the confident attitude that he showed her when they were eating a while ago. That couldn't be explained. I can't believe such a person is a new professor like me. The more she thought about it, the more shabby she felt about herself. Marilda sighed and turned her head to the side. Selina, her colleague and close friend, stared vacantly at Ludger's seat. She was pretty much into it, too. Marilda shook her head, thinking that she couldn't help it, then she immediately smiled mischievously before touching Selina's neck with her fingertips. Hia. Selina, what are you thinking about? Why? Are you feeling upset that Professor Ludger left first? PR Professor Marilda? What on earth are you talking about? It was indeed fun to tease Selena. Marilda thought so, and teased Selena for a while. Of course, she would have to appease Selena afterward, who became sulky along the way. Saturday after the theory class ended. From noon, when the sun was shining the brightest, I had already been in Lethelk, a nearby city, from Soren. At first, it seemed like I was having a simple walk to look around nearby cities, but in reality, I did that because I had a previous engagement. The appointment was at night, so there was still a lot of time left. I arrived early to look around and see what kind of place Lethelk was. The city itself looks pretty splendid. Lethelk, a city with advanced magic engineering, was a huge city where the Ramsey River, which stretched for more than 500 kilometers, flowed into the center of the city. The flowing rivers and countless railroads on its ground were the blood vessels that instilled the vitality of the city, and the people living in them were full of vigor. Lethelk, which was the center of all kinds of business, magic, and engineering, had won the reputation of being the most developed city since it was side by side with Soren Academy. I walked through Centerford, the main street of Lethelk. Unlike other districts, there were gentlemen and ladies dressed in suits, quietly enjoying their leisure time. Centerford, a place that symbolized the revival of Lethelk. A residential complex inhabited by rich people, the roadside trees were beautifully carved, and steam cars and golem wagons roamed on every road. I drank coffee while sitting on the terrace of a quiet cafe. The subtle fragrance of coffee beans and the aroma of coffee I drank were mixed in a cafe that was quiet, even on weekends, inflicting a strange atmosphere. It's cool. It was a beautiful place, and I wanted to live in a place like that at least once. It would be natural to have such a vague idea in my mind. The price of the housing here must be expensive. After I got up from my seat and calculated the price of the coffee I drank, I headed to the next area. It was Grand Chapel, a high street with the most population in Lethelk. It was the place where a huge white cathedral in Gothic revival style stood tall. It was a busy street for some reason, so many things that I had never seen before in the other places were all packed on that street. Machines emitted white steam from an external combustion engine made of brass and the technicians working with those machines. Children playing with little mechanical toys. People who were busking on the streets while playing accordions, cellos, and violins, and the citizens who danced while listening to the music. As I walked around the city while taking a look at various places, the sun was sinking, and the sunset began to burn the skies. Ding. Dong. Ding. A huge clock tower that was rising throughout the city rang a bell, signaling that it was already 6 o'clock. Since it was early spring, where there were still traces of winter, the sun set early, and the air that touched my skin quickly became cold. I headed for the appointment while closing the front of my black coat. So far, I had only seen the beautiful appearance of Lethelk, but the place I was headed to was the opposite. A clear shadow that's cast under the intense light. The place was called the hideous bare face of the city. I walked through the water vapor that was rising from the surface of the Ramsey River while pressing the wide-brimmed hat that I wore on my head. When the clouds, which were the of burning scarlet flames, drifted over to the west and the deep blue sky covered the entire city of Lethelk. I stood in front of an alleyway in a foggy industrial area. There were no people. The street vagrants gave up begging and went back to the deep side of the alley, and the children who worked hard to earn a daily wage while coughing severely also went home. I was the only one there. The scarlet light of the street lamps touched the fog and hazily scattered. In that empty silence, I waited for the person I was supposed to meet while leaning against a brick wall, covered with dirt. He said he'd come early, but he's late. As soon as I thought so, I heard a sound from the inside of the alley that I was leaning my back against. Grr. It was a sound that could never be made by a human being. I pulled my back from the wall and stared inside the alley. A pair of red eyes rose from inside a strange space that was half mixed with gray fog and pitch-black darkness. This is really... I remembered what Selena had said at the cafeteria the day before. The rumor that students saw werewolves. She'd gone on by saying that it's just a ghost story, but I wasn't sure. Looking at it then, I wondered what she would think of it. At that moment, he moved in the darkness. His movement was heading towards me in an instant. I didn't miss it and stared at the werewolf intensely. I immediately raised my fist and hit him on the head. Bomb. Arg. A loud scream resounded briefly amidst the fog. I looked down at the guy who sat down in front of me without hiding his pathetic face. I wondered why you were late, so you were planning to play this kind of prank. Darn it. Still, it's been a while. Can't you act surprised somehow? The person who said that and touched his head with his hand was the acquaintance that I was supposed to meet, who could also be called my subordinate. Long time no see, Hans. Long time no see. He was the cause of the werewolf rumor among the students.